Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2024 New Uses Forum. We're going to get things started this morning by thanking our sponsors who are very generous in making this event possible, including our platinum sponsor for this year, the Minnesota Department of Agriculture. They're a great partner with AURI. I think Shannon's going to have more to say on that during his opening comments, but we appreciate them and have worked hand in hand with them on quite a few opportunities. Gold sponsors today are Compeer Financial and Avisen Legal, as well as the Minnesota Soybean. Silver sponsors, Minnesota Employment and Economic Development, also Ag Country Farm Credit Services, Southwest Initiative Foundation. Thank you for your sponsorships. Our general sponsors for this year's forum include AgriGrowth, CoBank, Minnesota Wheat, Minnesota Farmers Union, Green Seam, West Central Initiative, Red Wing Ignite, Minnesota Corn, Southern Minnesota Initiative Foundation, and Great Plains Institute. And you can find all of those sponsors on the back of your program. Networking sponsors today, when we take our breaks, very generous, Embold and the Minwest Technology Campus. So thank you to our sponsors for your participation in this year's New Uses Forum. Bioindustrial innovations and opportunities. I think we're going to have a pretty interesting day. There's a lot on the agenda, and so we're going to make every effort to keep it moving. You're going to get a chance to ask questions of our panelists and our keynote addresses, and you're also going to get an opportunity to participate in some online polling, so we look forward to that. We are going to start with some welcomes today. We'll hear from four different people. Shannon Schlecht, the Executive Director of the Agricultural Utilization Research Institute, or AURI, will be our first welcome this morning. Shannon's responsible for the overall strategic and operation of oversight of the organization's staff, its programs, and its execution of its mission. AURI provides technical services to businesses, conducts applied research initiatives, and convenes networking events like this to create value-added economic opportunities for food and agriculture sectors. We'll hear from the Vice President of Food and Agribusiness, Aaron Knewston from Compeer Financial. Aaron joined Compeer in 2004 and has provided both public and private financing. He also represents Compeer's leadership role in developing junior capital funds licensed under the USDA's Rural Business Investment Program. Compeer Financial is a member-owned farm credit cooperative serving and supporting agriculture and rural communities. Aaron's background also includes working with agricultural and financial derivatives, including time spent on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. We'll hear from Todd Taylor, Impact Counsel for Avisen Legal. Todd works with impact companies and the investors that fund them. Developers of technology companies, private equity, venture capital, and infrastructure funds hire him to help with developing and financing sustainable and impact projects, including renewable and conventional energy projects, also clean tech, ag tech, food tech companies, and infrastructure projects. Todd also works with entrepreneurs and angel venture, crowdfunding, other financing sources as they try to grow their business, buy other companies, and when the time is right, sell the ones that they have. And finally, we'll hear from U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar, the first woman ever elected to represent the state of Minnesota in the United States Senate. As a member of the Senate Ag Committee, Senator Klobuchar worked to pass several bipartisan farm bills to strengthen Minnesota's rural economy and give farmers the certainty and support that they need. She currently serves on the Joint Economic Committee and the Senate Commerce Committee. She's chairwoman on the Judiciary Subcommittee on Competition, Policy, Antitrust, and Consumer Rights, and is the chairwoman of the Senate Rules Committee. She also serves on the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry, often making the effort to visit every county in the state of Minnesota on a yearly basis. She's been a good friend to AURI and the entrepreneurs that we serve, and she's visited many of our offices and also has been on site at many of our projects. Senator Klobuchar could not be here in person today, but she has prepared a message for our welcome today. So we'll kick things off with Shannon Schlecht, the Executive Director of AURI. Shannon?
Perfect. Thank you, Dan. And first of all, welcome everybody. It's great to see so many familiar faces in the crowd. And we've got a great program set up on biomaterials and bioindustrials. It's a super intriguing topic, and I think we'll all walk away with some really great insights and some great takeaways as we go throughout the day. So just briefly, I'll speak about AURI overall. So we are an organization that was created in the 1980s during the farm crisis to really look at what can be done to create new market opportunities utilizing agricultural dry products. And it's all about looking at new uses and new markets and ways that we can move that forward. You know, today we're a staff of 35 people scattered throughout the state. We've got offices up in Crookston, Marshall, and Waseca. We just celebrated our grand opening last night for our Bioindustrial Innovation Center, which is new in Waseca. It was great to see several people there for that event as well. And we really work to drive new economic opportunities and economic impact across the state, utilizing the variety of agricultural feedstocks that are produced here. So this bioindustrial area has been an area of focus for us for many years in terms of what can we do to help look at biomass feedstocks or biomass crops. But we're also seeing a lot of new interest in upcycling byproduct streams or co-product streams into new uses. As companies look at their sustainability goals, the story that they can tell to their consumers around being more sustainable and meeting their sustainability goals. As we look at the bioindustrial sector, it's been growing as well. A recent USDA report put the bioeconomy through agriculture at around $490 billion. So that's been rising over time as we look at what are the opportunities. They estimated that replaced over 10.7 million barrels of petroleum. And they said that the BioPreferred program has actually now have 14,000 products that are registered, 4,500 that are certified, from over 3,000 companies across the United States. So we just continue to see a lot of interest in the bioindustrial area. So as we look forward about learning more and what is today all about, we've got just a great curated agenda of speakers and experts, to share their stories with you, share their experiences, some of their challenges, some of their wins, as we look at the bioindustrial space. And I hope that we'll all take away some element there. And what I think is really interesting is we've got the full value chain across the agenda as well, from producers, and the feedstock providers, all the way through to end users that are working with the consumers, or for the businesses. And I think that business to business connection is just really important, as we look at some of the constraints and some of the challenges in terms of how we continue to move that forward. So I'm going to give you a challenge, today is to meet at least 5 new people, that are here, because everybody has an interest in this topic and are looking at what can be done and how do we work together. So try to make 5 new contacts today as you work through the network breaks and have conversations and maybe sit at different tables, and just have those conversations. So I think from producers to businesses to entrepreneurs, we all have a different aspect and a different angle as we have these conversations today. And I think those perspectives and sharing that is just super critical in terms of how we make this successful and how we continue to move forward. As I look at bioindustrials and the topic today, we really started this conversation at last year's New Uses Conference. We had a session on fermentation and just what's been happening there and the democratization of R&D. As costs have come down, we look at how what are some of the constraints now. As we can speed up the time to research and moving that forward, and the costs have come down in that aspect. But there's still a lot of challenges, from a development standpoint, from a capital standpoint. That we need to work together on and really try to move those opportunities forward. And I think we've got the right people here today to talk about those challenges and to talk about those opportunities. We've got NatureWorks here to share their story of 2 decades plus of what they've done to be successful in the bioindustrial space. We've got BioMADE here, which is talking about what's next in the next 10 years for bioindustrials, and the first industrial campus for bioindustrial manufacturing and scale up right here in Minnesota, and as they look more broadly across the region as well. And we've got opportunities to talk about public-private partnerships, and how do we move forward, and obviously the business-to-business and private connections that will happen here as well. So with that, I want to say thank you to all of our many sponsors. Dan went through all of our sponsors. It's great to have so much support from across the ecosystem to move these opportunities forward. Special thank you to the Minnesota Department of Agriculture for their platinum sponsorship and just the long-term collaboration that we've had. And of course, for AURI, our partnership with the state legislature for over 30 years in terms of what they've provided to support to help us move forward with creating new value-added opportunities for the agricultural market. I also want to give a big thank you to the AURI staff. If you guys want to raise your hand, if you have questions, right, our AURI staff are scattered throughout the room, right, very experts in their fields. As you have questions or want to have deeper conversations, especially want to call out Nan Larson, who's been right, just spearheading this whole effort for us. She's back at the table, still working away. And a special thank you to Dr. Jill Zullo, too, who helped us curate the agenda, right, and help us with speakers. And just a huge thank you for all the expertise, right, that everybody has provided to make today a success. With that, I want to invite Aaron Knewston and Todd Taylor up. They've been our long-term partners here. Compeer has been with us for many years in terms of bringing the financial and investment side to our agenda and sharing insights. And we have our inaugural year of Avisen Legal as a partner for us. And they've been a long-time collaborator for us as we look at this bioeconomy space and just the work that we do overall. So Aaron and Todd, and I'd like to invite you up to share a few comments as well.
Thanks, Shannon. I appreciate that. I'm Aaron Knewston. I'm with Compeer Financial. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Good morning. Appreciate you all attending. I'm excited again this year. We have a great lineup of speakers, as Shannon mentioned. We've got some investors, some founders, some venture investors. We've got a number of founders here in the biomaterial space, which is great. We've got some very successful founders. We've got some up and coming founders. It's great to talk to those people relative to their ability to persevere, have the vision to create and try new things. If you think about ethanol space 30 years ago, it was certainly not where it is today. So there are plenty of opportunities in food and agriculture and biomaterials for us to improve and continue to make this place a better, make it a better world. I'd like to thank Nan and Dan and Shannon and their team. They do a wonderful job every year. And again, it's great to be working with Todd and Avisen Legal. Todd and his team are well known in the project finance space and biomaterials and renewable space. So it's great to be working with them. And again, I'm with Compeer Financial. We exist to champion the hopes and dreams of rural America and agriculture. I've got a colleague here as well. So if you're looking to talk to anybody from Compeer, please reach out. I'm happy to help make introductions, network. If there's anything you need, please feel free to reach out. And again, thank you all for attending.
Thank you, everyone, for showing up and attending. It's our first year, as Shannon said, sponsoring, but we've been involved with AURI in these events for a long time. And thanks, Aaron, for finally letting us join in as a co-sponsor. I've been bugging him for a few years, so it was nice of you to relent. But in all seriousness, we're very proud to be participating in this and sponsoring it. One of my colleagues, Larry, raise your hand, is moderating one of the panels. My other colleague, Kim Lowe, over there, joined us as well. Avisen Legal has been operating very aggressively and with a lot of passion in this value-added agriculture, sustainability, and renewable space for 7 years. It's the largest part of our firm. We love it. We're just business lawyers. All we do is help businesses, co-ops, nonprofits, really make their business work well. And we're excited to be part of it. Our lawyers average over 20 years of experience in our fields. And what we do, you know, it's weird to have a lawyer talk about passion for what we do, but we really enjoy this space. We love the clients we work with, and we're just excited to be part of this. So thank you for being here.
The 2024 New Uses Forum. I wish I could be there with you in Mankato. As many of you know, it's my husband's hometown. My in-laws still live there on Mulberry Street. But thank you to AURI for bringing together people from all kinds of backgrounds, ag, business, nonprofit, government, and more. And thanks to all of you for everything you do to redefine the potential of our state's agricultural products. I know the discussions you have today will bring us closer to a better future. And who knows, maybe one of you will figure out how to make carpet out of corn, sunscreen out of soybeans, or clothes out of canola seeds. Did you like that alliteration? We've made some huge strides in developing new uses of ag products. One major example, farm-based homegrown biofuels. Biofuels bring down costs at the pump and strengthen our national security. Because why should we rely on Vladimir Putin for energy when our farmers can fuel the world from our own backyard? And thanks to so many of you, we've made a lot of progress. Ethanol options are now available at thousands of gas stations across the country, and I'm working across the aisle to make that number even higher. And there's still so much more we can do. With biofuels, the sky's the limit. Literally, homegrown sustainable aviation fuel offers a sustainable, available, and yes, cost-effective way to decarbonize our skies. It also generates new demand for American agricultural products. And we have a very exciting hub we're working on right in Minnesota. But for producers to take full advantage of the emerging market for sustainable aviation fuel, it's on us to give them the certainty they need. That's why I'm working on a somewhat esoteric issue for some of you, but it's an example of with any of these sustainable products, you always got to get the rules right so it works. In this case, I'm working with the administration to increase the fuel production for sustainables by updating the GREET model to make sure it is based on science. This will empower producers to keep innovating as we work to reduce our carbon footprint and dependence on foreign oil. Of course, when it comes to new uses of American ag products, biofuels are only the beginning. There's probably corn in your toothpaste if you're brushing your teeth. You've got a candle at home that lasts longer than the others, you can thank a soy farmer. Ever licked an envelope to seal it? Believe it or not, there's corn in that adhesive, even though it might not taste like it. Through its BioPreferred program, the USDA has identified 139 product categories, from deodorant to cutlery, that can be made from homegrown materials. It sounds like science fiction, but it's really just science. To support this innovation, I'm working across the aisle to strengthen the BioPreferred program. By investing in biomanufacturing, we can bolster demand for American ag products and grow a sustainable future. So I'll just end with this. If you ever visit my office, you'll see a picture hanging on the wall. It's a drawing of a woman who's holding the earth in her hands. It's being handed to her by an angel. And the words read, "In my dream, the angel shrugged and said, if we fail this time, it will be a failure of imagination. And then she placed the world gently in the palm of my hand." Well, the future of agricultural innovation is in the palms of our hands. And I know there is no lack of imagination among everyone gathered today, no lack of talent, no lack of ingenuity. We just need to have your backs. We've done it with broadband, the most remote areas of our state. We're finally getting that rolled out. We have done it when it comes to pushing on these standards to encourage the development of biofuels and the next generation of biofuels. And now we're doing it on BioPreferred. So I need your ideas. And together, I know we can build a better, brighter, and more sustainable future for our country. Keep up the great work. Thanks so much.
Perfect. Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. And thank you to, again, Todd and Aaron and Compeer Financial and Avisen, right, for the support that they bring. Thank you, corn farmer, right, as we just heard the senator say, right? And I did hear somebody say they had corn carpet yesterday when I was talking to them already, right? So imagination and innovation is well underway. With that, we're going to do some technical pre-work, right, Dan, on some polls. Yeah, thank you. Enjoy the day. Thank you for being here. Look forward to many conversations throughout the day. And one last thing too, AURI Board of Directors, if you could just raise your hands, right, as well. We've got a few in the audience here, and right, just if you have questions as well, they lead our programs and efforts. So thank you for your support, right, as well, for everything that we do. And Dan, the floor is yours.
Well, we're going to try the Slido here and take a couple of polls real quick. I hope you've had a chance to download the app. Some real-time polling. We're going to start with a question. What sector of the ag value chain do you represent? Got a lot of nonprofits checking in quickly there. You can see the results coming up. So this is the kind of audience we have today, both here and at home, that are joining us virtually, and we're glad you're with us in either case. Oh, we got 13% entrepreneurs. That's interesting. And then your key desired takeaway today. What is it that you want to, well, there we saw business about 40%, nonprofits dropped to 29%. But let's go to the second question. What are your key desired takeaways for the day? And this will be a kind of a cloud page where the words that come up the most will grow. And you got something that you're hoping. There you go. The bioindustrial world is upon us, and we need to figure out how to be participating in it. And looks like we've got a lot of networkers here today, which means when we take our networking break, it'll be tough to get them back in the room. But that's okay. Shannon wants you to meet 5 new people today. Look at that. Very good. Grow the network, network learning, network in general. Some people just looking for information. Next steps, you bet. These forums aren't as valuable if you don't take those next steps. All right, that's how that's going to work throughout the day. We'll try and do that occasionally as we move from one presenter or one topic to the next. We're going to talk a little bit about the resources underpinning the bioindustrial opportunity on our first panel of the day. And our first panel will be moderated by Carolyn Olson. And I'd invite the panelists to start toward the stage along with Carolyn. Carolyn raises organic corn, soybeans, small grains, and alfalfa with her husband on their 1,100-acre farm near Cottonwood, Minnesota. They also finish about 14,000 conventional hogs every year. Carolyn is the current vice president of the Minnesota Farm Bureau Board of Directors. She's past chair of the American Farm Bureau Organic and Direct Marketing Issue Advisory Committee, current chair of the Minnesota Department of Agriculture's Organic Advisory Task Force, and she is also secretary of the local FFA alumni chapter. And she serves as a board member here at AURI. Please welcome Carolyn Olson and her panel.
And just kind of want to set the stage for this morning too, on hoping that if you have good questions, that you don't hesitate to send them in. We do have some prepared questions, but on this panel and every other panel, if you have questions, don't hold them in. Write them down, and we will try and get to them as well. So, but first, thank you for being here, and good morning, or as I've been saying for the last 2 weeks, guten Morgen. I'm a little jet lagged. We just got back from Germany late last week. So I'm excited to be here with our panelists, and I'll introduce them in a second. But I'm excited to learn more about this space, because as a farmer, I see the very start of the supply chain. But I know that what happens at the end will directly affect me. So I get excited about these things, and I ask questions with that curious mind so that as a farmer, I can understand more of that process. So I hope that that is helpful for you today as well. We have with us today, we have Gary Prescher, who is the council chair of the Minnesota Corn Research and Promotion Council. Gary is a 4th-generation corn and soybean farmer in Delavan, Minnesota, and I might have just butchered that. It's close. Delavan? Okay. It depends on if you're from the area or not. It's like Milan or Milan, or there's a lot of towns in Minnesota that way. He is a teacher and agronomist by training, and Gary is passionate about farming and producing an abundant and healthy crop each year. He also loves the family and community aspects of agriculture and enjoys contributing to the Minnesota Corn Research and Promotion Council and shaping its investments. Next, we have Neil Jekyll, president of Fluid Quip Technologies. Neil leads the directed efforts involved with the overall operations of Fluid Quip Technologies, including the company's growth strategies and technology development. Neil holds an MBA from the University of Wisconsin School of Business at Madison, Wisconsin, and a BS degree in chemical engineering from the University of Illinois at Champaign-Urbana. Mr. Jekyll has multiple issued patents on the design and production of value-added products from grain processing. I almost promoted you. And Brandon Day, who is the CEO of the Yield Lab Institute. Brandon is the Chief Operating Officer of the Yield Lab Institute, the nonprofit arm of the Yield Lab. The Yield Lab Institute is an ag tech think tank focused on supporting advancing global ag tech startups, entrepreneurs, and ecosystems. The Institute's initiatives include open innovation challenges, ecosystems assessments, and technical studies. Brandon spent the first half of his career in oil and gas services in a variety of engineering, business development, and sales roles. He also worked as a consultant for a boutique engineering firm, providing design, regulatory, and other services for ag multinationals in the Salinas Valley, or Salinas, depending again on who you talk to. So, what we're going to do now is we'll hand the microphone down, and each of our panelists will have an opportunity to further introduce themselves and to give you a little background on what they would like to talk about today.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Here again, Gary Pressure. I grew up on the farmstead in central Faribault County and went to a small school, graduated with 23 other individuals, got a chance to go to college, became an educator, went back into the farming sector. And here again, it's been a real honor to work in the farming sector, both in the ag education sector and farming sector. My role here is to just kind of explain a little bit about what's going on with Minnesota corn, and we'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Neil Jekyll here with Fluid Quip Technologies. Quick background, I'm not a farmer, but I play one on weekends. Try to anyway. My background is engineering technology, and so I've been in the ag space though for 32 years now. Started out with Cargill in the wet mill industry. So I love corn. It's a great four-letter word. Even though a lot of people like to downplay it, there's so much potential. And what I've learned in that 32 years, we've just begun to really untap the potential of that kernel of corn and everything associated with it. And so that's what Fluid Quip Technologies is about, is how do we continue to extract more value out of that process, out of that corn, out of that kernel, whether it's the starch or the fiber, the protein, oil, and then the next layer beyond that in terms of its micronutrients and ingredients. And that's really what we've come to do and figure out is applying science and technology to create lower carbon, lower energy, lower greenhouse gas, better molecules, better functionalities, whether that's food or carpets, as some said. That's what drives me. That's what drives our company every single day out there. So excited to be here today. Excited to share some of the things that we're doing in the space, and I look forward to a lot of challenging questions as well.
Yeah, I really appreciate the invitation to be here. So my organization, the Yield Lab Institute, our mandate is to support early stage ag technologies, innovations, and entrepreneurs and get their ideas to market or commercialization. And so the reason why I'm here, and because it's a New Uses Forum, is that we're actually running a soy innovation challenge currently, and that's centered around new and novel uses for soybean meal. And so that's done in partnership with the United Soybean Board, and it was motivated by this big push. As you all know, I'm speaking to an audience that's already educated on this, that the big demand for SAF and those renewable fuels has oriented us towards getting crush online to meet that. And in doing so, we're going to have a ton of meal that's going to be laying around. So what do we do with all of that? We can only feed that to so many pigs and chickens, among other existing markets. And so the challenge that we were given was, how can we find innovations and technologies to drive new and novel uses in new markets for meal? And so this challenge was launched last October. We asked and sent out a global call for any startup or innovator that's working on an idea around soybean meal and invited them to apply. And so we received about 69 worldwide applicants from North America, Africa, Asia, Europe, to give us, their ideas to see which ones were the most promising. that could push forward new uses for meal. And so out of those 69 applicants, we actually, with our judges, 3 of which are USB farmer board members, selected 4 finalists. And so 4 finalists are working with us through our mentorship program. And it's structured similar to an accelerator program where they get the benefit of working with us, United Soybean Board, our other strategic partners help get their ideas closer to market. And so those 4 finalists are working on innovations from human skin based from soy that can help heal wounds and burn victims, to plastic and polymer building blocks based from soy or cellulosic biomass, or from a high value dairy feed product that can help enhance the productivity of dairy and beef cattle, and a polyfoam replacement. So basically utilizing soy to develop a cushion-based product that would replace polyfoam petrochemical-based products. So I'm excited about the potential these 4 finalists have, and there were many other finalists that would made it very difficult for us to arrive at those. But this is what I hope is a first step in pushing forward new and novel markets for soy. So I'm excited to be here and contribute to this discussion.
Well, thank you all. And hopefully even just this introduction has sparked a few questions. I know I've been writing questions down as well. And a few of you, I think, brought some slides. And if you'd like to go through them now, that would be awesome.
I think I'm first here, so we'll see. We can make this. There we go. All right. My first slide in terms of Minnesota corn. Let's see, here we go. For those of you who haven't been around Minnesota corn, we're really 2 separate organizations. The Minnesota Corn Growers Association is comprised of about 7,000 members that pay membership dues, and that's the policy side of our business. The Minnesota Corn Research and Promotion Council is the board that I sit on, and we represent the over 20,000 corn farmers that contribute to the corn checkoff, which is 1 cent per bushel when they sell their corn. And it's the council. So we have the growers and we have the council. That's how we refer to it. The council side of it, I'm chairman. I've been on the council for 8 years now. And the chairman gets to oversee all the meetings and all the action teams. And here again, we were established back in 1990, and by the statute from the state of Minnesota and the Corn Promotion Order, and it was revised here again in 2009 to increase our checkoff to 1 cent per bushel. There's 11 board members on the council, and here again, the chair, vice chair, treasurer, and secretary. So what we do with the checkoff dollars is what I want to just touch on a little bit here. We have 3 teams. We have the members and consumer outreach team, and we have the expanded utilization team, and we have the discovery and development team that all work towards the same end in terms of our mission. When it comes to corn as a feedstock, the things that we've been working on for several years here now include items in the biofuels sector, and also the polymer sector. A couple of projects on the biofuels side of it that we've invested checkoff dollars in would be Clear Flame, for example, is a startup technology that's moving towards establishing using ethanol and diesel engines. And we all know there's a lot of diesel engines in this world transporting, all the goods and things that we use in our lives. And in the third world countries, there's a lot more diesel engines used in gasoline engines as well. So we're really excited about that coming on board here. Running some fleet trials now. We've got companies like John Deere and Cummins actually looking at designing diesel engines for the future that can use ethanol as their source of energy. Another one that we've had projects on would be green hydrogen. And you may or may not be aware, hydrogen is one of those sources that's being worked on in different countries in terms of lowering the carbon footprint. We know hydrogen is going to be difficult to transport long distances, but in terms of setting up hydrogen hubs, ethanol can be a feedstock for that type of use out here. And then you heard Senator Klobuchar discuss a little bit about sustainable aviation fuel and the possible potential for that. So we look at kind of diversifying and not having all of our eggs in one basket, of course, in terms of the transportation and energy sector. And so we've also invested heavily with the Center for Sustainable Polymers at the University of Minnesota. And we're fortunate to have been working with them for, I think, 6 or 7 years now, and have some new startup companies, Lacro for one, and the other one here is Valerian that is just starting to enter the renewable polymer sector. So, these types of industries use a lot of petroleum right now to make the products, the plastic products that we use today. But making acrylic acid out of corn is an example that can use hundreds of millions of bushels of corn grind that could be renewable versus coming from current petroleum products. The other thing that I'm not a chemist by profession, and that wasn't my strength in college. So we'll leave that up to the chemist to discuss that with you. But renewable polymers have been a big focus for some of our investments in the past year. When it comes to corn as a renewable feedstock, this is the latest projections that we have, and there's a lot of numbers on this chart, but you can see, the production acres are at the top, yield projections. We know that corn yield continues to improve through the innovations of breeding and precision ag and different techniques that are used out here to create more efficiencies on our acres. But here again, this is the situation we're looking at long-term here, or over the next few years, having abundant carryover of corn as a feedstock, probably working towards that 3 billion bushel carryover point. And that creates challenges for producers out here in terms of profitability. So last but not least, the term sustainability has been around a while, and it's kind of become ingrained in everything we do at Minnesota Corn and with the Research and Promotion Council. But we've been trying to get metrics, put solid metrics that are believable and acceptable by the folks that look at sustainability. And so last year, we contracted with an organization to start to do audits of the on-farm audits. And there's a lot of uses that we've found that this can apply to in terms of having both an aggregated audit, which this represents an aggregated audit of the 37,000 acres that the Board of Directors submitted last year. We hope to ramp that up to 100,000 more acres this year, but gives us kind of a snapshot of where we're at in terms of our on-farm sustainability efforts, looking at cover crops, looking at nitrogen use efficiency, erosion, water quality. conservation practices. Those are all the metrics that are included in these reports that we get. And so here again, I think as we look at aggregated data, it gives us kind of a sense of this is where the industry's at. And I know there's other commodity groups working in the same area in terms of trying to get solid metrics under what we're doing out there, be it conservation, be it carbon index scoring. But here again, we're just starting down that road of really understanding the sustainability aspects of our business, I guess. And here again, we are working towards lowering our environmental footprint. We have kind of the three legs on sustainability. We've got the outreach component with the people, and we focus on students, elementary education, science teachers, scholarships, those types of things with our checkup dollars. Then we focus on profitability. We have to be able to stay in business. And we also focus in terms of sustainability on the planet. That's the environmental and the stewardship practices that we invest in to try to lower that environmental footprint, do more with less, be more efficient, stay in business. So that's a little bit of what we're up to, and look forward to some questions here.
I don't have any slides, so you're just gonna have to listen to me for a little bit, sorry. Thought I'd do something a little different instead of the traditional slide talk. A little bit about just Fluid Quip Technologies and what we're doing in the space, and how do we see the evolution, revolution in the bioeconomy going forward. So a little bit about background about FQT, Fluid Quip Technologies. So we are an engineering technology firm. Really started our roots in the corn wet milling industry. Myself and a couple other partners started a business, really come from Cargill, ADM, kind of all that corn wet milling background. And what we came at this angle from the ethanol space around how do we look at the ethanol space instead of just making distillers grains and ethanol? How do we take that wet mill approach in terms of pulling everything apart and creating more value in that dry grind space? So we've been around coming up on 15 years now, and we have a suite of technologies out there. And our technologies are focused on initially, how do we enhance the base plant? How do you get more through that kernel corn? How do you get more ethanol out? How do you get more corn oil? And then we've evolved that to separation of that back end of that pile that's left over, that fiber protein oil. We started getting into how do we separate that and create higher value co-products for other uses. So we have a protein technology out there that creates a high value protein product that can go into the pet food, aqua market, things like that. Because that DDG pile that's left over after you ferment it in ethanol, it's an imperfect pile. It just happens. And so what we figured out is how do you take that pile apart and create more value out of those individual components? And so that's really what we've been looking at. And we've then taken that technology and that know-how and that thought process to say, how do we create a carbohydrate source for a lot of things we see coming down the pipeline here? And so we look at it really as the carbohydrate economy. I know there's a lot of talk about CI reduction, and that's hugely important out there. But the way I look at it and the way I look at corn is it is an energy crop. It is a carbohydrate-rich crop. So how do we figure out what we can do with those carbohydrates at a fraction of the CI input that a traditional wet mill or other technologies have out there? And that's the nut we've cracked. We figured out how to basically take that kernel corn, separate out the carbohydrates from it, and allow folks like they're in this room and others to take that carbohydrate to that next level, to whether you ferment it to a biomolecule, and that biomolecule could be a feed ingredient, it could be a material ingredient. And so that CI reduction is huge, but also we've opened up the door to, in terms of the Midwest truly becoming the petrochemical industry, but from a manufacturing point of view, not pulling oil out of the ground and creating molecules from that, but creating molecules from that kernel of corn. So some of the things that we're looking at is how do we continue to drive that that technology forward. And one of the neat things that we have going on this week is we are building the world's first sugar facility from an ethanol plant down in Shenandoah, Iowa, with our partnership with Green Plains. So we're literally, I'm heading down there later this week to go see the startup, get everything going. They're literally turning the pumps, getting things going. So we are producing sugar now at an ethanol plant. So not only are we producing ethanol, not only producing distillers grains, not only are we producing fiber down there, not only producing protein, oil, now we're also producing a carbohydrate. So those are things that Fluid Quip Technology is looking at in terms of how do we drive value? How do we continue to drive the cost down as well as the CI footprint down? One of the other things that we've been working on is we've been working with Gevo and their project in South Dakota in terms of designing basically what we believe will be the world's lowest CI ethanol plant out there. Most ethanol plants, typically, if you take away the corn origination piece that we get penalized for, which we all know is BS, a lot of those calculations that go into that, but that's a whole nother story. We won't go there. But the point there is most ethanol plants, typically CI score runs around 25 to 35, maybe higher, just depends on how much drying you do and things like that. We've designed one for Gevo that's less than 14 CI points. So dramatically lower than anything else out there. That's where we continue to take the technology and the evolution and the revolution of not only that ethanol plant in terms of taking that carbohydrate to ethanol, but also now we're looking at working with clients and folks to say, okay, well, that's only one part of it. You got, 70% of that kernel is starch. Why do we need to convert part of that into CO2 and release it to atmosphere, or some plants now pumping it underground? Why don't we look at what else you can do with that carbon? And there's technologies out there, right, that are starting to look at how do you take that carbon and upcycle it? And those are the things that we continue to work on as Fluid Quip Technology, is that next level of innovation. We just announced a partnership with Green Plains and Shell, where we're now looking at that fiber fraction. How do we continue to take that fiber fraction and further pull that apart into its individual sugars and monomers? And what else can you do with that besides ethanol? Now you can look at other fermentation. Again, these are the technologies that we continue to drive and develop and bring to the marketplace. But the one thing we continue to see out there, and I would say is the one challenge we have out there, is there's a lot of funding available for that lab scale to take this size, and make something, out of it. There's a great amount of funding out there. The reality is, though, the scale up, that's where the challenge is. And that's where I pose, folks like you here, how do we get that word out that we have to get steel in the ground, and it takes money to do that, but that's where the real innovation comes in. We can do a lot of great things in the lab, but if we can't get anything out of the lab, it does no one in this room any good. So that's our real challenge out there, is that next level financing, that steel in the ground that no one likes to do. Someone needs to do it. We have to figure that equation out. So anyway, quick history, background of Fluid Quip Technology. Love to be here. Thank you very much.
So I'll quickly go over my slides since I already verbalized a lot of it in the introduction. So Soy Innovation Challenge launched last October around new and novel uses for soybean meal. All of this is available on the soychallengelive.com, so you can all check this out afterwards. I'm going to plow right through it so we can get to the Q&A part of this. Like I mentioned, when we launched this challenge, we did an open call for startups and innovations around meal and how can we drive new and novel uses. So we received 69 worldwide applicants, broken down into all these different kind of categories. So working on everything from biofuels, energy, to food, novel ingredients, adhesives, chemicals, industrial applications, polymers, cosmetics, materials, petrochems or petrochem replacements, or CPGs. So a really interesting and diverse group of technologies and innovations that we received. Here's a breakdown geographically of where those applicants came from. Interestingly, not a lot from Latin America or South America, a lot from North America, and a lot from Asia and the Middle East and Africa. So what this image tells me is that there's a lot of innovation coming from developing markets and developing part of the world. And also the US is really uniquely poised to meet the growing demand for these new markets and new products. A little bit about, who was a part of the selection process for the challenge. And so, like I said, the challenge was sponsored through the benefit of the United Soybean Board. And so what we do when we work with the United Soybean Board, because this is the third Soy Innovation Challenge we've done with them, is that we want to make sure that not only one is their staff part of the selection process and the criteria and who we select for the finalists for the challenge, but also their farmer board members. And so you can see 3 of them are up there, Shannon, Ryan, and lorry from Virginia, North Dakota, and Michigan respectively. I got scolded because I incorrectly said Ryan is from South Dakota. I got to get my Dakotas right. So, but yeah, it's a really interesting and diverse group of judges, you know, from the farmer board members there, from folks who come from the materials and materials sector, Mark and Nita, and then Matt Crisp, you probably see and are familiar with him, the founder of Benson Hill based in St. Louis, and then Derek from Winfield United, and then Mac, of course, is on staff from the United Soybean Board. And so those are the 4 finalists that I mentioned. So Cellifill, upper left-hand corner, they're developing the polyfoam replacement product based from soy, interestingly, soy hulls. So it's being put in everything from cushion products to the seats you're sitting on to the airplane seats that you ride on when you're flying in airplanes or cars and even military applications. So early stage, working with NREL, they're looking for commercial and strategic partners right now to get that product to market. Clean label solution, upper right-hand corner. They're from upstate New York, developing a high proprietary animal feed product to enhance dairy feed and cattle feed productivity. He's near a lot of his customers, i.e. dairy farms, but he's not near a lot of his supply, i.e. high oleic beans. So he's looking for a good steady supply of high oleic beans, and I think I'm in a pretty good room to hopefully talk about that. So if you're interested in learning more about what he's doing, you know, please let me know. Lower right-hand corner, Renewable Green Composites. He's a St. Louis-based startup that's actually developing polymer and plastics based from soy. So he's looking really early stage, probably the earliest stage of the 4 finalists, trying to determine which plastic markets to play in, and looking for partners to help scale and grow his product. He's at very, very early small scale stage, so he's looking to demonstrate even larger productivity for potential commercial and strategic partnerships. And then last but not least, lower left-hand corner is Knewston. They're developing the human artificial skin for wound and burn victims based from soy. So really interesting technology. Gentleman's based out of Pittsburgh. Technology was developed out of Temple University. They're going through the FDA process, as you know, with medical products. That can be a long and expensive process, but we hope that they overcomes that and that gets that to market. So you can see Knewston and Band-Aid products or burn, or he's also developing a spray application for this technology as well. So yeah, I think that's everything. Yeah, so here's the programming calendar. Launched in October. They've been working with us. They've been assigned a mentor. They're going through an accelerator program right now, all working towards a pitch day later this month where they'll be coming to St. Louis to pitch to myself, the judges, USB and farmer board members, and other media folks. And then we'll be announcing the winner of the $170,000 in cash prizes in May. So you'll be hearing about that very soon. Again, like I said, all this can be found on the soychallengelive.com. So,
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for expanding on your roles in your companies and your organization. A couple of things that, you know, as a farmer that I think about and that I heard multiple times is finding the uses for the things that you normally wouldn't think there's a use for. Those co-products that you're going, okay, we have this meal here. Typically, traditionally, it goes into animal feed. But what happens when you have a crisis in the animal feed sector, such as highly pathogenic avian influenza, or you know, the drought where cattle are being culled, so dairies are also culling, and you know, we don't have enough feed, so they're not using as much of those co-products either. So thinking of you know, how we use those meals that are technically, and you know, you could call them a co-product, you could call them a byproduct, whatever your terminology. It is the leftover of the alcohol side of, in the corn space, it's the alcohol side, or in soy, the oil side, or the 2 primary things that most consumers would think of that is coming from these 2 crops. But there's so much more, as we heard right now, and there's only going to be more coming. And I think it kind of became real to more consumers during the pandemic, when all of a sudden ethanol plants switched from making ethanol to making hand sanitizer. And when you start to ask questions and when you're looking at all of those possibilities, it's kind of exciting. And as a farmer, it's kind of exciting. The thing that was not exciting was seeing the price projections for corn for the next few years. It just came out that there was a study done where in 2023, the average income of a farm in Minnesota, I think it was Minnesota based, but it was $44,000. A year ago, it was $180,000 of income. Farmers need this innovation because we need to be, I mean, we talk about sustainability. Financial sustainability in our farming sector has to be one of those important parts as well. And it is a very important part of the stool, as we talked about with corn. So all of these things, I have a million things running around in my head. So I hope you also are formulating questions. But we are going to start with some of the prepared ones that I have that kind of has to do with all of that we've talked about so far this morning. And the first one is kind of talking again about the feedstocks and that farmers are producing in Minnesota. Farmers in Minnesota are really good at producing things, but they also need that whole supply chain to be working. So, you know, one of my questions is, how do we extract more, create more value for the farmer as well as for everybody along that supply chain of our current crops that we're growing in Minnesota while we're developing new crops and the supply chain for new feedstocks. And if any of you have any thoughts on that, this is tossed out to the three of you. You can have a conversation about it, however you want to handle it.
I'll take a quick stab at that. I think the key thing there is diversification. To your point around, economic shocks to the marketplace and getting caught off guard. The more diversification you can create, whether it's starting with the grain itself, whether it's corn or barley or wheat or soy or whatever, in terms of how you're processing it then, the downstream processing is where you really get that diversification. So for example, I look at the ethanol industry, today versus 20 years ago. We treated the distillers grains as a byproduct, literally a byproduct. And land applied it, threw it into the waste, didn't care about it. It was just there. Today, that is truly a co-product. In fact, and we see actually going forward at some point where those co-products actually generate more revenue than the ethanol itself, and ethanol becomes a byproduct. And that's what we're going after in terms of continue to upregulate and increase the value of those products. And by diversifying, so at the typical ethanol plant, you have this pile of distillers grains. It's an imperfect feed. And so in other words, yeah, it's okay for dairy, it's okay for beef, it's okay for chickens, but it's not ideal for any one of them. So they just deal with it. They use it. Similarly with soybean meal, it's just there. And so as the more we look into how do we pull that product apart and create a very unique feed ingredient. So for example, we've now taken one of our technologies where we've taken distillers grains. We've now separated out protein from that, concentrated up to not only 50%, but now 60%. Well, now that is an ideal feed for the fish market, aquaculture. So we're exporting products now. So when you look at plants here in Nebraska and Minnesota and Iowa and everywhere else that are producing products, they now can export these products to high-end, high-value markets. So when there is a shock, avian bird flu or something like that, and maybe production is decreased in usage or feed usage is decreased in those markets, there are other opportunities you can go to. And that's the key thing. But again, it's seeing that long-term view, making those investments. They're not cheap. As I said, capital in the ground is not cheap, but it gives you that diversification when you do have shocks that you can move your products elsewhere into other locations and to continue to diversify and decrease your risk. It's all about risk mitigation.
Yes, we agree with that. And I think I mentioned, trying to diversify our research portfolio. We think about, how do we keep the industry, the conversion of the raw product in Minnesota? Okay, that's kind of keeping the money here versus exporting corn. Right now, we have about a 40 into biofuels, 40 into livestock, and then 20% of our production in Minnesota, typically we've got to move out of the state. So here again, if we can figure out ways to convert that 20% more than what we are using here right now, or keep it in the state, that's going to provide economic opportunity for a lot of different sectors in Minnesota. And part of that is that investment that, we heard about, getting the steel built or on the ground so we can continue to process our products here locally here and keep the money at home, so to speak.
I'll just add that we need infrastructure and crushing plants at different scale in order for that kind of innovation and those products to stay at home. I give the example of my four innovators, they're working on, I think, really large markets. Eventually they will become large markets, but right now they're at such a small scale. They're not on the radar of any of the four big processors, right? They're not producing those kind of volumes. But we need facilities. We need places to be able to test and pilot those types of things at small or even medium scale processing and crushing. So I think and I'm aware of these kind of opportunities popping up in where I'm based in St. Louis and Missouri. And so I'm hopeful that those kind of efforts and investment in facilities and processing plants start to come forward here in Minnesota, where you can actually test and pilot these things and get them to a point where they're actually on the radar of larger processing facilities. So my hope is that we start seeing more investment and more incentives to do that, to build different capacity of processing.
That point on scale is an important one too. As an organic farmer, we're limited to selling either to the feed market or the food market. And if we have, like right now, we don't really have a market for our corn because there was the poultry side, egg prices got upside down right before Christmas. So a bunch of egg layers jumped out of the organic processing or the organic egg production because they could get the same amount for an organic brown egg as they could for a conventional brown egg. So instead of paying for organic feed, they just went conventional. Takes 18 months to redo their barn to become organic again. In the meantime, we're still importing corn, that organic corn, and we had a fairly decent year. Organic corn farmers in Minnesota. So currently we don't have a market, but we also don't have a big enough pool of corn or end users that want to use organic corn for something other than distilled spirits, which I highly recommend. They're very tasty. That might be one of our markets, but we have a very small market in the distilling side of things for corn. But beyond that, there's not a lot of appetite for organic soybean production beyond feed or food. And there's not an appetite for a lot of other crops that come in. Organic farmers traditionally they're more than corn and soybeans. We're corn, soybeans, small grains, alfalfa, and cover crops in kind of our rotation. But to find places and to find markets for all of those crops sometimes is difficult because we are such a small part of the sector. So it does make it exciting if you're familiar with the Ag Innovation Center that's being built in Knewston and the small scale opportunities that will be there. I'm excited about it because I see that there's a lot of potential for other specialty crops and other specialty soybean growers for an opportunity to figure out what another market might be to help us on the farm side. So we've talked about feedstocks that we produce in Minnesota, primarily corn and soybeans on the conventional side. Has that changed, or are there new crops emerging that you're seeing that it's kind of being pushed by consumer demand or driven by other factors beyond the farmer making that decision himself? what have you seen, or are you seeing a shift in beyond the traditional corn and soybeans?
Yeah, that's interesting. So beyond my organization, which is tethered to a venture arm, and we invest in early stage ag tech. So we actually do have two novel crops that we've invested in early stage. So pennycress, if you're familiar with, that has been developed now, domesticated into a fully commercial product, covercress. So we were their first institutional investor back 7 years ago. So that's one. The other one that were early investors in was New West Genetics. So they're the only US-based hemp seed startup based out of Colorado. So we see those two as really good examples of leveraging what we think are, the genetics and existing components in these crops and trying to orient them towards opportunistic markets. So in the case of pennycress, that's traditionally a cover crop, traditionally not a revenue stream at all for corn and soy farmers. Now the folks out of covercress have been able to generate this as a third cash crop, a winter planted cover crop that they can not only protect their soil, but also process that seed for renewable fuels or cooking oil, or among other different applications. And then the hemp side, that represents an interesting opportunity for the high protein content that it possesses in its oil. Of course, that's going to have to overcome some regulatory hurdles for it to be approved by the USDA and FDA, among other three-letter agencies. But those are two examples that we think, and we try to make strategic investments in things like that that we think that are interesting other bio feedstocks, not to replace corn and soy, but to complement corn and soy.
I'll just add a couple quick points there. One of the things we've been seeing a little bit here lately is interest in the wheat and barley area in terms of what else, from a technology separation point of view, what could be done with those crops. And that's, maybe not necessarily here in Minnesota per se, but I know at Dakotas, Montana, other areas where we see interest in terms of what else can be done with those crops, because they have some unique characteristics to them. I will add to the hemp point you just made. It's interesting. My wife actually has her own company, and she's right now has to import hemp protein for the food market because of the regulation and other issues. And so hemp protein is a huge value in the food industry right now, even if you can find it. But right now it's a challenge in the US. So.
Well, in terms of our research funded efforts, we're basically focused on corn, but as a producer, we're always looking for something to incorporate, and diversify our acres with too. So the pennycress item, is of interest, and we have worked with University of Minnesota researchers quite a bit in terms of cover crop work, in conjunction with corn production here in Minnesota, which we all know is a bigger challenge as you move north in the Corn Belt and also west in terms of water management. So our efforts are mainly focused on how we integrate a cover crop into our existing production practices right now.
Thank you. That it's exciting to hear what is happening and what some of those potentials could be as well. We produce a lot of our soybeans and our small grains, whether this year it's just wheat, but wheat, oats, triticale. We haven't grown barley or rye, but we raise a lot of that for seed. So we have that market, but then beyond that, it's like, what are those uses for wheat? It's in Southwest Minnesota where I live. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 conventional farmers that have wheat as part of their rotation. It's mostly the organic growers in Southwest Minnesota that are growing those small grains. So it would be nice if we could see a comeback of that, because there's a lot of benefits for small grain as far as the sustainability piece goes as well, for that additional rotation and what you can do with cover cropping after you take a small grain crop off, which we're also in Southwest Minnesota, we tend to not get a lot of rain in the fall. So fall seeding of cover crops can be kind of risky And we've had years where we've had better cover crop growth in the spring than we had in the fall. So, just nothing germinated in the fall. So, we do face those kinds of issues here in Minnesota based on our climate and our growing degree days. And it's exciting to think that there might be viable potentials that could help us to get that third cover or that third cash crop in there, while also being able to take advantage of more of those sustainability pieces that companies are looking for. And when we talk about that, and not only the financial sustainability for the farmers, but moving on to sustainability and the other definitions that your organizations or your companies have, because I've learned that everyone has a slightly different interpretation of that word. How will that impact supply chain acquisitions or farmers selling into supply chains and things that companies are hoping that they'll do or will reward them for doing? So what role does sustainability play? And what are your groups or organizations doing to educate, innovate, or research to get to the point where the farmers that you're sourcing from can meet your sustainability standards?
I'll just quickly say that for us, since we're a global venture capital fund or federation of funds, we have a diverse group of investors, and they're increasingly asking these types of questions. They want us to know what sustainability metrics do your startups record and measure and report? How does that contribute value through the value chain? Like, for example, in Europe, that's a big push for our startups to report what green things are they doing, how are they impacting GHGs or all the different UN standards and measurements. So and that push from Europe eventually makes its way over to the US. And so we see that increasingly become top of mind, and even more so now down to the financial markets, where the SEC is asking for that kind of reporting for our startups to include. So it definitely is top of mind. And ask any of our 90 or so startups that we've invested in from the 4 funds, and they all have different sustainability measurements and metrics and ways of doing that. So I cannot answer that for you, and I'm not going to try to attempt to do that. So
what we see out there right now is there is a big drive within the ethanol space to continue to decarbonize, and it starts with the farmer and the incentive there to start figuring that pathway out to decarbonize at the farm gate, bring that all the way through, but get paid for it. And there's several companies out here have launched in the last couple of years that are driving that those programs to track the carbon reduction and actually get paid for it. We will continue to see more and more of that. It will be a big diversification for ethanol plants for sure that are buying in corn to look at that going forward. I think there's probably 3 or 4 plants that I know of today. Next 5 years, I'd be shocked if if there's not anyone not doing it.
Right. In terms of what Minnesota Corn's working at, we're trying to educate ourselves, and in terms of what's going on in the industry, also in terms of exporting our products, because countries overseas are also starting to ask for those certificates or that information as well. Here again, our role is to educate our stakeholders, try and figure out different ways that we can either do it on farm, so I can leverage, we can take industry averages, and industry can do its own thing. There's a lot of different approaches here. Or as a grower, if I have my metrics measured and certified on farm, that provides me ways to leverage that in terms of carbon sequestration programs, or just being table stakes to be able to deliver to a certain plant or whoever is wanting to buy that commodity. So we're working along those lines, just in terms of educating and making sure that our stakeholders kind of are starting to grasp what the industry is looking for and how to get there one way or the other.
Okay. Jimmy's got a microphone, and since we are recording and sending out a link later, we ask that you wait till he gets to you with a microphone. If you have a question, get your hand up as quickly as possible. We've got about 10 minutes left, but we are taking some questions online as well. We have one here for Neil. What type of financial resources should state and federal partners start to provide to move from that lab to the commercial? What do you see as the financial resources that are needed?
Well, I think you've got a couple things, right? And Minnesota's taken the lead with some of the biotax credits out there. Illinois is doing the same, and Iowa's got a program. I think those go a long way. It's a start. I would say a lot more needs to be done. Remember, the first couple of years of these startups are a huge cash burn. So getting a much larger tax incentive, it will go a long way for sure. Government grants will go a long way. I think in the other challenge you have out there, specifically in certain states, is just permitting challenges. There's no offense, Minnesota is one of the most challenging out there to get permits to build these systems. And so, how do you get, there's a lot of, it's not just the cash dollars, it's the permitting, it's all the other things that come together. It truly does take a village, so to speak, to make this happen. I don't have any simple answers or quick answers. I just know it's a big hurdle out there.
Well, with 7 minutes left, quick was what we were looking for, so you did a good job. Dr. Gussie.
Mark Alswick, owner of Easy Automation and Easy Energy Systems. Question on I think we could share war scars on the getting funding to go from lab up to full-scale demonstration. And one thing I've discovered in that battle, if you will, is there was a rule change in the finance side regarding accredited Reg D investors. And as I understand it, what the rule now is you've got to obtain like the balance sheets and tax returns of the investor if you're doing advertising for a Reg D, which theoretically to me makes it that you can't even advertise in your local community. None of the doctors and dentists and whatever that could maybe invest will invest. It has to end up going through a venture arm or an investment banking firm where you would show your financials. Otherwise, you're saying, please, please give me money. Oh, and show me your tax return, show me your balance sheet. So just as you're trying to solve that problem, if you could get that law changed, used to be you could just check it and say, yeah, I'm worth over $1 million. So just for whatever it's worth, I think that is what's holding up investment into those multi-million-dollar demonstration plants. And I think it was lobbied by the venture funds and investment banks.
More of a comment than a question.
Comment and a question, but that to me is the issue.
This one I think is for Gary. Out of all the innovations you see coming, which ones have the biggest potential to impact Minnesota agriculture?
Well, from a corn's perspective, I would say the biological industry is just in an infant stage, and we're just starting to really understand the potential there in terms of be it, nitrogen substituting for commercial nitrogen, or fighting off fungal diseases, for example, or insects. So I think down the road that will continue to evolve pretty rapidly because there's money to be made there, number one, and there's a lot of folks focusing on that. And then also robotics, probably number two. So,
Brandon, just so we're tracking correctly, what's the role of the Yield Lab Institute in relationship to those 4 finalists that you introduced to us on the innovation?
Yeah, so we helped source and find them. So we're, like I said, we're a think tank. We we're a little bit unique in that we're our own standalone organization, but we're also tethered, like I said, to a venture fund. So indirectly, what we do through running these challenges is try to find early stage technologies. And in past challenges, we have several examples that they actually become venturable, as I like to say. They become targets for our venture funds for a strategic early stage investment. So,
Neil, I think it's clear that ethanol has been with us, I think you said 20 years or more. I think it's interesting that what your company, Fluid Quip, is they understand that ethanol is going to be disrupted by some of this bioindustrial innovation. So what are you excited about when you see what's coming that you can share with us?
What I see that's coming down the pipeline is, there's a ton of, as Gary said, innovation at the farm field that will carry all the way through. We have just begun to touch, what CRISPR and some of those other technologies can do to basically truly utilize that carbon molecule that the corn produces today. And how do you extract that carbon and make it into something more valuable? To me, it's that whole pathway through. I call it, I know we're huge into the green economy and the CI economy, but to me, we are the next 10 years. I keep telling my team this, it's going to be the carbohydrate economy. That is, when you look at those spider charts out there of everything that tablecloths and chairs and everything in between, it all starts with a sugar molecule. And one thing that corn kernel does is make a lot of sugar molecules. And that's where it's going to start. And we believe these ethanol plants will diversify immensely to be large carbohydrate producers, not necessarily ethanol producers.
We didn't get to all the questions, but we do appreciate your panel, Carolyn. Thanks for participating, and thanks for some great information. Let's thank them for being here today. And as they leave the stage, we're going to open up our polling one more time. One word, we're going to do another cloud panel here that best describes the takeaways that you got from that panel. So we'll see if they resonated with you, or you can open up your Slido and they can look up there and see if they hit the mark. Scale up, carbohydrate economy. Very good. Wow. Somebody was wowed. That's good. We like when we wow people. Forward thinking, you bet. All right, let's go to our network break. I always hesitate to do this first one because it's sometimes hard to get you back in the room. But the Eberly room across the hall is set up for the network break. There's some refreshments there. It's all sponsored by Embold. We appreciate their participation. Refreshments, snacks. You have a half hour to make some connections. We want you back in here at 10:25 as we move to Scaling Up for the Future panel. And so thanks for your attention this morning. Go have some refreshments, do a little networking. We'll see you in a half hour. Okay, well, the morning is flying along and we want to stay on schedule, especially for our viewers who are with us virtually today. And before we go to Scaling Up for the Future with Dr. Jill Zulu and her panel, we want to do a real quick poll once again. So the poll is, have you ever tried to scale up technology transfer before? We're just curious a little bit as Jill brings her panel to the stage. If anybody has tried to do what she's going to talk about a little bit. And it looks like quite a few people have. We've got some somewhats in there. Oh, 2 different shades of green. Well, my old eyes weren't catching that at first. Okay. 50% have not. Almost 40% have. Now 40-40. So Jill will be leaving them with some information that hopefully will be very valuable to them when her and her panel come up here. Anybody else want to weigh in on that? Well, Jill Zulu is going to be our moderator for our first panel following the networking break, and I do appreciate everybody's attention and getting back in here. Jill's career has been driven around commercializing science. She spent 27 years with Cargill developing and commercializing new technologies in food, animal feed, and industrial biotechnology. Most recently, she and her team at Cargill created Core, a joint venture with Helm for the production of Kira, a renewable product used for renewable packaging, spandex, and industrial materials. Her last role as interim CEO for NatureWorks brought her career full circle as a founding member of the company leading the development of the lactic acid production process. Jill recently founded Zulo Advisors LLC, helping companies navigate the commercialization of innovative products and technologies. So please help me in welcoming Dr. Jill Zulo and her panel to the stage.
Okay, thank you all for joining us. Really excited to be part of this panel and help moderate what I think is going to be a really good discussion. We agreed that we would all build as we go and not have slides this time. So I'm excited about that. I've spent just a few minutes, I'll just kind of set the stage and then I'll introduce the rest of the panel. But I've spent my career pretty much commercializing novel technologies. And the part that we're going to talk about, that scale up, has been, at times really frustrating. And it's really difficult to kind of navigate your way through. And for a fermentation technology, you have to worry about the strain. You have to worry about the actual production process and purification as you scale it. And then you have to worry about, well, what's the demand for the product? So it's really that kind of three-legged stool that has to get integrated to be successful. The great thing is for the organism and the strain, there's been a tremendous advancements in technologies that allow you to go a lot faster. And all three of these gentlemen have some experiences there of how they're working through that or have worked through that. For the scaling part, there's been more, I would say, engineering and modeling and different tools and techniques. But again, we need more, and we're excited after our panel to have Jack Starr talk about BioMADE and what they're doing. And in fact, Neil even mentioned, hey, we really need some more capabilities that allow us to scale more efficiently. So we'll spend most of our time there. And that third one is really the demand of the product. So when we started doing this at Cargill, we spent a lot of time looking at what the market needs so you could have market pull. So what are those markets, such as apparel, that actually takes a pull, or maybe it's packaging that really needs renewable materials? And then we also thought about, do we want to do new to the world as we have here, or do you want it to be a drop-in, meaning that it will replace a petrochemical product? So all of those elements are included in this panel up here. So let me introduce who is here, and I'm going to start at the end there with Sean. So Sean is the co-founder and chief technology officer of Solugen. He focuses on utilizing novel metal catalysts. Sorry, I can't talk today. I've just come back from vacation, still vacation brain. So he focuses on utilizing novel metal catalysts, scaling up proprietary chemoenzymatic process technologies, and developing the framework for Solugen's molecule factories, the BioForge. His engineering endeavors have spanned a wide range of industries and applications, working as fuel cell engineer for the US Navy, a vaccine and API process engineer for Merck in Singapore, and Cocoa Puff engineer at General Mills. I'm sure that's the one that you're most proud of. Sean holds a Ph.D. in chemical engineering from MIT, where he studied renewable energy and green chemical manufacturing on metal catalysts as an NSF graduate research fellow. Next is Billy Hagstrom. Billy is the co-founder and chief executive officer of Bluestem Biosciences, headquartered in Omaha, Nebraska. Prior to starting Bluestem, he served as the executive vice president of strategy and development at Green Plains, Inc. With more than 12 years of experience in capital allocation, he has honed his expertise across the supply chains of natural resources, technologies, and consumer industries. Billy is driven by a mission to decarbonize the chemical industry at an industrial scale with solutions that are both effective and competitive. And last but not least is Eric Lee, who's VP of Engineering at Spiber. Eric is leading up the scale-up and integration teams at Spiber's partner site in Iowa to produce brewed protein for textiles. Eric has 34 years of experience in processing industries as a chemical engineer educated at Iowa State University. The majority of his efforts have gone towards the production of alcohols, aldehydes, and polymers from renewable feedstocks, employing a wide range of reactions and separation technologies. So I'll have each of the gentlemen introduce themselves a little bit further and talk a little bit about their company, and then we'll kick it off with some questions. Please type in questions and we'll check kind of momentarily to make sure that the questions were getting answered.
Thank you for having me. Very interested in learning more from my counterparts here as well. But let me tell you a little bit about Spiber. Spiber comes from spider fiber. Okay, so we actually sent teams out around the world to collect spiders, tickle their butt, take out some silk, measure the properties, and determine which of those spider silks that they really had the properties they wanted to turn to textiles. They found the related DNA associated with that spider silk protein, and Spiber, based out of Japan, built up a very large genome database, and in an actual processing facility with the full robotics and all that cool stuff that the geneticists do, in order to sequence very long proteins, thousands of amino acid length, to basically get the protein that they wanted. Spiber then built out a piloting facility there in Soroka, Japan, up in the northwest part of Japan. And, you know, it's a pilot plant. It can do somewhere tens to maybe 100 tons a year. But they built a facility in Thailand next, where they are producing it closer to that 1,000 metric ton of our protein. And we are now looking at how to take it to the next scale here in the US and in other locations around the world. Sustainability has been a key part of the driver. I would say there's been a pivot. You know, at one point it was all about how are we going to replace fossil or petroleum-based polyesters and other things found in textiles. But I'll be honest, our greenhouse footprint is not today as good as we want it to be. And it was actually very hard to compete cost-wise in those markets as well. So now there's been actually more of a pivot as to use our protein to go after cashmere and wool. Wow, that's a pivot from now I was doing a petroleum displacement. Now I'm actually going after something natural. But when you look at the environmental footprint of what it takes to grow up that animal, that sheep or that goat in Mongolia, that footprint we can compete very well against. And that cost per kilogram is something that we also compete much better against versus a polyester. So there's been a pivot in our kind of view of how we're doing sustainability, but we're here today to learn more about what's happening in Minnesota and throughout the Midwest to see what other options that there could be for us to improve our sustainability from our feedstocks or technologies. So thank you, and looking forward to getting your questions here.
Hey, good morning. Jill, thank you for including me on this panel, and to AURI, delighted to be here today. Bluestem Biosciences is a renewable early stage technology company. Our technology is re-engineering the well-known yeast organism for the biomanufacturing of commodity chemicals at industrial scale. We started our business with designing biology with the end in mind. And the end in mind for us is there's 210 biorefineries across the United States that have a software problem. Software problem is that ethanol faces an uncertain future. And so how can we leverage that existing infrastructure, that commitment back to the rural economy and to US agriculture, and use those existing supply chains to biomanufacture much higher value chemicals and materials? Our business was founded on the techno-economic model. And I think that's an element that often is missed in early stage technology companies. For the avoidance of doubt, our business model intends to be cost competitive with petroleum incumbent derived commodity chemicals, without tax subsidies, without tax credits and the like. We really believe that if you want to get off of a barrel of oil, you need to get onto a bushel of corn. That is the transitional carbon substrate to move into a materials transition. And that's what BlueStem is working on today.
Hey, Sean, thanks everybody for the invite. So started Solage in 2016. We combine engineered enzymes with metal catalysts to improve yields for specialty chemical manufacturing based in Houston, Texas. We built this asset called Bioforge 1. It's at a 10,000 ton per year scale. It has 94% integrated yield from feedstock to product. We've essentially, I guess, scaled from technology rice level 2 or 3 to TRL 9 in about 4 years. We're now announcing that we're building our next facility. It's 3 25,000 ton per year trains co-located in Marshall, Minnesota, right down the street. And co-located with ADM, apologies, not Cargill. Our primary off-taker for the plant is actually Sasol, which is the South African kind of large chemicals producer. And I'll kind of echo Billy here. So our focus is really how do you use corn to make chemicals? And so I think if you normalize by carbon, $70 oil is the same as $5 corn. And $70 oil is fairly expensive if you look at sort of the cost basis of getting oil out of the Gawar field. And so our thesis is that if you're going to use corn as a feedstock, you need to have exceptional yields. This is one of the problems with ethanol mills. They have a very large CO2 footprint. To me, the promise of synthetic biology should be that a molecule of glucose goes through 3 molecules of ethanol. That is thermodynamically possible. No one has been able to deliver that. Solugen can't deliver that either. But I'm just saying that that to me is something that we should be striving to do, is how do you get a high yield process? I think synthetic biology is close. It's not quite there. Solugen's using it in a way in combination with more traditional petrochemical style approaches to essentially leverage what synthetic biology can deliver on today to get these very exceptional yields, like our 94% integrated yield in Houston. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all for starting off and talking a little bit about your approach. And really, I think all 3 of you guys have decided or determined some of your technology steps and approaches with the end in mind, which is really fantastic to get you to that more competitive cost structure. Can you guys talk us a little bit through some of the biggest learnings that you've had as you've gone through scaling, right? Because we want to spend a little bit of time on scaling and the challenges. And another way to think about it is, hey, as if you knew, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, what you know today, what would you have done differently? And I'll start with Eric, and we can bop around if you want.
I'm going to speak to experiences that are probably going over 20 years of kind of entrepreneurial bleeding edge and failures out there. And one of the things I was sharing even at our break that I am going to start off with, and you'll probably hear me hammer it maybe even a few more times today, is that the piloting and demonstration scale is not something to rush. Oftentimes we get very much focused on, can we get our end product and get enough of it to get into maybe some stakeholders' hands to say that we've arrived, and then it's off to the races to scale up, turn the engineering teams loose, get the contractors all geared up, and let's get that large scale facility built because we want to drop our cost per kilogram. However, so oftentimes we kind of gloss over some of those little hiccups that happen at that pilot plant, and we just say, we'll resolve that at full scale. One of the things that I've come across a handful of times has been fouling, where, there's a heat exchanger or there's some carbon deposit that's happening somewhere. And we just say, again, with better temperature profiles, we're going to resolve that. And we didn't really dig into those mechanisms that led to that fouling. If you're starting to see fouling in a very short single one-off batch or maybe a few hours or a few days of operation, how's that going to scale to your facility that you're really wanting to run pretty smoothly for a month or maybe a whole quarter? And not to say I'm at the point reaching towards a petroleum 1-year annual outage, but what are the things that we've missed? The other things that I experienced in that kind of rush is
so often we have that tunnel vision around our titer or our end product composition or composition concentration. What about all those other peaks? What do those peaks become when you then scale up your facility, and what do you do about it? And I've had some experiences where, because we're comparing ourselves against, we wanted to be a drop-in to petroleum, we started adopting some of the specs that the petroleum industry or the incumbent product would have. However, we brought some new compounds to the market. Mother Nature does a interesting job of making a lot of interesting little species that can accumulate up in distillation towers or in other separations. And sometimes those things are not easy to take out, especially at full scale, if you've kind of missed it going on earlier. So that was kind of, I guess, where I'm going to lead off with kind of my main salvos. Happy to talk further about it, especially even beyond this panel.
Great. Yeah. So we have not scaled up yet. So I'm certainly interested to hear the themes on to the left and to the right of me. But let me just share two themes with you of how we're thinking about scale up and have studied all of those who have preceded Bluestem in their attempts to usher in the biomaterials transition. The first one is we are using anaerobic metabolism. It's actually there are incredible superpowers that come with doing fermentation without the presence of oxygen, namely the scale-up capability and what you can do. You don't have geometric or oxygen distribution requirements. It's why when you walk by an ethanol facility, you see the grandeur of this. So building with anaerobic metabolism is going to really unlock some scale-up capabilities that have never been achieved before. And then the second area that we've tried to rethink scaling up is with respect to infrastructure. New build greenfield infrastructure is just highly capital intensive. You're looking at, comparing a ethanol plant that was built in 2020 versus a greenfield aerobic facility that would be built today. The cost multiples are I would say, almost prohibit that investment. And so looking at a brownfield retrofit of ethanol infrastructure, I think really changes the economics and will allow us to de-risk the scale up from a capital intensity perspective.
Yeah, so scaling up, I'll kind of break it into three buckets. So financing, demand, supply. So on the financing piece for a new technology, you're essentially asking an investor to take equity style risk with debt style returns. It's more or less a non-starter. So that more or less informs demand and supply. If you look at the chemicals industry broadly, everyone is trying to get out of commodity chemicals. In kind of the burgeoning bioeconomy, everyone's trying to get into commodity chemicals, and they're all very small companies. It doesn't make any sense. So on the demand side, it's essentially how do you go to a customer and just absolutely love it out of them and show them a level of customer service that they've never experienced in their entire lives. And so I never want to sell a material on a safety data sheet where you see the chemical name. I want to sell a branded product that delivers a solution to that customer. I want to have the highest average sales price that I can possibly get. Solugen's fourth ever customer was a hot tub owner in New Jersey, and nobody wanted to supply her because she only wanted to pay via fax machine, and we bought a fax machine. Right. Fourth customer. Love out this customer. So that's sort of on the demand side. Then on the supply side, it's essentially, how do you have, this sort of stair-stepping approach up this technical ladder? So for Solugen in the long term, yes, we eventually want to decarbonize chemicals. How do we build a really robust specialty chemical company initially? And essentially, how do we cash flow the intermediates that are these sort of newer to the world molecules that are kind of on pathway to a decarbonized chemicals industry that mirror with these customers where we've been delighting the shit out of them. And they sort of have these differentiated margins where we can actually finance these types of assets. And so that's sort of how we came up with this BioForge process. And then the final thing I'll say on the supply side is never hire an EPC.
I wanted to talk a little bit also on that interchange between the technology, production technology, and starting to scale, and then going back to the organism, right? So sometimes what we found is that you start out, you think you have a great process, similar to what Eric was talking about, and then you realize that one of those little peaks was really causing you a tremendous problem when you were trying to purify the product. So I'm wondering if you guys can kind of talk, and it's going to be a little bit different for all three of you because, you know, Sean's dealing with, you know, sort of synthetic biology from an enzyme side. Billy is very early stage and has a really novel approach for his R&D team that I want him to talk a little bit about. And then Eric, you guys have been in it long enough to maybe you've had to go back and forth. So each taking your own angle on what's the level of agility between starting out to go into scale up and then having to back up to solve a problem. And so how agile does that need to be going back and forth?
I will start off by saying this is not my forte, but I have had to work through this with teams a couple times. One of the times was as we were going through getting the new turbocharged organism that could produce things so much faster and higher yields, and we bring it to the facility with great fanfare after we get our regulatory hurdles in, and it did not perform. What changed? It performed at lower scales, et cetera. At times, those thoroughbred organisms struggle with the full scale, whether it's the competition of other organisms, whether it's the shear of the agitators, even as a lot of facilities, we are recycling in a lot of cases, recycling a lot of water, and there's could be some salt buildup or organic acids. Anyway, there's been some changes that sometimes your high performing organism isn't going to deliver. And guess what? You revert back. And so one of the things to keep in mind is sometimes slow and steady does go farther in a day than the sprint. But a lot of times you need to really make sure that developmental work that's done is doing its best job to mimic the water, the feedstocks, the conditions that you're going to get at full scale. The other thing I want to go to was Spiber had an interesting scale up, or I say organism issue. Again, they were really initially just mimicking spider silk and turning that in some pretty interesting products. But there's something inherent to spider silk, and it's a phenomenon called supercontraction. Basically, when it gets wet, it wants to shrink. Not exactly what you want to have happen to your North Face parka or a cashmere sweater, that it suddenly became the size of something that your children would have to wear. So that was something that Spiber was very fortunate that they actually had the in-house genomic experts, et cetera, to quickly return back and make some changes to that DNA sequence of our protein to allow it and to not have that issue as much. So that agility, again, happened. I just want to emphasize, we had that gene team within our company, very high cost, a lot of overhead, but that allowed us to be quick versus if it was a contract service, that would have been a potential deal breaker for us or really set us back much longer. So those are my couple examples.
Yeah, so let me maybe just kind of share some themes around how we're trying to be agile as we approach scale up. When we started Bluestem, we really tried to down select to just two sets of constraints. One is we wanted to be in yeast for a variety of reasons. And two, we wanted to build biology that would be a software upgrade to the existing infrastructure that was out there. That requires anaerobic metabolism. And the problem with that is you can only make around 50 compounds. So we down selected really quickly. And from there, what we did was we animated what was the interest from a scientific perspective and how did we merge that with the commercial downstream go-to-market techno-economic assessment. And that was the barbelling approach that allowed us to then rank order our chemical targets and file the patents accordingly based on that. To do this in Omaha, Nebraska, leveraging the toolkits of synthetic biology, there aren't many PhDs in 100 or 500 mile radius that specialize in this. So what we were able to do was create a virtualized approach to how we build our biology. So in our peak right now, we have 24 full-time scientists working across 3 different laboratories building bluestem biology, virtualized from Omaha, Nebraska, working with global teams around the clock. This has allowed us to really, really accelerate the discovery and journey of our first chemical targets. Putting this into perspective and where we are and hearing about the TRL scale-up that Sean and Solugen have been able to achieve, we will be in pilot infrastructure in fourth quarter of this year in a 1/100th replica of a full industrial biorefinery, showcasing that our yeast organism, re-engineered, reprogrammed to no longer make ethanol, but to make a renewable chemical, is scalable. And as we get into a pilot scale up and the data packages and the data that comes off of that, that puts us in a really unique position to start to think about where our first facility will be for commercialization.
I'll zoom in on a specific year. So 2021 is when we started up BioForge 1. And so I'll kind of do the demand, the supply side, and then kind of R&D. I'll start with R&D. So at R&D at this time, glucaric acid is still in piloting. It's not ready for the full-scale plant. For the demo plant, I think we broke ground October 2020. We made the first tanker truck September 2021. And this tanker truck, by all measures, is wildly off spec. So it's sort of the nature of demo plants is everything's off spec for like a year or two, which is sort of, again, why you don't want to do commodity chemicals and try to hit for drop-in. Even if you get close to drop-in, you'll probably have these minute impurities that make it really challenging. So this first tanker truck, wildly off spec, but it was sold immediately. And so on the demand side, what we had been focusing on since 2018 is we built this blending and supply chain distribution business kind of in parallel with the BioForge 1 scale up. And we were field trialing sort of off-spec versions of gluconic acid, which is easier to make than glucaric, into this blending and distribution business servicing the middle market. And the middle market, you know, they're not vertically integrated. But anytime we blend a chemical, we can typically double prices. And so it's sort of this perfect little proving ground in the energy sector. That's like the perfect kind of market demo plant fit, if you could think about like product market asset fit. And the product that we made, that first tanker truck, was very specific for one customer at one site where we knew the water chemistry worked really well. And I think we were selling, you know, 10 tanker trucks a month just to this customer for this asset, specifically for this demo plant, as we were trying to get the product specs to work. And so, you know, I would say from a company standpoint, 2 years prior, there was a lot of questions internally on like, you know, Gorb's my co-founder, Gorb and Sean, like, what the hell are you guys doing? Why are we doing blending, distribution, supply chain? Why are we doing piloting of glucaric? And why are we like rapidly trying to build this plant? And I think probably the neatest time period in Solugen's history was really this like Q3, Q4, 2021, where like you kind of see all 3 of those things finally merge. And it's like, yeah, this is one company that, you know, these things kind of lined up and we're able to actually fulfill customer orders from the plant.
Sean, I'm just going to ask a follow-up. So how has it gone to get that tanker truck now in spec? Are you in spec? Are you?
Yeah, so we're now in spec for commodity chemicals in the concrete sector. We still actually have color issues for certain other markets. That's actually been resolved as of a couple months ago, but figure that's, you know, January 2024 and the demo plant turned online in September 2021. So if we had bet all our apples on like the personal care market because of the high price point, we would have been quite honestly because it took us, sorry, I speak very cavalierly, my bad. But it would have been, it wouldn't have gone very well, right? And so like, you know, energy industry, I think it's easy to look down on as sort of it has a low price point. But if you're servicing the right middle market, where you are sort of vertically integrating towards that end user, these sort of SMBs, they move faster. They're easier to work with big corporates. They're a phenomenal customer base for a demo scale plant.
I'm going to build on that and just pass it maybe back and forth a little bit. Who is your ideal customer Billy? Like, is it the large one? Is it the small new startup? Let's talk a little bit about that end demand customer for you.
Yeah. So a couple thoughts. So we're looking to decarbonize large incumbent commodity supply chains, and the retrofitting of one existing biorefinery is, we're talking tens of thousands of tons. So we look at the world a little bit differently. It's like when Jeff Bezos talks about how he started Amazon, he said, I would never have been able to start with Amazon if I didn't have the US Postal Service, the Visa payment network, and also the internet. And so we're viewing our business in the same way. What are the incumbent existing supply chains and infrastructure that we need to animate with our story for a biomaterials transition to bring them to the table? So long way of saying we're giant hunting. We're looking for large incumbent partners that have these, that have the existing infrastructure or substantive downstream demand and offtake agreements to join Bluestem in our mission of decarbonizing our first chemical target. And that's a very different approach. I mean, those are longer putts. It requires a lot of work. We have a world-class advisory team that is helping us navigate those thought processes and discussions and relationship building. But we're playing for the bigger prize, which is converting a large facility is going to have largely a non-merchant exposure and a fully contracted offtake strategy.
Spiber is definitely looking at the longer term, moving in as much as possible where our population growth is going, and where, yes, maybe doing some decarbonization, but really looking at that incremental needs out there that we don't think fossil can supply, or definitely the natural source materials could supply. And so there's a little bit more of that's down the roads. But today we're trying to work with those end customers. And I would say there are hopes that there's at some point Uniqlo or people like the kind of Gap equivalents have a desire for decarbonization, and we get our LCAs where we need to be. But until that point, we're also very happy to be working with the Hermès and other fashion brands that are able to absorb some of those costs because they see what their incumbent is that they're working with right now. So, you know, that is a kind of a different stage of where we're at, but it will, as we continue to scale, drop our costs and innovate, we will get a broader market adoption.
Thanks. So each of you guys work with a board, right? So you have a board of investors and advisors, et cetera. So as you're out trying to make your deals, whether it's with an end customer or where various partners, et cetera, how do you manage? Is there, I'm already jumping into, I'm assuming there's some friction and some angst between what the board expectation are and what you need to do to get that customer on board. So you guys want to talk a little bit about that? We have a panel a little bit later with investors, so I think this might kind of tee some of that up as well.
I'll just start. I think I mentioned this a little bit earlier where I would say our board's focus very much was on the greenhouse gas, but reductions and making improvements on that side where the market, they thought it should go, and that was very much where we were steering towards. But the actual feedback from some customers, especially out of Europe, is still the old food versus chemical, or, you know, feed versus fuel debate. Is corn really a good feedstock? Is sugarcane a good feedstock? Can you not replace it with something else? But then that a lot of times goes against your greenhouse footprints, because we have, with the ag community, et cetera, have done a great job of decarbonizing. We're looking for more innovation, but it's already kind of a far superior overall process to get it into that carbohydrates into my fermenters versus if I have to go out and do a cellulosic process. And so there's a little bit of a difference between what some customers are now asking for versus where directionally we were headed.
Yeah. Yeah. So on the board, I mean, taking kind of the investor or the governance piece to the side, I think to Jill's question, in an early stage technology company, oftentimes you see an advisory board or a sheet of a bunch of logos. It's trying to like create a validation effect as you're raising early stage capital. That's not how Bluestem has done it from day one. We are deeply engaged with our advisors on discrete projects, have quarterly quotas on the amount of hours that we get to lean on their expertise and time. And it's done some incredible things. Our network has incredibly ballooned as a result of the network that they have built over the decades of their career. It's allowed us to avoid pitfalls or to rethink some first impressions that we might have had as a core team. I often say to our investor base and prospective investors that talk to us, they see a very small core team of full-time employees. They see a very large virtualized team of remote scientists building our biology, largely in foreign territories at a much lower cost structure than Boston or the Bay Area. And then they see this army of advisors that have dedicated their career often to bioeconomy, biomaterials transition that are now working with Bluestem. And when you're going to work with larger corporates, that skill set that they have built over decades is what we need as early stage founders to avoid the mistakes of those who have preceded us. And so it's something we take super seriously. We have all of our advisors come out to Omaha before they join Bluestem. And I really think it's going to be one of the most important ingredients to our commercialization.
Solugen's board dynamics have changed dramatically over the past several years. At this point, we're very well capitalized. So I like to sort of distill down sort of how we work with the board in terms of like, there's two buttons we can press, button 1 and button 2. So button 1 costs $3. Every time you press it, you get $5. Button 2 costs $5 to press. 90% of the time you get 0, 10% of the time you get $100. And so that's essentially how Solugen grows, button 1, button 2. So button 1, we can keep selling the chemicals that we're selling today, sell to more customers, sell more volume to more customers, bolt on other molecules that our customers are already buying, increase wallet share. Our board always has this genius idea of why don't we raise prices? I've never thought about that. It's an incredible growth driver for button 1. And then button 2 is essentially, we do a lot of return on invested capital modeling of like, it's almost like sort of kids in a candy store where like we have 40 molecules in the pipeline. Each of these different enzyme metal pathways has over 90% yield of feedstock to product. But your reward from a technology standpoint for like getting it there is you now have to go build a massive capital project. And so it's a lot of our discussions lately are sort of like, how do we really lean into button 1 and make sure button 1 is predictable, de-risked, and we're executing on it so that we can bring cash in the door to invest in more of these button 2s? And how do we pull in commercial partners into the button 2 pressing journey with us?
I want to make sure we have some time for audience
We do.
questions. So we have some. All right.
We don't have any, not online yet. So if you're joining us virtually today, here's your opportunity because, then we just got one. How about that? Well, before I go to that one, I'm going to just tell you three that it's intimidating to listen to this scale-up conversation. How do you know when it's time? And maybe more importantly, how do you know when it's time to pivot? Because you must be running into some barriers sometimes, and all of a sudden you realize we have to change. What's the secret sauce?
I think we're start at the other end of the table this time.
Yeah. So, I mean, every day there's 4 things that are amazing and 4 things that are absolutely terrible. Our biggest barrier, quite frankly, is EPA TSCA. EPA TSCA is actually the biggest barrier, I would say, in general to the bioeconomy. And if you haven't heard about it, you should really look it up. It's quite disheartening. We actually got the EPA Green Chemistry Award in October, and we can't get any of our chemicals through TSCA. It's wild. But I would say, Solugen, it's the most fun I've ever had. It's super dynamic in terms of when you pivot. I would say we're kind of micro pivoting every day. Every 3 months to 6 months, we do sort of a macro pivot. I like to think that we have our number one thing, And maybe if I went back in time, I'd probably choose a different portfolio of chemicals to be my number one thing. I'm a man who lives with regrets. But like that number one thing, like when you make that full commit, you have to sort of do a full send, is what the Gen Z kids would say. You gotta full send it. You can't backtrack. You just have to have conviction and go. That's like you're truly pressing button 2, and you're trying to make it into button 1, right? So you just press it, and like that's what glucaric is and Bioforge 1 is for Solugen. Is like we're going, right? And then for the other ones, I like to think it's sort of a ticker symbol, where we have these, internal techno-economics, we're talking to customers, we're sampling, and they're kind of all in competition with each other. And as bandwidth frees up, it's a sequencing aspect. So as bandwidth frees up, what's that number 2 thing that like now becomes number 1, and we're just going to do another full send?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. If you think about our journey 2 years in and where we still have to go to achieve commercialization, like use this analogy that we're driving in a really, really low quality rental car up a mountain. And after 2 years, you're still looking up and you can barely see the summit. But then you look in the rearview mirror on how far we've come over the last couple of years, and it kind of gives you that incremental courage to keep going. This will be a ride of a lifetime. This is going to be an incredibly ambitious project that has a low probability of success to start. That's just the way venture is. It's the way commercialization is. We're disrupting incumbent 100-plus-year-old commodity chemical supply chains. But I think one area that we can really be nimble in rethinking and pivoting is what's the corporate culture that we're creating? We have made so many mistakes to date, and we embrace them. We smear our nose in them. We learn from them. There's no retribution. And we use this growth mindset where we can continue to move forward and run fast with bad news, be nimble in that decision-making process so we can get to the next leg of our journey. And I think the culture piece is something that we can really reimagine that will be another additive benefit to Bluestem.
I would say Spiber has fully committed. We're down that path. Yeah. And we are being very successful in getting our protein powder out. But one of the things that we expected during our developmental was that there's a whole spinning technology that occurs once you have that powder that has to get it all the way to the textile. And there's a huge distributed industry out there, global, that is doing that. And we really expected to be able to land some partners that had capacity and had the expertise. We know they have the expertise and they're producing wonderful materials right now, but breaking into that capacity and giving them something that's a different has not been adopted as well. And so we've had to actually put a lot more effort in kind of after we've already did full send on the proteins to get into that actual filament business and do more spinning and have to invest in a facility at our headquarters, where we really thought our headquarters are going to be where the DNA and piloting of our fermentation would be. Now we're actually developing experts in spinning technologies there. Not that we want to get all the way into the actual woven materials, but it is just that nature of doing something new, doing something different, and sometimes being a little disappointed by partners that you sign up with and you thought you vetted. Their appetite for change or doing something slightly different isn't maybe as well coupled to your own ambition. So anyway.
No online question. Dr. Gussie has the microphone for the room. If anybody, I mean, you've got 3 experts in the field here.
Well, and I can jump in more. I just wanted to make sure that we gave some time to folks.
I do have one that just came in, I believe. Beyond advisors and boards, to what extent do you lean on external partners, public or private, when scaling? Have any of these partners provided the critical element to the next step?
Yeah, I'd say one of the things that often might not be a surprise to this room, but across kind of the whole bioeconomy community, is that we're building in Omaha, Nebraska. And being in the state of Nebraska with our congressional delegation has been a tremendous support system. I have found myself in Washington, DC far more than I ever envisioned that I would in this job. I just landed in Minneapolis last night at midnight or so, coming from DC as well. I think there's a tremendous industrial policy coming out of the federal government toward decarbonization. And being in a state like Nebraska that believes that this policy can also be informed and is inextricably linked back with the agricultural community, is something that's going to really be a reward system for us if we invest the right time and build the right relationships.
Yeah, I'll talk tech for a couple of minutes. So, because the question is essentially working with public and private partners on scaling. So for a new technology, I think there's a certain secret sauce and everyone gets really excited about it. And that's the main thing that you hear about. And then that's like one component of 10,000, 100,000 components in an actual operating chemical plant. And it's easy to get fixated on it. And I think the way that I kind of think about the scaling, if the TEA makes sense, if the piloting data looks good, it's really how do you avoid risk stacking? And so I think there's a natural front end impulse, because I cavalierly said, don't work with an EPC. So there's sort of this casual impulse on like, let me go bring in an EPC and just kind of offload it to them. And asking the EPC what the EPC thinks is equivalent to asking your hammer what your hammer thinks. They're going to give you absolutely terrible responses. But the problem is your hammer doesn't sound very convincing. The EPC sounds very convincing. And that's the scary part. EPCs are filled with false experts. They've never gotten feedback on their own designs. And many of them have never actually operated a chemical plant. And so really it's working with the vendors. So like each component in your chemical plant, how do you de-risk it where you can pull in a vendor that has built many of these? You can talk to that vendor's customers. You can go visit like our evaporator tower, for instance. I don't want to reinvent evaporation and I don't want to pay an EPC to reinvent evaporation. How do I find that vendor that builds evaporator towers? And how do I go talk to their customers and vet that they did a really good job? I don't want to risk stack my process technology into evaporators. And, we tried this across the board and at the end of the day, still failed in BioForge 1 to fully eliminate risk stacking. So like, we were super happy the core technology worked for the enzyme reactor and the metal reactor. That's where we spent the most amount of time. Our evaporator worked. We gave that to a private party. Our membranes worked. We gave that to a private party. The plant struggled for 18 months with air compression. Of all things, the number one things that takes BioForge 1 down, used to, not anymore, we fixed it now, is air compression. I've learned I'm the world's worst mechanical engineer. I'm not going to do any more mechanical engineering. I'm going to stick to chemicals engineering. That's one that I should have brought in a better vendor on air compression. So.
Yeah, I was actually going to keep it at the technical kind of engineering side to just say very much have leaned heavily on vendors of process equipment, the centrifuge folks, the membrane folks, et cetera. You have an idea what you want it to do, but it takes the experts to really dial it in for you and help you make a wise selection. And what's really kind of interesting with some of the folks that are in this biotech space that are the vendors that are supplying multiple things is they're actually now starting to develop even like lease agreements or their own pilot plants to help with the question that Neil brought up earlier, just how do you get support to get into that next level? Some of those folks are really understanding there's a lot of startups in this technology that just cannot build out that pilot plant. And so it is nice to be able to work with those folks that know their own equipment and can help you dial it in for you.
Jill, if you've got a question, go ahead. We'll give the room a chance to warm up to Dr. Gussie.
I wanted to talk a little bit about price, because is there a green premium? And if there's not a green premium, so I want you to kind of build on it. If there's not a green premium, then how do you pay for the innovation that you're all investing? Who wants to take that?
The green premium debate with customers is a fragile one. They've got these corporate sustainability reports and public representations to stakeholders that they're going to decarbonize their processes over time. But in that same breath, they say, but it has to be the same performance and cost competitive with what we're buying on an incumbent basis. And they're kind of oxymoronic. There's evidence of green premiums across the industry. If you put me to a number, I'd say it's in the 30 to 35% range, but don't hold your breath. That's not for eternity. That's likely for a phase-in period. And you should have a plan to cost out that premium over time. 5 years would be probably a very conservative tenor for where I think that green premium would sit. It's something we've been focused on from day one, is that the techno-economic model doesn't require a green premium, but we can still extract the value of our product through its performance. And I think one of the greatest characteristics that we as a industry that are going through a biomaterials transition need to reinforce is that our performance has sustainability characteristics, and implied in that is a price of carbon or $1 per ton of carbon. And we should be getting value for that. So it's still early days. There aren't a tremendous amount of examples. So you're kind of blazing the trail. I do think the appetite is there for a premium, but it's fragile and it's not forever.
Short answer is no. If I kind of do a bit of a journey here, so Solugen has never really worked with big corporates until recently, kind of post Bioforge 1 coming online. And we now do work with large corporates where a green premium you can think about as sort of tiered volume-based pricing. And essentially at lower volumes, I think you can bake in a small amount if that customer is really engaged in it, but then it has to peter out over time in the contract. I think it's actually a good way to screen how serious these big corporates are, that like, if you can bake it into that tiered pricing, it means that they're really not just blowing smoke, that like they actually are ready to make a serious commitment. That's really has only applied to Solugen kind of post Bioforge 1 coming online. Pre Bioforge 1, anytime we talked to a large corporate, they were trying to M&A the company, and we were just getting pulled in 20 different directions by 20 different people internally. Nobody knows what the big company wants. They all just kind of have 9-to-5 jobs. And so kind of our approach initially never relied on a green premium. It was more, how do we vertically integrate towards the customer further down the value chain rather than towards feedstock, which is sort of the natural inclination in the bioeconomy, is try to get your feedstock cost position down. I'll throw up some quick numbers. There's 50 chemical companies with more than 10 billion a year in revenue. There's 10,000 chemical companies with more than 100 million a year in revenue. And the average net promoter score of a chemical company is 8. Net promoter score is, would you recommend your chemical company to a friend? 8% of people would. It's actually lower than Comcast net promoter score. So everybody hates their vendor. And you can make money in the chemicals industry without owning an asset. There's people in Houston that just drive around in a car with a phone and they're pulling at 50 million a year as brokers. And so it's essentially like, how do you go find those customers? And then how do you, again, really delight them, right? And then backwards integrate into like, okay, we're not just brokering, we're distributing, we're down packing, now we're blending. Blending, we can raise prices. Then we can actually justify building our plant. Then once the plant's sold out, now we can backwards integrate into feedstock. And now we're building, the plant in Marshall, Minnesota, a whole, 8 years after Solugen was founded.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to a previous startup and group where it was a chemical drop-in. And I would say we were able to work with some of the small customers more directly, and we're able to get that green premium because we did provide performance and work very much to provide just even better sales support and technical support. And so those were the successes that we could drive premium, but we were always trying to break into the bigger petrochemical. This is years ago. And we were buying our way into those markets, a losing proposition, but we were getting positive feedback out of the actual production facilities there saying, oh, our catalyst usage for the next reaction has decreased. Unfortunately, the time cycle between when you get your contracts with those large chemical companies through their supply chain managers, and then get that feedback that there's actually other benefits and savings. If you get that feedback, the time it comes for you to get a premium or share in that benefit is very long. it's hard to claw that back and hard to see that. So again, when you're doing those, understanding who your customer is and understanding their relationship to you, it's oftentimes far easier to get that benefit and that cycle with a small player than a large player.
Online question, is there a path to collaboration with incumbent commodity chemical producers, or will you be mostly avoiding them?
Yeah, 100% there's a path, and we have to embrace it. The incumbents are not four-letter words. They've built supply chains and infrastructure that's mission critical to bringing our product to market, and also bringing our product to market through their customer base, which are the large consumers of the chemicals that we aim to produce. So no, it's a bear hug strategy. We need to work with all of them, and we need to embrace them.
Yeah, absolutely. Solugen's in Houston for a reason. All of our customers are in Houston. It's one of the things I love about the chemicals industry is everyone is your customer, your partner, your competitor, and your vendor all at the same time. They're all so, like, their asset bases are so unique. A lot of times, like, we have like a competitive product to a big company, but then for a certain business unit, we're actually like super complementary to like what the P&L owner is trying to like grow market share in. And it's really interesting to observe. I'd say the wildest thing to me is like we have 3 customers that are also vendors where we actually net invoices every month. How much did we buy from you and how much did you buy from us? And I think like that alone just sort of tells you like how entrenched the chemicals industry is and how it really is widespread all over the place.
Spiber is partnered with Goldwyn and North Face, so we are very much entwined with them with what they are needing. But I'd also say we have partnerships back through the automotive industries in Japan, and there's been a very long endeavor there to tailor our materials to get into it. So right now, it's, again, not a high adoption rate in the automotive industry, but from a technology and directionally, it is very important that you understand those big players and what their needs are.
Are there any PFAS mitigation advantages in the work that you're doing? PFAS? Nope. Looks like that's resounding no. Why did you select Minnesota, Iowa, and Nebraska to set up business?
Sugar.
Agriculture and infrastructure.
I'll add a little more. People, first and foremost, I think the Corn Belt moves north every single year. And so if you're building an asset with a 40-year time horizon, you got to kind of think in a 40-year time horizon. And with the Corn Belt moving north, I think Minnesota is destined for future greatness, already great, even better greatness. I think Marshall is a really unique town. I really like the people there. I think they have a really interesting control over the inputs into that ADM plant. Very forward thinking in terms of regenerative agriculture. They're building, the solar array. Like, it's a super forward thinking town that I think is going to have like a really differentiated sustainability footprint going forward. That ADM asset has a differentiated sustainability footprint compared to their others. It's a great state of Minnesota. And I know there's some permitting conversation. We made it through permitting in 3 months. It was amazing. Town was super helpful to us. I was very scared about permitting in Minnesota, but it turned out that, we kind of sailed through. It was awesome.
We're going to wrap it up with one more question. I wanted to ask you kind of what success looked like, or what big thing you're excited about, but somebody asked, if you were going to do it differently, if you're going to start over, what would you do different, if anything? They referenced a time machine, but that would take me back to 1998 when we missed a field goal and didn't go to the Super Bowl. So
Yeah.
Oh, no. So, I mean, thousands of things, right? I mean, you get sort of this immediate feedback from your decision-making process that, like, I would say from a strategy standpoint, like I have conviction in the strategy that we're taking, and I wouldn't change the strategy. I think it's very much informed by talking to a lot of the early founders from Clean Tech 1.0. Solugen went through Y Combinator, and so sort of at a macro level, you know, I wouldn't change anything. But from a micro level, I mean, I make absolutely terrible decisions every day. And I find out, you know, in weeks, months, years later that I'm like, oh man, I should not have made that decision. So yeah.
Okay.
I would say scaling, how far and how fast. You know, a lot of times you're looking for the most economical bang for the buck. So you're going big a lot of times, but you really got to look at, is that market going to be ready? How long does it take? And would it be better spent to maybe not have that optimal scale, but start with something that's more scalable or repeatable as more of a unit would be one of the things I'd like to redo.
Anything in the middle?
Yeah, my best reflection is we're only 2 years into it, so the war scars they're plentiful, but not enough that I'd say, gosh, this is the thing we really should have repivoted on earlier. What comes up for me is right when we got funded in August of 22, we just were heads down. We really, even though we completed a fundraise, we just stayed in stealth mode, and it was just the focus on the tech and the biology and working with our laboratory partners. And I'd say where I probably missed out as a kind of a business leader was investing that early on in the relationships and the personal connections and the community relations that take years to develop. And as we started to lean into it, I kind of looked back and said, gosh, we missed 9, 12 months of this. We could have started earlier. And so that's something we're in a high gear now, spending a lot of time getting our story out to the important stakeholders, but I regret that we didn't start that a bit sooner.
Dr. Zullo, anything to wrap this one up?
No, just thanks so much for the panelists and your frank comments, and thanks for the interest online.
All right, let's thank them. And while they exit the stage and we get ready for our first keynote address of the day, we're going to do a poll. And once again, our pollsters are looking for a keyword or something that you took away from that session that we just had on scaling up. We're back on slido.com or somebody typing, so we'll take just a second to find it. Patience. There we go. Risk stacking. I like that one. And change is inevitable. Well, as they continue to come up, it is time for our first keynote address of the day. This will be the arrival of BioMADE. Dr. Jack Starr will join us. Dr. Starr is driving the development and the deployment of a network of between 12 and 15 pilot to intermediate scale bioindustrial manufacturing facilities, where he gets to oversee site selection, design, construction, and operations for the national network. He joined BioMADE from Cargill, where his professional expertise centered on process development, piloting, and the deployment of advanced solutions for manufacturing. Starr also spent 10 years at NatureWorks, a Cargill joint venture that was pioneered in biomanufacturing with the development of PLA, plastic made from renewable resources. Dr. Starr, welcome to our New Uses Forum.
So first of all, it's great to be here. I got a little introduction there. I hope you caught that I've been with BioMADE only a few months, but I am super excited, and I hope that in the next 30 minutes, you're going to learn something about BioMADE, what we're trying to accomplish in the bioindustrial manufacturing space, and hopefully you'll be excited about it just as much as I am. The past history has been with Cargill and NatureWorks, and it's kind of fun to see a handful of Cargill and NatureWorks folks here in the room today. Always good to see familiar and friendly faces. So why don't we get going? Great, like I said, great to be here. And why don't we jump in? I'm going to talk a little bit about BioMADE and our dynamics around this bioindustrial manufacturing and our role, particularly in the piloting infrastructure space. Okay, and we have heard that from Neil early on. Like he said, all the innovation is at the scale up or something to steal his points. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that infrastructure vision. And then if you are excited, then come and join us in our BioMADE journey. And hopefully we can help you along your journey. So BioMADE was launched in 2021 through the federal government. We had bipartisan support in Congress to be able to create this new Manufacturing Innovation Institute. These innovation institutes, there's roughly like 16 or 17 created by the federal government over time, but they're focused on delivering collaboration and technology into our manufacturing base here in the United States. And BioMADE is 100% focused on the bioindustrial manufacturing. We are really within that space of biomanufacturing. We are focused towards moving companies from the bench scale into commercial scale, right? And so we are looking for some things that the gentleman just talked about, and Jill, right? How do you take that technology and not come just, as a single entity, but really driving the right collaborations to make the supply chain work? And I thought that those last comments about, right, do you work with the big chemical companies? Yes, we in fact have to. How do we help enable that from our membership at BioMADE, right? And then it's been talked a little bit about, but also thinking about the workforce, okay? And so if you look at our overall mission, right, drive that end-to-end supply chains for the biomanufacturing system. And in our mission, what I want to highlight there is de-risk investment for relevant infrastructure, okay? That refers to those commercial plants, but the de-risk is really in that piloting and making sure that you have a technology package that investors are going to have confidence in. So for this room, wide variety of folks that we saw in that first poll of like, where are you in the ecosystem? And so and I think you've heard a lot about it, so I'm just going to hit on a few things here that bioindustrial manufacturing uses organisms, bacteria, yeast, algae. It doesn't say it uses sugar on there. For this crowd, I should say it uses sugar, right? Typically from corn, in the Corn Belt. And addressing that more sustainability, more environmentally friendly ways of than what is currently being done in those incumbents. We can make things that you use every single day. I was checking out the forks and seeing if they were PLA. I wasn't so sure. They seemed maybe not, but those are the types of things that you see every day from PLA, from a wide variety of things that already are incumbent in the biomanufacturing space. Of course, ethanol is the big dog right now in terms of like what an economy could look like, but we need to diversify the grind and get to things that are going to replace the fossil fuels. And so I learned a new term last month because we talked about decarbonization here. And it's like, and the term I heard was defossilization. And I was like, what? And it's like, well, that makes sense from a science standpoint. You aren't taking the carbon. Oh, when you say decarbonization, you aren't actually taking the carbon away. What you're taking away is the fossil fuels. So I like that term. Maybe it's something y'all can walk away with today as well. Lots of applications. The panel here before me, talked about these. I don't need to go into any of the type of detail. Know that there's lots of things going on here, right? And this crowd knows probably as much as any crowd I've talked to yet about the benefits of biomanufacturing. The one that I want to hit here for this crowd in particular supports American farmers and the rural economy. So I would be happy to say and talk to my two grandfathers who have passed away, but both of them were farmers not all that far from Marshall, Minnesota, probably supplying corn to ADM, There you go. Right? See how my work is connected back to my cousins who are running those farms to see what we're doing for the rural economy. As a manufacturing innovation institute, we have 3 areas that virtually all the institutes have. Okay. We are focused towards running projects that help the technology and innovation portion. Okay. And again, I said, this is not early synthetic biology, you know, tweaking bugs. This is what do we need to do to get commercial plants going? And so I was involved when I was back at Cargill around a project like this that focused on improved fermentation design. Okay, how do we do that? Not just for a few companies, but how do we make that better for the everyone, right? Everybody who's a member of BioMADE. Okay, we also are focused on education and workforce development. And we do that in a wide variety of ways. But one of the things that I really think is impactful of what we're doing is looking at building curriculum, okay, that we can deliver to every community college, whether it be in the Corn Belt, whether we can be in other areas where there's like relatively high population. And so maybe that supply chain looks different. They're going to build the production facility where the population is. But it's about that curriculum that any teacher in a community college that's maybe working in building workforce, you know, what is bioprocessing? What does it look like to work in there? What skills are needed? It's a great step forward, highly leverageable to so many students. And of course, we work across the 4 S's in particularly my world: safety, sustainability. We heard a lot about today as well. I mentioned the projects. You can see the scale of that, right? Of our membership, 67 engaged across 20 states. And I think, you know, the headline of that particular slide right there, $170 million, both in federal funding and in-kind funding from our members, all going towards improving the bioeconomy. But I think a lot of you want to hear about what BioMADE is doing in the piloting infrastructure. So this is where I, in my short time at BioMADE, have put 100% of my effort, okay? And just to be crystal clear, there is a gap in the United States bioeconomy, okay? That if you go into the laboratory, you can find all sorts of ways of running experiments, all the way up to 20 liters, 50 liters, 100 liters, particularly in the 100-liter size. Maybe you're going to, there's a number of universities that have that fit. And so those are spread across the nation. But there's this gap at our piloting or intermediate or demo scale that if you go and that needs to be addressed. Because again, I'm keep on leaning on Neil. This is where innovation happens. This is where you can only learn so much at your bench scale. You have to go start working at larger and larger scales to understand concepts around, you know, your aeration of vessels, what that means, how your impurity profile, remember all the peaks that we talked about earlier, how those peaks change upon scale up, because undoubtedly they will. I mean, that's what I've learned in my 20 years in the bioindustrial manufacturing. Okay, and then once you get through that towards going to a large scale, you can build. There are also CMOs out there, contract manufacturing organizations, that would be willing to take on your project, and that's one way to take your product and project to commercialization. And so we're focused on the pilot scale. And what you see, and we have got plenty of members at BioMADE who have talked to us about this, which is, as I say, there's a gap in the US domestic on this type of equipment, and they go over to Europe. Europe has taken the lead in building these same type of private-public consortiums to go and build this. Bio-Based Europe is one of them that is probably the biggest and the most well-known here. Okay, and they're also going to Asia, going to Mexico, but essentially it leaves the US in the sense of where that work is getting done, right? And we should hope that if we want to build our biomanufacturing economy here in Minnesota, here in the United States, we've got to pull those companies back for those for that commercial plant. Right, and so BioMADE has been asked to go and build out that infrastructure. Okay, and this is well, it's pretty unique within the Manufacturing Innovation Institutes to be able to get this type of funding and have this type of mission and scope. And so we are moving forward with that. We are looking at regional strengths. What does the Corn Belt deliver? What is the biotech R&D hubs that tend to be in places like the San Francisco Bay Area, the Boston area, Research Triangle, you can throw out a couple there. What are they bringing to the table? What would they need in terms of a pilot infrastructure that is close? And all this is really driven by a couple of things. One is that we have, as a federal entity or launched by the Department of Defense, we've got federal funds to be able to put towards this, but we also have restrictions on how we can use those funds. So we always are looking for co-investment at the state level or the local level or with private equity or companies. We're open to all sorts of different thinking. And so we'll talk a little bit about this national network and where we're going, what we're thinking, and being able to deliver those capabilities. And I show fermenters here, but the reality is we're tying fermentation with downstream processing, of course. You have to be able to go and prove out that technology as well as you look at an overall technology package. Well, we're raising funds with the state of Minnesota and talking through the state of Minnesota of like, what does BioMADE bring to the table? What does the federal government bring to the table? And so back in 2023 with the Minnesota State Legislature, we have access to up to $100 million of financial support to build a biocampus. And so we have really developed those relationships with Congress, with Minnesota State Legislature, with the governor, and the Department of Defense to make all of these pieces come together for Minnesota. And so, as I'm sure there's a fair amount of us who are Minnesotans here who are excited about the bio manufacturing economy, that's a good thing. And what we're looking at is a biocampus. So we have our own piloting facility that we're looking to place as a first groundbreaking and putting steel in the ground for this location. And then we are then looking over time to be able to go and find co-location partners using the infrastructure there. And so whether it be food, monomers, polymers, chemicals, nutrition like vitamins, and other dietary supplements. These are all things that you can make, of course, by biology. And so we are looking to build out that campus. And why would they be interested, right? Is that with a BioMADE being the first there, we can look at how do we have a paths for like local zoning, and we can put money into local utilities. And so building roads, building the natural gas and water and wastewater, so that a company comes and it's ready to just basically hook up and finish your building pad and take months, if maybe not years, off of your time scale if you're starting greenfield. Okay. And for, again, the panel that is starting up here, that's a big deal, right? Your time to market, your time to cash flow on selling products at volume is really important. right? And so that is something that we are looking to be able to deliver with our overall vision of Minnesota. The vision doesn't stop there. As federally funded Manufacturing Innovation Institute, and because the different regions have different needs, we have spent a lot of time with our members and asked them to submit what are called statements of interest, which is basically if you've got, what is your best idea? What is your best idea for building, piloting in your area? What's going to help you? What's going to help the companies around you? As we've talked about building that coalition and collaboration to make the biomanufacturing world work. Okay, and so we got 50 statements across the nation to be able to, what is needed. And we took a lot of filtering and we essentially took this down to 6 states. Those 6 states were announced back in March, just a number of weeks ago. North Carolina, Georgia, Indiana, Iowa, California, Hawaii. And each of them kind of have a niche with our stakeholders being the Department of Defense, our BioMADE members, but also say the education workforce development and the sustainability aspects. So we are now focusing on our members who are in these states and looking to build out that coalition, build out the capabilities that are needed for at that piloting facility, as well as then building out that capital stack that's going to make it all happen. So if you are excited as I am about BioMADE, about the possibilities of using the scale-up facilities, learning more about the scale-up facilities, we are, as I said, a public and private coalition of companies and NGOs and educators who are all pushing this forward. As part of BioMADE, you get access to lots of information, lots of ways of collaborating. You can participate on the projects, whether it be workforce or technical projects. You can help guide BioMADE through roles on various committees, lots of different ways of getting involved. We've got over 275 members. I'll call out that the AURI is a member as part of our NGO. You can see them maybe their logo there on the lower right-hand corner. Solugen also on here. Bluestem, I believe, is also a member. So again, this connectivity and collaboration that's needed across the ecosystem is happening here, and we are a key aspect of how to pull that together. We've got an annual members meeting that is coming up. That is also a great spot for collaboration. And so with that, I think I have about 5 or 10 minutes.
10
for
minutes,
questions.
10 minutes for questions. So we'll take questions online and here in the audience as well. One online, how can AURI and BioMADE coordinate and work together in the biomass utilization and biomanufacturing space? I haven't heard much discussion of the synergies yet.
Yeah, so for BioMADE, we are focused on raw materials to products. And if you're looking at traditional fermentation, that'd be sugars. And so if you look at, cornstarch as the incumbent, right? But we would be happy to work with anybody who is taking corn stover or other egg residues forward, creating cellulosic sugars, and bring those to our facility. We'd be more than happy to work with you. I don't see us building out the capability in the short term, definitely to process corn stover and cellulosics to sugars. But again, if you think of the national labs, if you think of there's other resources available within the United States to be able to do that. And we are pretty connected with our national labs, provided, we're all either Department of Energy or Department of Defense funded typically for these manufacturing innovation institutes.
Bioindustrial manufacturing is not new. What suddenly made it percolate to the top of importance?
I think there's a couple things here. One is we have seen a biological revolution over the last 30 years from, first Human Genome Project, right? That was roughly $1 billion investment. Now in the laboratories that are doing CRISPR technology, they are able to get a genome for, I don't know, 500? They're nodding yes. They're nodding yes, $500, right? That is the biological revolution that we've had over the last 30 years. And so the ability to take a yeast or a microorganism or bacteria, whatever, what used to take 5 to 7 years can now be really compressed into much shorter timelines. And so that is creating much faster times to market, much lower checkbook needs for those people who are doing that in comparison. So that is one aspect that is different. Okay, for ethanol, that was you just use what God has given us for the wine and beer making for the last centuries. So that is one. The other is almost everybody has talked about sustainability, decarbonization, and that is the other, that when you go put an LCA to the incumbent products, to here's something that's being made by a corn or soybeans, it is almost always an improvement on the life cycle assessment. Okay, and coming from a big multinational, they are setting corporate goals. They're setting corporate goals, not only what's in their fence line, but for what is in their entire supply chain. If you go look up science-based targets and see all the big CPG companies and wide variety of companies that have signed up to essentially have corporate goals that are in line with the Paris Accords. This is the other driver that is changing the way corporate America looks to want to supply materials, and that opens the door for bio-based materials.
Can you add anything about Hawaii being selected for development of a piloting facility?
If you look at stakeholders, I call the Department of Defense, and the Department of Defense has unique needs within the biomanufacturing space.
Stakeholders. Have you considered larger than 25K liters so as to be able to work with customers for large scale samples for adoption of new sources of commodity chemicals?
Yes. The graphic just showed like 25,000 liters. There'll be decisions still need to be made, but I would hope that we would be going larger than that in our Minnesota site.
They are coming in one after the other here. Does BioMADE own the IP generated by members and license the IP to the pool, or do members retain the IP ownership directly?
It's member-owned IP. And so there would be, well, let's think about that. I'll just say it's member IP. I mean, if you come and use one of our piloting facilities, right? We've got experts who may be like liquid solid separation experts who are going to say, hey, you should really be using this type of filter. That isn't something that you're going to go and try to patent, right? I mean, that's something that is just like industry knowledge that's going to help you along your way.
It's clear we're not going to get through them all, but here's kind of a two-part question. Where in Minnesota is the BioMADE site? And what's your best estimate of the scale-up site being available to users?
We are down to a handful of sites. We had a full request for proposals that we went to the Minnesota Economic and Education Development, DEED. And I know that there's a representative here today from DEED that's going to be on one of the panels. We worked with DEED to send out that to, virtually any community that wanted to respond back. We got a number that we had to filter through. And like I said, we're down to the last handful, talking specifically to landowners. It's getting down to the end.
I know we're early on here, but what's keeping you up at night?
We got to move. We got to urgency, right? That the federal government, our members, all see this need, and it would be, we just need to want to do it right, but do it fast.
Dr. Jack Starr, thanks for your time today. A lot of good information coming in the weeks and months ahead, I'm guessing there. We're not going to let you go to lunch just yet. We're going to do one more poll. What did you just hear that resonated with you from Dr. Jack Starr's presentation? Heard a lot of collaboration today from all of our panels. Opportunity keeps coming up as well. Investment at home. That's a kind of exciting. Urgency, urgency. And opportunity again. Solving problems. Good stuff. Thanks for that keynote address today. Well, this is our lunchtime. We're going to eat lunch in here, but the food is out in the hallway. So make your way out, get your plate, come back in here because we're going to take an hour for lunch. But at mid-lunch, about 12:20 or so, AURI will be awarding its Ag Innovator of the Year. And we'd love to have you in here for that special recognition and award presentation. So the lunch is ready. The servers are ready out in the hallway, but bring it back in here, continue to network, and then we'll break into your lunch a little bit at 12:20 and do our Ag Innovator of the Year. Thank you.
All right. Well, welcome back. Hopefully you're enjoying your lunch. It's time for our big announcement for our Ag Innovator of the Year from AURI. So this is something that we've done almost every year since 2002. Right. So it goes back a couple of decades now that we've been recognizing a past client and a Minnesota entrepreneur that's really made a difference in moving some ideas forward, utilizing our agricultural feedstocks that we have here within the state and within the region. And we do call this our Ag Innovator of the Year. I think it is part of our values as I think about ingenuity and commitment, that I see these Ag Innovators of the Year that really exemplify their efforts in terms of how they're moving things forward and what this looks like. I think I mentioned earlier that AURI sits at this really interesting intersection of innovation and like commercial realism, right? In terms of how do we keep moving things, going forward. And it takes a lot of hard work. And I think, right, you can have a great idea, right? Then there's all these other elements that we've been hearing about today in terms of how do you really make it successful. So as we look forward, I think we've heard a lot of areas as well in terms of where agriculture can be a solution. As we look at where we're going, what some trends are, where consumer preferences, right? We see things from upcycling commodities to utilizing new biomass feedstocks into different applications, as whether it be renewable energy, whether it be renewable fuel, right? Whether it be fertilizers and biofertilizers and biomolecules, right? And all these different opportunities that exist for us. And I have to say that I'm proud of the role that AURI gets to play in moving these ideas forward in the commercialization and part of the ecosystem that we have here in the state, right? We've got so many fabulous collaborators from city organizations that have run accelerators and entrepreneurial efforts to incubators to the support from the Department of Agriculture or DEED, and the federal programs. It's just such a robust and rich ecosystem that really helped to move these ideas forward. So, it's always fun to go through this process within the organization in terms of, who have we worked with, who's doing some really, really interesting things, who's really worked hard to make a difference that's benefiting producers, that's benefiting, the rural economic activity within the state. So this year, I'm proud to announce that Ink Farms is our Ag Innovator of the Year. So Ink Farms is a really forward-looking, diversified farming operation up in Northwest Minnesota, near Waubun. Who's been to Waubun before, right? Hey, we got a handful. So they have diversified the different cropping options. And a few years ago, they added value-added operations to their farm. And I think that really allows for a lot of new opportunities, not just for themselves, but also for their neighbors, for others that are looking at diversifying different operations. They're mainly doing this through oats is what we're going to recognize today. And they've taken a very, I'd say, methodical approach. Probably they move fast, maybe not fast enough sometimes in their minds, but I think they've taken a really good risk management approach in terms of how they're growing their business, how they're looking at things, and then moving their product into this rapidly expanding pet food market. So I'd like to also recognize and bring Harold Stanislawski up. So I had the pleasure of going up to Ink Farms earlier and just seeing their operation and seeing the hard work that they put into making this idea that they had a reality, and to see where it's come over the last several years is just really impressive. And I know they're going to share some slides later, but Harold's worked very closely with them to share a few words.
Well, thank you, Shannon, and it's a pleasure to be here in Mankato. Shannon said something about who's ever been to Waubun, but first of all, who's ever been to Detroit Lakes to WeFest? Come on, more hands. Okay, if you've been to WeFest, Waubun's located about 35 minutes or so just north of there, and that's where the Ink Farm is. And I'm so proud to introduce these people to you, because it's a pleasure and a joy to work in an organization where we get to form such fantastic relationships with people. We are in the people business. Yes, we're in value add, but we are in the people business. And as the relationship has grown in the last 6 years of working with the Inks, I just feel that it's more than just a relationship. It's also a friendship that has developed. And I really appreciate that. So I want to bring Dave and Beth and Gabe and Garrett up here. And I want you to give them a big hand. They will tell you what they're up to. Now, Dave, it's the green button to move forward. And welcome to the podium.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank AURI for this award. It's quite an honor. We've worked hard with Harold over the past years, and like he said, value his friendship more than just a business partner. We farm in northern Minnesota, Mahnomen, Minnesota. Been there all my life. I grew up there. Only moved, I always joke, I've only got 1/8 of a mile in life. Only bought the neighbor farm and lived there. And should probably introduce my wife Beth, my oldest son Garrett, and my youngest son Gabe. And both of the boys have come back to join the operation. So we started early. My great-grandpa bought the farm. My grandfather settled on the farm, and my dad and I have built it from there. So we grow a lot of different crops. I started out in animal agriculture when I first got back from college. We milked cows and raised hogs, and I knew I didn't want to do that for the rest of my life, so I wanted to get more into commodity farm. So we diversified out. We grow corn, beans, field peas, wheat, barley, oats, and dry beans. we started, wanted to diversify a little bit after I got out of the dairy cows. So got into we were shipping field peas, and one of our end users was looking for oat groats. And at that time, I didn't know what oat groats was, so I was curious. And so tried to figure out how to make oat groats, and built a little replica in the shop, and got it to work. So at first we were doing about 50,000 pounds a week. When COVID hit, we couldn't keep up. We actually doubled the size of our old plant and still weren't able to keep up. So that's when we decided to build a brand new plant. So we started building in 22, a brand new facility, finished and moved in May of 23. So right now we are producing roughly, well, like a week like this week, we produce about 400,000 pounds a week. So been going good. Been fun. I like to diversify. Been a fun little venture. And like I say, I want to thank AURI for all they've done and helped us on this project and all the information that they gave us and helped us along the way. Thanks.
On behalf of AURI and the board of directors, congratulations. Thank you. Right, and congratulations to the entire family on adding this innovation to your operations, and best of luck. Thank you. So enjoy the lunch period. We'll start again at 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second half of the 2024 New Uses Forum. We're glad that we hope you had a great lunch, and we're glad you stuck around for the second half. Two quick polls. Get your Slidos out. Two quick polls before we go to our fireside chat. What food item from lunch did you most enjoy? Here it comes. We'll see if anybody ate someplace else. Or the people at home maybe can access
Gravy.
Beef and gravy. Surprise, surprise. And I don't see anybody else typing in, so I think they hit the bullseye. Here comes one more. What food item from lunch did you most enjoy? We're just about got them all up there now. Nobody liked they did like the corn and peas. Second poll question. What are you most looking forward to in the afternoon's programming? You might have to check your program and see what's coming up, but we're going to start with a fireside chat talking about, we've heard a lot today, collaboration. And these gentlemen are going to talk about how that will turn into success if we learn to collaborate properly. And networking jumps up there first. We've seen that a lot today too. Larry's panel, of course. No pressure. All right. Thank you for your participation. We move to the fireside chat on collaborating for success this afternoon. Larry Fox is an experienced attorney representing technology companies and bio-based businesses for over 30 years. He serves as outside general counsel to NatureWorks and has provided legal support for other bio-based businesses. Larry also enjoys putting deals together and acting as a trusted business advisor to his clients. He works on a wide variety of matters, including complex business agreements, intellectual property licenses, joint ventures, strategic partnerships, mergers, acquisitions, and company formation, also financing and governance. He serves as outside general counsel responding to the day-to-day legal needs of his clients. And in addition to the bio-based chemistry clients, Larry also represents a variety of companies developing new technologies such as artificial intelligence, hardware, software, and 3D printing. We look forward to the panel's presentation. Larry, the program is yours.
Thanks so much, and thanks so much to AURI for inviting us, and to Nan Larson with her help putting this panel together. We have a really superstar panel today that I'm very excited about, and let me introduce them to you. On my left is Mark Hillmeyer. Mark received his Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from the University of Florida and his doctorate in chemistry from Caltech. After completing his postdoctoral research position at the U of M's Department of Chemical Engineering and Material Science, he joined the chemistry faculty there. He's currently the McKnight Presidential Endowed Chair in Chemistry and leads a research group focused on the synthesis and self-assembly of multifunctional polymers. He's the editor-in-chief of ACS Journal of Macromolecules, and he's also, near and dear to my heart, the director of the Center for Sustainable Polymers, headquartered at the University of Minnesota. In addition, Dr. Hillmeyer is a co-founder of the startup company Valerian Materials. So he has an interesting perspective, both as a professor and as a startup founder of a bio-based product. Next to him is John Veldhuis. He's the president and CEO of Core LLC, which is a joint venture of Cargill and Helm AG. Core supports material producers and brand owners in making more sustainable products using Kira, a renewable drop-in chemical intermediate. John has a unique mix of technical and commercial expertise that have been developed across several roles in startup environments, in Cargill and in Cargill joint ventures. John holds a degree in biotechnology from St. Cloud State. And then next to John, we have Steve Javies, who I've worked with for many years at NatureWorks. Steve has 30 years experience in the materials industry, spanning from chemicals, fibers, and plastics. And most recently, Steve was vice president of performance packaging at NatureWorks. He's regularly represented the broad bioplastics industry, providing a provocative perspective on functional materials innovation to audiences that span from manufacturers to trade associations, consumer brands, and policymakers. Steve's consultancy, which he formed in 2024, combines his experience and network with his personal passion for the natural environment and the circular economy. He helps organizations evaluate and commercialize novel and advanced strategic materials and solutions, providing business strategy and development, strategic marketing, go-to-market, and product launch planning. And he also has his bachelor's and master's in chemical engineering. So the purpose of this panel, as I told my panelists, was really to take the decades of experience on this panel with partnering and leverage it for you so that you can understand what works from a partnering perspective and what is business partnering, what's its role in the commercialization of biomaterials, and what are some lessons learned that, hopefully our mistakes will be learnings for you to shortcut your ability to commercialize. So starting off, I'd like to ask John, what do you see, John, as the role of partnerships in getting from an idea for a product to commercial viability?
Well, thanks, Larry. So I guess I would say the role is probably one of speed, and time, of course, is money, right? And so I think when we think of partnerships and technology in that intersection, you have to think of how am I going to fulfill my customers' needs in the end? So what's that demand profile? And then take a backwards look and saying, how can I get to my customer the quickest? and how can I get to, right, profitability the quickest? And partnerships, I think, is a great way to think through different opportunities to, ensure that you can do that in a most cost-effective way. So taking a look back from your customer, thinking through supply chain, thinking through procurement, engineering, construction, all of those different capabilities that are needed in a lot of these technologies to scale them up, taking a hard look at those and thinking, hey, do I have all those capabilities, or can I leverage those elsewhere? And, I would be remiss if I didn't ask, also add in there legal, right? And so intellectual property management is a big part of technology development. But as you get into commercialization, you also have commercial lawyer, regulatory lawyers. You have different specialties to think through in ensuring that the people around you are able to support you in thinking of different ways to access that expertise, I think, is important.
I'm going to ask just a follow-up question to Mark, which is what roles can a university play with either a startup or even an established business to help them solve problems that help them get to commercialization faster?
Yeah, I think that the university, for example, University of Minnesota, partners with companies all the time. But I always tell folks that our products are students and knowledge. So we're not doing much applications development per se at the University of Minnesota. So we think a little longer term about that. So I think for companies that are interested in looking at what's next and what could, let's say, their bio-based molecule be useful for, I think the University of Minnesota is a great place from a research standpoint to do that. Having said that, one of the great things about the University of Minnesota is analytical services and expertise, broad expertise across many colleges. So if there's particular information, technical information you need to know that is done as like a fee for service, you should really look to the universities, in particular Minnesota, for the analytical, mechanical properties, chemical details that your process or your material may need that information, because especially even established companies don't quite have all the capabilities that we do. So I think that's a nice way for companies to engage on shorter term projects. But our real bread and butter is longer term sponsored research projects where we're trying to uncover the unknown in a particular area.
And then, Steve, where have you seen partnerships accelerate growth? And where do you find them most valuable in your experience?
Yeah, as you and I were kicking this around, Larry, we kind of reminded each other that some of those critical partnerships for accelerating growth or really unlocking markets were not partnerships in the traditional company-to-company partnership. They were broader partnerships with NGOs or nonprofits or policymakers. And those, I think, are absolutely critical. And sometimes we can be a bit blind to them. And we just, when we're looking to commercialize the technology, we're looking at where's our gap? Is it how we take it to market? Do we need a marketing partnership with another company? Is it technology? We need a technology partnership. When often what's needed ahead of time is a partnership with external forces that will have huge influence on your markets. For us, make it really specific, because this could be kind of abstract. Spent 20 years commercializing sustainable fibers and plastics and packaging. It's the business I ran for the last 5 years at NatureWorks. And the decision makers, the consumer brands that were trying to replace their packaging with more friendly, low carbon footprint performance plastics, their behavior was sort of dictated by very influential NGOs, some of them global, some of them local. And us making partnerships with these NGOs really helped us unlock markets and understand forces beyond our buying customer, if that makes sense. So I'll pause there, but.
Okay, so we've had partnerships, over the decades, I'm sure, that work well, right? and then some that don't pan out. So what do you think, and I'll direct this first to John, what are the key factors that make for a successful partnership?
I think starting off would be, yeah, I would say overall partnerships, it's about people, right? And so it's about establishing those relationships across the industry and value chain that you plan to participate in, establishing those relationships and understanding if you can collectively form a vision together to say, okay, we all have an interest in mind here. What's the end goal? And so I think first and foremost, it's establishing that shared vision together to say, you know, we will be successful when we reach this point in time. Beyond that, I think, again, since it's really people focused, it's values. So, you know, what does your company or, you know, what does as a service provider or a customer or a technology provider, what do you value most? And are there synergies across those values, and do your values line up? Because if in one case, a partner is super focused and laser focused on, I'll just use an example of, you know, being the most sustainable company out there at any cost, and the others, you know, low cost and highest profit possible, those things may, you know, find a non-parallel universe in the future, right? And so making sure that those values are talked about and established and understood and aligned. I think the other big one in all of these partnerships is we look across any particular value chain. So I'll just use Core as an example here. So as Larry pointed out, Core is a joint venture between Cargill, which many of you know, and Helm Corporation, which, you know, many of you probably don't know. You know, we're on a path to commercialize a 1,4-butane from an annually renewable resource of corn, right, in an existing fossil fuel market. And so we're building a plant that's about 65,000 tons in a 2.5 million ton market. Okay, so it's just a little bit of color. So what do Cargill and Helm bring to the venture? Well, Cargill brings that backwards integration into the agricultural supply chain. Helm brings the forward integration into the chemical distribution. And so they're you know, an established company that brings that capability to the venture. And so we have that piece in place to form the venture, but that doesn't get us all the way to our customer, right? And so doing that first level gap analysis got us, you know, to the point where we can produce a product and get it to the marketplace. The other partnership that I'll call out here is really the relationship that we built with one of our customers, and that's the Lycra company. And so 1,4-butadiol goes into a number of different applications. One of the most common is elastane or spandex. And so stretch in your clothing is, you know, made up of that chemical. And so we've been able to partner downstream then with the Lycra company, who can, you know, spin that fiber, make it into a usable textile, and get it to a brand owner, right? So now we started with the technology, identified every step in the value chain that we need to, you know, find capabilities and capacity, and then put it all together with a unified vision. And so I think, you know, that's another example where I think, you know, up to this point, we've been successful in identifying, you know, synergies where folks don't have one size fits all, and putting them together.
Yeah, let me just add to your point, because I think the partnering process normally starts with looking at a gap analysis, and you go out and find a partner that fills the gap. In your case, one had upstream, one had downstream. I totally agree with that. There's a key thing, and it goes back to some of the things you said up front about value. And for me, it's culture, and that long list of things you're looking for. I think when you weigh all those factors, culture's got to be more heavily weighted than anything else. And why? I mean, you all probably know the old overused adage from one of the marketing gurus, Peter Drucker, culture trumps strategy every time. You can have misfits on some of the other things, technology or how you look at the market, but if the culture is right, you can make something work that otherwise wouldn't work. And conversely, if you might have a perfect legal agreement align on all the gaps being filled, culture clash, it doesn't work. So really high vote for what you said up front, values and culture.
Just following up on kind of the technical aspect of what do you, when you do your gap analysis, how do you decide what things you're going to keep in-house and how far down the value chain to go, right? And how do you decide when to stop and what to farm out? So, anybody in the group?
In the end, I don't think there's a wrong answer here, Larry, because I think it's going to be highly dependent on technology, stage of technology, each individual entrepreneur. But in the end, how far away you are from the customer and the end market is probably going to be the biggest key, right? And as you're doing that gap analysis to say, okay, from my technology and conversion standpoint, what do I need to have in place to, build a profitable business and sustain this company? And as you go through that analysis, I think it's going to be different if you're in a fuel, for example, that may drop into I don't want to say a simple supply chain, but a more simple supply chain, as opposed to something like a textile industry that, has the chemical that goes to a polymer that's compounded, that's spun, that's then, made into a woven, that's then sold for somebody to make it into a garment right? And these supply chains are big and they're, very disconnected around the world. So, yeah, I guess that's a long way to answer is there's not a one size fits all.
Mark, on the university side, what do you see in terms of a research collaboration with the university? What makes it a successful collaboration, and where have you seen things that haven't gone as well? And so how could we learn from that?
Yeah, I want to add to what you said about partnerships on a shared set of values and culture. I'll triple add to that if I can, because I think that's a very important thing. And we learned less Zoom calls, more in person. Maybe I'm late to the table being so easy to get on Zoom and talk to people, but meeting people is very important for the startup part of the world. From the university standpoint, I think the partnerships that work best is when the partner who wants to come in and work with the University of Minnesota and the University of Minnesota scientists and researchers have a shared set of expectations. And I'm building this on things that haven't worked that well, where the conversation has been more like, of course, the university will be able to do this. It'll probably take 2 weeks. And I'm thinking to myself, this is going to take 2 to 3 semesters to get going in the research lab. And those, obviously, the sponsor of the research is disappointed. You're disappointed in their reaction to what you have been able to accomplish, because I think the further you leave the research arena, the less you realize the pace of research. And the pace of research can be slow to get the answer right. And so I think that's something that is a challenge in many cases. Things that work very well is when the sponsor of the research is actively engaged in the research project itself. I've had companies where it's been money has come over, please work on this, and they're not really all that engaged during the process, but the companies are having the regular meetings, putting their input. Did you know about this? We might want to go that way. We tried this, are the ones that really work out, I think, best for us. And back to the relationship building, then you build relationships with those companies, and they often end up doing more projects, different projects, and expanded projects with the university.
Now, Mark, you have an interesting role, both as a founder and as a university professor, and I take it that the IP that you developed inside the university, you spun out to form your venture. I have some other clients that have done that at U of M and other universities, and that presents potential conflict because on the one hand, you're a continuing professor at the university with responsibilities to the university, and you have also responsibilities to your startup, your investors, and your employees. How do you what's where the best ways to kind of manage that conflict and navigate that?
These questions are getting harder as the fireside chat goes on. I am a co-founder of Valerian Materials, so anytime I'm at a forum like this, you disclosed it already earlier that I have a University of Minnesota research professor hat, but I'm also a co-founder of Valerian Materials. Valerian Materials licensed technology from the University of Minnesota. So the university encourages this, of course. If you go to the Office of Technology Commercialization, they're very proud of the number of startups that have come from the university. Some of them are licensed by externals. Let's say a student who has left the university and now wants to do the startup, and then there's a real separation between what the company does and what happens at the university. But in some cases, in this case in particular, there are activities through research grants, and we were awarded a grant from BioMADE to work on this project related to what Valerian Materials is doing. And we have to put in a formal conflict of interest management plan with the university. And it's largely to protect the students who are working on the project. I mean, I can't tell the student, could you please scale up to 100 kilograms? That has nothing to do with their thesis or research. And so the student is protected and has mechanisms to be able to do that. But I'm going to argue that we want to manage those conflicts of interest because, arguably where the technology was developed is a really great place to continue to work on that technology because of the know-how and the knowledge that was demonstrated at the University of Minnesota in this particular arena. But there's bureaucracy associated with that. So we're very clear with our students what hat we're wearing when we're talking to them. I will say the last thing about that is students love working on technology that has real potential impact in society. So a lot of my students don't work on that at all. Basic research and the connection is decades away. But I can tell you there are plenty of students who want to change the world now in the sustainable bio-based space. And so for them, it's stimulating. So it's kind of this extra educational opportunity for them to participate in something that could be real.
I want to give the audience the benefit of our experience where, we've had a number of successes and we've all been involved in a number of crash and burn episodes. And so, it's going to happen if you're in any business and you just got to roll with it and learn from it, move on, and that's how you grow. So for Steve, what have you seen go wrong in partnerships, in the context of, say, commercializing a new product? And what did you learn from that? What are some key takeaways?
Oh boy, how much time do we have? Yeah, where to start? This is could be a graduate course, right? With a bunch of case studies. Probably the easiest one to I think everyone can get their head around is the problem of trying to go too far too fast. And it's a challenge because you said it, John, you want to get a partnership to do things faster, but I can look back at past life, and you and I have scars from this one, Larry, where we had a great idea, a bit of a shiny object, and within weeks we said, let's get a JV. This is a traditional business partnership. A year later, and probably 300-page legal agreements later, we had a beautiful JV, and shortly thereafter realized, well, different objectives, different expectations, a bit of a hollow thing with no real products. And yeah, it wasn't a huge issue. It sort of soft landed and disappeared. But all that effort and all that legalese could have been avoided with going slow up front in order to go fast later. So just taking time to really flesh out what do we really have? What are the objectives? Instead of just charging to, the answer is a partnership that should be a JV. In that case, in retrospect, probably if we had done the upfront homework and slowed down, we probably would have started with something a lot easier to construct, some joint development that would have either shown that there was nothing there in terms of a product or would have developed something. And then we might have had a JV, but too far, too fast, I think is a big thing from my side.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. It's a great, go slow up front to go fast later, I think is a great mantra. I think the other piece of that that I heard from both of you is just be clear with your biases, right? I mean, don't go into a conversation trying to develop a partnership and thinking that you're going to game the system and somehow end up on top, right? If that's how you want to approach partnerships, you're destined to fail, right? And so you need to go into this eyes wide open saying, hey, this counterparty has an opportunity to make me better. Let's figure out, what's good for them, what's good for me, win-win, because any scenario that you establish that's a win-lose is going to fail. So you need to find that balance of win-win.
How have you, so going slow seems like the way to approach a partnership kind of, I like to say date before you get married, right? You want to date, get engaged, then get married. How have you seen kind of the date? How do you phase that? How has that worked in your businesses where you've seen some success through that partnering element?
Yeah, I like the date, then get married analogy. And one of the things that I think often gets leaned into too quickly in the partnership discussion is IP. And you start really struggling over joint, who's going to own it. When ideally, if you, and I want to be really clear when I say go slow to go fast. You don't want to go slow, but I'm saying it's okay if it looks like you're going slow because it's going to save a heck of a lot of wasted time later. You're really going as fast as you can. But what we found that worked very well is separating things into two phases. In the first phase, you're really talking with the partner that came through your screen and checked all the boxes, including culture, and checking objectives and expectations and resources and what the business model might look like in whatever way you work together. And once you've got those strategic elements checked and you're aligned, then you'd move to a phase two where you would start to sort out intellectual property and the thornier stuff. But you don't need to get into that if you don't align on the big stuff. If you don't align, you just part as friends and move on. So parsing it out and getting to the detail at the right point is really critical. If that makes sense.
Steve, you talked earlier about when to partner or partnering, looking at partnerships in a broader perspective, not just customers and vendors, but looking at NGOs, looking at the legislative front, looking at the whole value chain and pulling through volume to the customer. At what point, at what point in the stage of life of the company do you start looking at that broader partnerships versus partnering on a smaller scale?
Yeah, I feel strongly on this one. The answer is really at any point, but I believe firmly the sooner the better. And I give you a really specific example because otherwise this can just sound like motherhood and apple pie. Specific example that's pretty well known in the plastic trade from our own history. So fine to talk about this one. NatureWorks back in probably 2006 got super interested in replacing the plastic bottle with a compostable bottle made of, bio-based polylactide. Really got super excited about that. And only sort of 5 years on, when we were getting tremendous pushback from the recycling community, which was a community we were totally blind to as a manufacturer producing in Nebraska, right? Only then, when we had brands like the Coca-Colas of the world walking away saying, not going to touch a bottle made of that because it's going to screw up a recycling stream, only then did we realize we need a partnership with the recyclers. And it's the case when I said the sooner the better. It's like you don't put in place car insurance the day you're going to have the car accident. You do it well ahead of time. You establish that relationship and trust. And we did it belatedly. It helped tremendously. We ended up changing our business plan. But had we done it sooner and identified that key stakeholder way down the channel, past even the brand that would make an adoption decision, but post-consumer, the recycler or the composter that no way in heck did they want bottles in their compost. Those sorts of relationships, had they been established early on, would have saved a ton of time.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about financing. Because that's what kind of makes the company go at times. Without financing in the early stages, you're sunk. So what is the best way from a partnering perspective with capital sources? What do you see that leads to success in bringing money in the door?
I think the biggest thing is being able to articulate to the people who are putting up the financing that you have risks mitigated and you have a commercial case in place that's relatively bulletproof, right? And so a lot of these technologies are risky to develop, but they're even more risky to scale up because you're talking now access to several $100 million of capital infrastructure. And there's not a ton of people sitting around, waiting to hand out $500 million checks, right? They can go put that into treasuries today and, make a decent earning. So how are you going to assure them that they're going to be able to get a return on that investment? And so I think that truly, when it comes to partnerships, I think it's truly figuring out how to, take a technology and, tie that to some commercial case, customer contracts, customer commitments, take or pay type arrangements that then you can bring back to the financier and say, here it is, we have it all mitigated. And, oh, by the way, we have a high level of confidence that we can, deliver a higher return on your investment than you would in treasuries, for example. So.
I'll just add to that because I'm listening and learning with a startup company about how to do this right now. Thank you. But it's very clear that when we go out on the smaller scale to try to raise resources, this idea of communicating the bulletproofness of a technology has really come back to us because we've kind of pitched things and said, okay, well, this we're working on and now we've solved. But it's very clear that the investors at this stage for the startup world want to be very confident that you know what you're doing from a technology standpoint. So shoring that up for us certainly was a key element.
Yeah, I guess I'd just add, I think we've used the word bulletproof and I agree, but it's really hard to make something bulletproof. And if it was, somebody else would have already done it. It's more, I think, acknowledging that you might get hit, to use the analogy, but you got a backup plan. And you mentioned it, John, sort of having the risks and the mitigants, like this could happen and here's what I'm going to do. And often it's about having a couple of things in your funnel. So you're not gambling on one thing. You've got a couple and you can prioritize and you've got backup plan.
And Larry, while they pass the mic back to you out here, deep center field.
Oh, great.
I got a couple questions back here and then the room also open to questions if you want to pick the brains of the panelists here a little bit more. And John, you kind of started on it and I think somebody picked up on it, but you talked about knowing your biases and making sure that you weren't in the fight for a fight. And the question was, are you looking for collaborators or are you waiting for collaborators to come and find you?
Yeah, for me right now, where we are in our business, we're looking for collaborators in customer, right? And so we're bringing to market and we're looking and establishing those collaborations to build upon, what we have in place today. So I think there's different stages within, building a new business from the ground up where you're in that stage of, looking for collaborators to come to you and also out searching. But for us today, for core, we're out looking for customers to collaborate with and tell our story. So.
Anybody else want to weigh in on that, or? If not, we heard this morning Jack Starr was asked about the sudden interest again in bioindustrial manufacturing, even though it's been around for a long time. Somebody would like your thoughts to add on to what he had to say. All or any of you, what are your thoughts on why this is suddenly such an important topic?
Yeah, I'll just start since I have the mic. I think it's, there are several different factors. I think you're starting to see much more of a conscious consumer. I think you have a younger consumer who's very educated on what their purchases mean. They understand that there is a cost to their purchases and their consumption, right? And so that's driving then consumer facing brands to be more conscious about what it is that they're putting into their products, and how they're delivering messages to their buyers or the consumer itself. So that in the end is driving these forward-looking commitments to reduce their, greenhouse gas footprint. It's, it's about looking for alternatives to traditional fossil fuels. In our case, we're, the 1,4-butane-diol, the incumbent is made from, over half of it's made today in China from calcium carbide or hard coal. Right. And so it's a really dirty alternative to, an annually renewable feedstock, which is corn that's grown in, the Midwest by Midwest farmers, contributing to rural developments. Those types of things are, stories that I believe brands want and that they're asking their supply chain to deliver.
Go. You want to go?
Yeah, speaking from my recent experience and as I work with some new clients, I think clearly one of the things that's driving just interest in material innovation, which translates often back into biomaterials innovation, is what's front and center, and it's way less abstract than decarbonization. It's microplastics and microfibers that come off our clothes, when we launder them. And it's what we all see as consumers. And because of the huge microplastics issue the planet faces, policymakers are closing doors to packaging formats. And so the packaging, most CPGs, big packaged good brands that depend on packaging to sell their products, are seeing markets close if they don't change their format. So they're demanding innovation from their channel. And and it comes all the way back to us in the renewable materials space, with what we can do with not just remaking drop-ins to replace some of the same materials with lower carbon footprint, which is critical, but new moieties, new chemicals you can make. So I think, not abstract, that's a very real driver that the world's facing some big challenges. Policymakers are seeing it, blocking markets, and brands are pushing that back up and saying, we need to see innovation in the supply chain.
The policy side we're also seeing as well. I'll just echo what you're saying. It's coming, especially in the area of plastics. There's global policies being developed now about biorenewable content, recyclability, avoiding microplastics and all those things. That will come, and there need to be solutions to be able to deal with that. We've been working with European partners, and if you want to see what's coming, just look to Europe because they're way ahead of us in this category, in my view. And so I think policy issues are going to be front and center.
Larry, we're out of time, but I'll give you the last word.
Well, I'd just like to thank the panel. It was a great presentation. Thanks so much.
All right. And while we transition to our next panel, let's take a poll. We seem to like to do that today. Nan's ready at the table. So what most excites you about collaborative opportunities in the bioindustrial sphere? What did we find out? Opportunities, when you look at new markets again, win-win opportunities. Rural American impact. All good stuff. Well, it's time to move to our next session, and everybody's on board. So building a future for the region. We've heard a lot about opportunities today, and these three gentlemen are going to talk a little bit about what it's going to take. Our moderator for this session is Jeff Rossi. Jeff is the Director of North American Real Estate and Incentives at Cargill, with oversight of a team of 7 real estate and credit and incentive professionals. Prior to Cargill, Jeff was the Executive Director of Business Development for the state of Minnesota, and he held a similar position in the state of Iowa. He was also with the real estate and location strategy practice of Deloitte Consulting out of Chicago's office, where he focused on corporate location strategy, site selection, credits and incentive analysis, and negotiations. Jeff, welcome and welcome to your panel.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Joining me here today, I apologize, I forgot my glasses, so this is going to be fun. Joining me here today, I've got Paul Beamer with the Minnesota Department of Agriculture and Brendan Jordan with Great Plains Institute. First of all, I want to thank you all for taking time this afternoon to be with us. This is a very dynamic topic. It can be very philosophically charged as well when we talk about incentives, but I think we're all on board that this industry is very important and should be supported moving forward. As you've heard in earlier sessions, there's been a lot of dynamic growth and in some cases contraction within this industry, but I think we can all agree that there are tremendous opportunities and also challenges aplenty at this point. I've personally had the opportunity to work in several states, as stated, in economic development, working with clients in this sector going back roughly 25 years. In that time, if I put my old economic development hat on for a moment, it's clear that government has a role, maybe not the primary role, but at least a role to support and grow what's important to us here, not only in the Midwest, but here in the country as a whole and across the world, to shape and change how we develop products, how we use products, and how we treat our environment. To kick off our discussion, I'd like to ask Paul and Brendan to give a little bit of their background on themselves and their organizations. Gentlemen?
Happy to start it off. Thanks for the intro. My name is Brendan Jordan. I'm with the Great Plains Institute. For those who are unfamiliar with us, we are a nonprofit organization. We have a mission to decarbonize the energy system by mid-century in a way that benefits people, the economy, and the environment. We have a kind of multi-sectoral approach to supporting decarbonization, and we work all over the country. We have projects in 44 plus states, at least networks in those states, and we support consensus-driven policy. So we do a lot of convening work, a lot of facilitation to try to find these opportunities to get groups from different sectors collaborating around common solution sets. We do a lot of convening work, network building, and research and project support and education. I lead our initiatives related to transportation and fuels, the bioeconomy and natural carbon solutions. And we've done a lot of work on the bioeconomy and in the bioindustrial space for a number of years, probably primarily in Minnesota. We've done work elsewhere, but I'll focus a little on Minnesota. We helped support the development of the state's bioincentive program, which is a production-based, performance-based incentive for bio-based chemicals, advanced biofuels, and biomass heating. That was really a response to, seeing the kind of the wind down of the state's ethanol producer payment, which was a very successful program that supported the establishment of our state's ethanol industry. And there was a lot of thinking around what's next, what's the next suite of technologies we should support that can add value to agricultural, forestry, and organic waste raw materials. How can we influence site selection? How can we make Minnesota a really attractive place to build projects? So that program's been in place since 2015. We can definitely spend more on that, but I'm spent a long time on my intro. And then we're also very focused around the biofuels space, emerging feedstocks and emerging technologies. we are spending a lot of time working on a policy called a low carbon fuel standard. In Minnesota, it's referred to as a clean transportation standard, which we would also argue is a pretty powerful site selection tool. And if you look at industries like sustainable aviation fuel, those facilities are by and large going to states that have policies like this. It also supports a wide variety of low carbon fuels and low carbon vehicles and energy. Can definitely talk more about that, but that's a big area of focus for us right now and working with our partners. So pass it to Paul.
Thank you. My name is Paul Beamer. I am a relatively new member of the Agriculture Marketing and Development Division, known as the Fund Division with the Minnesota Department of Ag. I've been here for about 5 months now, and it's been really great to get into this bioincentive program that Brendan just mentioned has been around since 2015. And so the AMDD division has a number of different really interesting avenues, everything from farm to table grants and programs to emerging farmer grants. And fortunately, the energy and environment division or section is nested inside of that as well. So I am filling some rather big shoes for my previous successor, Megan Lennon. And yeah, other than that, my role here is to help work with money that is appropriated from legislature to build programs around to ensure that the success of adoption of technologies and integration of renewable chemicals, renewable energy is able to kind of get a foothold. I'll keep my intro short. Normally when I speak into a microphone, it's in a band. So this is kind of a nice change of pace.
Did you see a band? Not a good one? Oh, okay. All right. Well, never mind then. Okay. We decided a little earlier that instead of just doing straight questions, we also want to talk a little bit about war stories, things that we've experienced, kind of the good, the bad, and the ugly that we've observed. So when we talk here today, we may get a little colorful, but not too colorful in what we've observed over time. But gentlemen, thinking about what you've witnessed that works and hasn't worked from your perspective to build and grow the bioindustrial economy, are there specific incentives or policies, kind of regardless of geography, that come to mind? Any good, any bad, any truly ugly?
A brief stab at that. So while currently the bioeconomy section that I manage is really focused on bioincentive, the bioincentive program has been in effect since 2015. I would say one of the challenges there is really around limitations as far as production volumes and also funding. Those are two aspects that tend to be a challenge. Either we are trying to favor medium to large size businesses, but there's some issues around when and how much production kind of comes into factor. So I think that if there are ways to sort of separate out programs that favor smaller businesses versus larger businesses, there is a lot of economic pull in both of those divisions from small and large businesses, but oftentimes a single program can be challenging with the same statutes to help get both of those sizes of businesses up and running and to keep them in the program.
I mean, it's a huge question, right? And states approach this with the whole toolbox, and there are lots of different models that work, and they're not always the same model. And some states try to approach this by really streamlining the regulatory environment. That can be pretty successful. Some states do a lot of incentives that can be successful. I also look at this kind of from the perspective of in the bioindustrial space, there have been a lot of technologies and projects that didn't work out. I think you all are aware of that, and certainly a lot of war stories. I was very involved in the wave of interest in cellulosic ethanol with the initial passage of the federal renewable fuel standard, and we saw USDA invest a few $1 billion in loan guarantees for 3 large cellulosic ethanol plants, 2 in Iowa, 1 in Kansas, none of which are operating today. I don't know that was a policy failure necessarily. I would argue that's kind of, I think we should take some risks, and we took a few, and hopefully we learned some things from that. But So I mean, policy is not everything. I think you need to create a supportive policy environment, and the technology needs to work. And I think one of the things I like about the bioincentive program as a policy tool is the state's not making a big upfront investment in a facility. They're only paying if the project actually works, if the technology works, if you get the thing financed and built. And so it's a sort of a pay for performance type of approach. Again, there's other things that states have done in terms of upfront money and bonding and grants that have paid off. So that's certainly not the only way to do things. At the end of the day, you probably need a little bit of everything to be successful.
That was all good. Where's the bad and the ugly?
Oh,
I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. No, I would agree wholeheartedly with your comments. Experience currently, even with Cargill and working with John on the core project, we were able to actually leverage a portfolio of programs, some that are very generic in a sense in the state of Iowa, and then some that are very tailored, and some that, well, once we get producing, we'll be looking at those as well to do exactly what you were saying. And I think what tends to be overlooked, frankly, by members of this industry is the use of some of the standard, more generic programs and how they can be applied. Where the disconnect comes into play, unfortunately, sometimes is the expertise at those states, not Minnesota, that don't understand the opportunity in front of them. They view it more of a risk than they do an opportunity, and that becomes a concern. And so what I'm hoping to see come out of the next 5 to 10 years is legislators and leaders who understand how this is changing our entire environment, our consumer environment, and what we're basing it on. I'll stay away from the ugly ones, but I would say that as we're maturing in the programs that we see, one of the things that, quite honestly, I think would benefit everybody is a bit of simplification to the programs themselves. We tend to see kind of an overreach or an overextension of protection of the programs, and rightfully so and understood to a certain degree, the taxpayer dollars. But it gets to a point where the benefit is now basically not worth it. The value isn't there based on the effort and everything that a company of any size has to do, especially the smaller to medium-sized firms. As was indicated earlier, I have a team that I'm blessed with having able to work with me where most firms do not have that. And that is a very, very costly and time-consuming process to go through with these states if you don't have that team in place. So if there are legislators here or anyone who has the ability to lobby appropriately, these gentlemen and other teams and other agencies need staff to support these programs. So there's my pitch. Moving on then. With programs, there are many new federal incentive programs available for such things as sustainable aviation fuel, hydrogen, clean fuel projects. How can states like Minnesota make sure we benefit from those incentives? Gentlemen.
Yeah, I think keeping in step with what is happening up to the minute at the federal level will help to keep the state level informed. I think if anything I've learned in the last 5 months is there's often a disconnect between what's happening at the federal level and what's happening at the state level, and just making sure that there is a good communication between those two groups. So, for example, Minnesota is one of 3 states that have passed a SAF tax credit, the Sustainable Aviation Fuel. Boy, also being in government, you get a lot of acronyms. So I'll try to explain what those are before saying them. But SAF is really coming down the pipes really quickly, and we can see that at the federal level. And while we still are waiting on the GREET model, which is essentially a model that looks at giving biofuels a carbon intensity score, which is really important to have sort of that metric, it's something that we've been keeping really close in touch with, is to see when that comes out and how we can best companion that federal tax credit to really incentivize the production of sustainable aviation fuel at the local level. Yeah, I think that's what I have for now.
I think the key thing about all of these federal tax credits, and there's a lot of federal funding for clean economy. I do think that a lot of these incentives are going to lead to a lot of projects, a lot of investments. It's not necessarily going to be here, right? So I think if states want to grab their share, they need to think about the complementary policies that need to be in place. The other thing to really remember is, you're getting that federal guidance that's going to define what kinds of projects happen, but within those boundaries, if as a state you have certain expectations, it's complementary policy that will help, further guide what kinds of projects you want to get what you want to get out of them. I think specifically looking at the biofuel space, there's a lot of interest in sustainable aviation fuel. There have been some big announcements in Minnesota, from a biofuels perspective. Producers are looking at what it takes to be eligible to meet the carbon intensity requirements, and it's going to include things like investments in climate smart agriculture, which will need a complementary policy support. It's going to probably require carbon capture and storage, and that's a hugely controversial issue right now in Minnesota. But in order to meet those carbon intensity thresholds, capturing carbon is something that a lot of these facilities will need to do. It's also utilization of renewable energy and making sure that that can get built out in a timely fashion. I mean, I think so. We could probably dive into permitting too, but that's another huge issue. So I think there's a ton of things that states can do. I think Minnesota is reasonably well positioned. I think the bio-incentive program helps a lot. I'd really like to see us pass the clean transportation standard, because I think that would really influence our ability to attract sustainable aviation fuel projects and other clean fuel projects, clean hydrogen projects. The whole clean hydrogen thing's a whole nother topic, because of course, green hydrogen is a critical enabling technology for a number of sustainable aviation fuel pathways. It's a critical enabling technology on the climate smart ag side, because it enables green ammonia production, which can influence biofuel life cycle assessment. So we've been able to attract a piece of one of the federal hydrogen hubs, but there's a lot more work to do there.
I think in addition to that, it's really important for people at the state level to continue to stay educated in what current technologies are emerging and what's possible today. If you would have asked anyone 10, 20 years ago if we'd be doing carbon dioxide capturing as a feedstock, people would think you're crazy. And so I think that we're finally coming to a point in the economy where we can understand that some waste streams can be highly profitable, and they can be very environmentally friendly and can go a long ways. So I think that for our lawmakers and legislators to be able to understand some of the more technical concepts, it's up to us as a public-facing institution to understand what these definitions are, what these things mean. So recently Megan suggested a technical amendment to the SAF tax credit at the state of Minnesota, and that was to include biogenic carbon oxides. And so people want to know, what's a biogenic carbon oxide? And so for us to be able to go back to the legislators and tell them this is important and meaningful because it can reduce carbon emissions, it can be used as a very valuable feedstock, trying to make sure that we have that hand transfer of knowledge can be really important.
To the comment earlier in terms of kind of the add-on opportunities and so forth, when you're interacting with businesses, whether emerging or established, what do you like to hear in those conversations? What do you like to see? Are there specific items or add-ons that you would like to hear that help move that forward?
It's a great question. That's a tough question. I mean, I think what my role is to try to establish a policy and regulatory framework that allows projects to thrive. I would say it's not necessarily a major area of expertise for me to evaluate individual companies and individual technologies. It's not really my training. I certainly love working with individual companies. I work with them a lot, but it's always my goal to try to find the common threads across a bunch of different companies to try to build the sector, rather than supporting individual projects necessarily. I love to see individual projects succeed. I want to, make, that's just a sign of success for me if they succeed. But, we're looking for companies that are willing to partner and collaborate, to share what they need, and having a willingness to join coalitions with others to get things done, I think would be the bottom line.
I'm not so sure I understand the question completely.
So in terms of conversations, are there other things that you'd like to hear when you're talking to businesses? So is novelty
yes.
helpful? Are waste streams becoming, to your point, revenue streams, things like that, add-on projects?
Yeah, absolutely. I think something that we really enjoy hearing about whenever a company is interested in enrolling in the bioincentive program, things like what they plan to do with their waste streams. So if there's environmental regulation issues around any kind of effluent, making sure that there's already a plan in place. Oftentimes today, as I mentioned earlier, that waste streams are now becoming profit streams. And so being able to connect businesses is really kind of essential. And I think the AURI does a pretty good job of that, to connect members throughout the industry to ensure that that one person's problem can become another person's solution.
Maybe I'll say a little bit more. I mean, we've certainly seen a lot of projects go sideways with regard to social license issues. And so, I mean, it is certainly helpful to see, companies that understand the need to proactively engage the community in a really thorough manner, in order to, assure that, you just understand you're not just an island. You're integrating into a community, and people are going to have opinions about your project, and you're going to have to figure out how to address any concerns in advance. It's a lot harder once there's already a big uproar to try to extinguish it. It's not always possible, but I think companies do better that are better at the community engagement side.
How would you say Minnesota is doing compared to other states in general? What the track record is for supporting bioindustrial projects related to the state policies? How would you say we compare to other states in the Midwest, or even anywhere else in the U.S.?
Well, being from Minnesota, not from Minnesota, I'm from Iowa, but I would be remiss if I wasn't a recently adopted Minnesotan, if I didn't say that Minnesota is doing excellent. I think by and large, just the bioincentive program alone is much more diverse than similar programs I've seen in Nebraska or Iowa. And I could be wrong, it's fairly subjective, but the metric of that is essentially Iowa and Nebraska are creating incentives around renewable chemicals, which is really wonderful, and we need to see more of that. But the state of Minnesota has renewable chemicals. It also has incentives if companies or institutions want to adopt biomass thermal, so using a boiler system or some other means of burning waste or something that is a byproduct to create heat and energy, something that would otherwise break down and release carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, really tapping into that waste stream and using it for energy generation. And moreover, also within the advanced biofuel section, trying to incentivize higher efficiencies within ethanol. Moreover, legislation was passed last year that is going to be appropriating $7 million towards the creation of green fertilizers. So tapping into renewable energies to create ammonia and, really leveraging some of these more sustainable technologies to essentially, I guess decarbonize isn't the right word anymore. It changes every day. Now it's defossilize the fertilizer production, which can go a long way to help create a more stable price within our fertilizer costs, and also to really reduce that carbon footprint within fertilizer production, which tends to be fairly carbon intensive.
Yeah, I agree. I think we are doing well. I think we have a long track record of leadership in the bioindustrial space, going back to the ethanol producer payment and all the leadership from farmer leaders establishing cooperatively owned ethanol plants in a public-private partnership format. I've talked about some of the other policies, and Paul listed some great ones, and it was great to see Minnesota, step in early on the sustainable aviation fuel tax credit. We're hopeful that I think the clean transportation standard could be another great tool for supporting projects. One area where Minnesota has not always done a great job, I think, is trying to secure federal funding. And I think there was a lot of action in the recent legislative session around creating matching dollars to provide non-federal match, to make it easier for entities within the state to apply for funding. That's not all it's much bigger than Bioindustrial, but I think that's been pretty popular, and I think is going to bring a lot of federal dollars home. I think when we talk with our, for example, the members of the Bioeconomy Coalition in Minnesota that are trying to get projects going, the one fly in the ointment, the thing we hear about over and over again is just permitting times in Minnesota. It takes a long time compared to peer states to get permits. And I don't think anyone's asking to have the rules changed. I don't think anybody's asking to not have the rules be as rigorous, but people are asking for, it would be nice to have a predictable time frame for getting air permits, water permits approved. And there's folks from the state here, and not pointing fingers at anybody. I know there's a lot of complex reasons why things take as long as they do, but it is just an issue when I think companies are looking at Minnesota versus other states.
I'm from Iowa originally also, so I'm sorry that you're in the middle of us, but
Yeah.
no. I would actually agree also with those comments. Again, putting on either my economic development hat or the current one that I wear, the certainty of a timeline is critical for these programs and approvals. And an incentive doesn't have to be financial. Companies can be incented through clarity of process. And I know there's a number of folks that have been working on this, the permitting issue in the state of Minnesota related to that. And I would echo that wholeheartedly, that companies like ours, or smaller, does not matter, can't make decisions without understanding to the degree possible what the future holds for them. And limbo is not a good answer. Yes or no is a clear and understood answer, but limbo does not work. So to the degree that from an incentive standpoint, permitting can actually be complementary to that and be an incentive itself is wonderful. And hopefully we'll see more of that moving forward. Please.
Yeah, I will say, I do think Minnesota does a pretty good job. Whenever there's questions that companies come to us related to permitting, we have a lot of great information on our website. Now, granted, websites are not always fun to navigate, but I will say that Minnesota Business First Stop has been a really great place that Deed has put together, leading this area of having leaders within all of these different spaces and divisions and departments to help any new business that wants to come to Minnesota, to ensure that they have point contact for permitting, for regulations, for incentives. And there's quite a few incentives, so many that I don't commit them to memory. Usually I just email my colleague Lisa, so I'm sorry about that. But rest assured, we are working hard to make sure that we fully understand business needs and that we're trying to give good customer service as quickly as we can.
And I'm going to put her on the spot, but that's Lisa Hughes with Deed out there in the audience, if anybody wants to talk to her later. She's a wonderful, wonderful Deed employee and committed to this industry, by the way. So what do you see as the challenges, though, to enacting and executing on these incentive programs? There's a whole host of challenges that you face, but if you were to prioritize, kind of what do you see as those when you're putting something new together?
For sure, anytime something new is being done, it's always the most difficult. So again, having that relationship, being close to legislators, that if there's any questions that they have or need, any sort of clarification on a point, that we're able to serve in that regard, that requires us to being up to speed, up to date on the knowledge of where the industry is at, having close networks amongst people in the industry. But moreover, I think that told myself I wouldn't blank, but here we are. Really, it's also about making sure that we understand definitions of statutes and that we're interpreting them correctly. So that's oftentimes following up with other folks across departments, making sure that any statute that is interpreted is documented and that we are passing that by our lawyers because we certainly don't like to be sued, although those things happen. Ultimately, it's making sure that anything that we are relaying to entities that want to come into programs, that we are doing our due diligence upfront to ensure that their eligibility is understood as plain as possible. And sometimes that means coming back to the expertise with folks at AURI to ensure that if there's any sort of statute sentence that needs to be really poured over, that we're spending the time to do so. Because the last thing we want is for somebody to think that they're going to cross the finish line only to, you know, have the door slammed in their face at the last moment. So it's really spending the time up front to make sure that we understand the interpretation of statutes, that we're documenting that, and that we're spending the time with each potential participant so that way they understand the paths forward.
I think one of the real challenges for passing and implementing policies in this space and the clean energy space generally in Minnesota is this kind of metro greater Minnesota divide that has become, you know, even more intensified, it seems, in recent years. And you've got this very strange dynamic where, you know, you've got, you know, sort of metro constituencies. Well, we like wind and solar. And, you know, in greater Minnesota, maybe you've got, well, we like biofuels and carbon management, and we're interested in nuclear, and it's very partisanized. And, you know, from a GPI, Great Plains Institute perspective, we need a portfolio approach, and we probably need to seriously consider any kind of clean energy technology that's available to us. But I think this divisiveness makes things challenging. And, you know, if folks have spent much time in the legislature lately, you know, there's a fair bit of hostility to biofuels. And I think to help people understand that, you know, I'm an electrification advocate. We do a lot of work on electric vehicles. I think that's going to play a huge role in our transportation sector, but it's not going to be a complete solution to every use case. There's people that are going to prefer a vehicle that uses a liquid fuel. There's going to be segments of the transportation sector that are hard to electrify. There's a reason there's so much focus on sustainable aviation fuel. And, you know, I think we need to find a way to help people understand that it is going to take a portfolio. There's not, you know, sort of one silver bullet solution to all of our energy challenges. And there's a role for a variety of different solutions. But a lot of times people don't have that mentality. They want to pick their favorite solution at the exclusion of everything else. So I think it's a big education challenge.
Are there geographies outside of the Midwest, so excluding our competitive neighbors and so forth? Are there other areas of the country or other countries that you look towards for new program development, just leading edge policies, that sort of thing? I know there was comments earlier in the previous panel about Europe, which I would also agree is absolutely accurate. But are there specific areas that you're looking at saying, this looks interesting, we should look into this?
And there's so many areas to point to. I will throw out Finland as a state that has a really innovative bioeconomy strategy focused on their forest products industry. I know this is probably more of an ag sector dominated group in this room, but we also have a forest products industry, which is, you know, in some ways a fading industry. I mean, we've had a lot of losses in number of mills, production from our mills. And you know, I think a country like Finland is really looking to kind of move beyond the core traditional industries and develop new innovative technologies with a focus on carbon, both from the perspective of storing carbon in products, but also enhancing carbon storage within standing biomass. I think that's, you know, one of many places I'd look to, and, you know, Paul may have another.
You know, I think that it's easy to look to our cousins in Europe and say that, you know, they are more advanced or not. I think that's always kind of subjective. I think the United States has sort of its own unique set of challenges from our current infrastructure, our current electrical grid. And to your point previously, I do think that we need to embrace biofuels more. we may be all hoping that eventually we can have complete carbon neutral transportation, but in the meantime, to get there, we need to have stepping stones. And so I think in the meantime, while we continue to build out our electric charging stations, I would really just continue to focus on what's working here in the US, because I think that it's going to take a lot more time to develop a similar network of all transportation that Europe already has. It's a different game. So I think that we really need to really focus on hybrid vehicles in the meantime and just continue to reduce our carbon footprint with the technology that we have that's more ubiquitous right now.
I'm going to get your rotten fruit ready. The world's longest four-letter word in Midwestern policy discussions is California. California has over 50% of the diesel market is bio-based fuels due to state policy. We're nowhere near that in Minnesota. So they're also sort of the whole mentality around biomass utilization is changing because of Western wildfires. There's this understanding that more proactive management and hazardous fuel removal needs to take place, and they need markets for that stuff. If you want to get loggers out in the wood cutting down trees, they've got to be able to sell that wood. So there's this renewed interest in bioenergy and biomass markets. And in some ways, I think that's going to hit us eventually. Like we've got millions of acres of emerald ash borer that's going to die in Minnesota that we don't have an adequate market for. So I always hesitate to bring up California in a Midwestern policy conversation, but in some ways, there are some things they're doing that we could learn from. I don't think anyone's advocating a carbon copy of any kind of California policy, but I think there's some things they're doing we could learn from.
I think my contribution would be the observations of what we're seeing with the Canadian provinces, the prairie provinces, specifically on policies and incentives. It almost seems like on a monthly basis, they're coming out with something new that is impactful to Cargill, but many other firms as well. And so we're seeing them as kind of leading in ideation, if you will, of ways to improve what they're doing and attract investment. And I won't go much deeper into that, but I would say looking north is not a bad idea to see what's going on. They are truly trying to build out their ecosystem, and their policies related to sustainable aviation fuel are pretty aggressive as well. So as just one of note, but again, we're going to see more and more, I think, coming from our Canadian neighbors. How is climate change impacting bioindustrial markets? And I know that's a pretty generic and pretty easy question maybe to answer, but from your perspectives, can you see carbon as a business opportunity? And how do you see your support from your organizations impacting that?
Yeah, that is a huge question. And I think that it's really kind of at our doorstep when we see that if you look at the statute language around the $7 million appropriated for green fertilizer, that's really looking at trying to reduce carbon emissions from fertilizer, and that will really also help carbon emissions from an ethanol plant. So I'm not really sure the words I'm saying are making a whole lot of sense here, but what I'm trying to say is that I think that we're finally at a point where we realize that without necessarily being able to change our operations on our transportation, on our manufacturing overnight, that we really need to do something about the carbon dioxide emissions. And we're seeing that from all sorts of different technologies that will remove carbon dioxide from the air, from artificial trees that pull carbon dioxide out and store it, and they're scalable, and they're I don't know. Anyways, but moreover, I think that going back to the green fertilizer grant, if you look at that, it's really interesting because we're essentially trying to manufacture ammonia through renewable energy, and then from there, grabbing carbon dioxide from an ethanol plant. And again, 10, 20 years ago, that would have been kind of a ridiculous thing to think about. Maybe not so much, from from an actual feedstock perspective, but from an economic perspective. And I think we're finally at a point where economically it makes sense to really look at our emissions and to try and capture as much of that as possible. In addition, we've got other carbon sequestration technologies that we're looking at from, these carbon dioxide pipelines and trying to store this underground. Some of that feasibility, I think, is still kind of to be determined, but there's a lot of efforts right now to understand the implications of that. But there's other companies around the world as well, such as Lone Bio, that's trying to leverage microbial technology to help create carbon sequestration through more complex forms of metabolites through fungi. So I think that there's a lot of emerging technologies that are coming about, a lot of industry technologies that are coming about to try and address this issue. So I think climate change is absolutely accelerating the need for circular economies, for carbon drawdown as a means of, revenue streams. And I think it's a really fascinating time to be in the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've worked on bio-based technologies for a couple of decades, and we've always tried to justify projects by you run the finances and how much money can you get for selling electricity or selling a bioplastic. But I think there's this shift taking place where people are starting to understand that under some circumstances, particularly if you assume what I would call a mature carbon market where you have relatively high carbon prices. And this is, you can look at parts of the world in certain economic contexts where you have $100 to $200 a ton carbon price. If you assume that, a lot of times for bio-based technologies, the value of the carbon exceeds the value of the product you're selling. And so that really changes the way we think about these projects. Now, the carbon markets are incomplete today. We value this and not that. But I think you can imagine a world that, places a high value on carbon, whether that's carbon stored in a product or carbon stored in agricultural soils or carbon emissions avoided through your process. And that's a world that supports a lot of innovation and a lot of economic development. And so, there's, great opportunities throughout the state. There's a lot of attention today on climate smart agriculture, but really the big drivers today are sort of relatively low dollar voluntary carbon markets. But, if we were able to place a higher value on that, for example, if biofuel producers were able to share low carbon fuel standard carbon credits with their growers, you would have a much higher carbon price, and you'd have a more robust incentive to deploy things that are commonly done today at greater scale, like reduced tillage and cover cropping systems, precision nitrogen management. But, you could see opportunities for enhanced mineral weathering, biochar, some of these emerging opportunities that supercharge soil carbon storage. I think, we're just getting started to think about the product side and all the opportunities to store carbon in products, moving beyond traditional building materials, getting into engineered building materials, and then just, imagine an ethanol plant that may sequester fermentation CO2, ship it down a pipeline for permanent storage. Well, if we really valued carbon storage, they may start finding other ways to generate biogenic carbon and put it in that pipeline and store it in the ground. So I think there's just I think the sky's the limit. There's huge opportunities. And, again, there are pockets where these kinds of incentives do already exist. And the question would be, do you see that? Do you see more of those things in the future or less of them? I would see more, probably.
I think in the last 5 years, we've seen a huge shift in the industry. I mean, climate change as a whole and sort of our current amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has put a lot of pressure on consumers, all of us, and we then put pressure on companies. And so, almost every company today has some sort of sustainability statement, some sort of mission that is directly related to their carbon intensity, their carbon footprint. And I think that with things like sustainable aviation fuel coming on board, that's putting pressure on the ethanol industry to really look at their carbon intensity scores. Things like California's CARB certification also helps to really incentivize thinking about overall carbon intensity from scope 1, emissions, scope 2 emissions, and now really coming online scope 3, which is what we look at within agriculture. And I think that, you know, there's been a lot of discussion in the last 5 or 10 years about, you know, how do we get growers by and large to adopt practices, you know, people that have been doing agriculture for generations that have probably made changes for every generation, but that dial is oftentimes slow because it can be expensive to adopt new equipment. It can be challenging to be on the cutting edge without being on the bleeding edge. And I think that things like sustainable aviation fuel and the ethanol industry will kind of lead the way to help get farmers, you know, paid a little bit better, hopefully getting some premiums around and some incentives around doing better practices. I think for a long time, we've had sort of voluntary carbon market participation from farmers where they may or may not get paid for carbon credits or their practices that generate carbon credits. And it can be difficult to measure those sometimes. So I think, you know, the GREET model is far from perfect, but it is a good standard right now. It's a gold standard right now. And I expect that that will continue to change as most things do within the industry. We'll get better at defining and quantifying the qualifications around carbon intensity. But, you know, my hope is that ultimately things like sustainable aviation fuel will help to create premiums for farmers, because at the end of the day, that's really like the backbone of our society.
Brendan, an online question, and you almost got there with your biochar comment, but the question was, as people, or as you look at new technologies, do you ever go back to biochar?
I'm excited about biochar. Yeah, there's a lot of activity in Minnesota. There's a lot of interesting startup companies. We don't really have much of a policy framework. I think the overlay of how the credit markets treat biochar is sort of in development today, and it's probably one of these areas where we have an opportunity to play a leadership role as a state and help to define what those markets look like. But yeah, it's a huge opportunity. It's an exciting opportunity. It's proven technology in some ways, in terms of, I think, you know, relatively speaking, we have more confidence in the ability of biochar to store carbon. We have more work to do to prove out, you know, sort of its other value propositions. And I think there's a lot of work looking at biochar as a, you know, water treatment technology. There's been a lot of research looking into where it offers value in agriculture, and it's probably pretty site specific, soil specific, crop specific. So there's more work to be done there, but I think a lot of opportunity.
And then maybe, did you want to answer that?
I would just say, yeah, there's a number of things that a number of stones we need to turn within biochar, from feedstock predictability, how that feedstock will sort of play a role or perform as an end product, but moreover, looking at the actual process itself, from the temperature, the pressure, the duration. There's a number of things that, if you look in the literature, there's many different ways to make biochar. And I think having consistent processes, consistent feedstocks, and even consistent testing will go a long way to understand how it will perform. And as you mentioned, Jordan, even soil types will probably play a large role in that.
And then to wrap it up, maybe I'll have all three of you comment on the other question we had. We've talked about other countries. We've talked about other states. We've talked about Minnesota. Are you having any conversations on a regional approach?
Well, there has been a discussion about if you see Midwestern states move forward with, the equivalent of a low carbon fuel standard, there are currently bills in Minnesota, Illinois, and Michigan. And I personally think it would be a smart move for if those states all end up moving forward, to try to adopt something as similar as possible, and B, I think that, trying to find some synergies. So for example, if you get a fuel pathway approved in Michigan, it would be awfully nice if there was reciprocity with the other states to be able to use that pathway there as well, and not have to go through a whole separate regulatory process in each state. I think the whole issue of climate smart ag and how we could provide incentives to growers through fuel markets is brand new. Nobody's done it yet. So, and it's going to be a heavy lift. So I think it would be really, really smart for Midwestern states to team up on that and try and come up with a common approach.
Yeah, regionally, I think it's really encouraging to see that other states are also, other Midwestern states are also really interested in tapping into renewable energy. There's certainly a lot of wind around here, and you know, really trying to leverage as much sort of renewable energy into producing other green products as possible has become really kind of a mainstay throughout the Midwest. And I am happy to see that Minnesota is trying to have a front seat at the table.
Jeff, last word.
I think from an incentive standpoint, when we look at the portfolios of programs that exist at the state level, there's quite a similarity that exists across many of the states that Minnesota competes with in the Midwest. In a sense, that is working together. It's complementary. You see what works and you try to adopt that as well. I think it's going to be difficult to get cross-border incentives from a traditional standpoint, but as long as there are methods and opportunities to leverage those programs to make projects more profitable and mitigate risk, I think we're doing the right thing to compete against other regions. So everybody should be at the table.
Very good. Let's thank our panel for their great presentation here this afternoon. No poll. A chance to stretch your legs. We've got some food out in the hallway for you. It's our last networking break of the day until we get to this evening, and then you can network till the cows come home, I guess. But we'll be back at 2:55 and move in. We're going to figure out how to pay for some of this stuff. Who's willing to bank some of this bioindustrial material? And we'll be back at 2:55, a 25-minute break. Time to get away from our break here at the New Uses Forum. We're going to wrap up the afternoon with one more panel. We're going to figure out how to pay for some of the stuff that we've been discussing today and who's willing to finance it. And to help us do that with this panel on bioindustrial bankability, we have Stephanie Rich. Stephanie is head of platform at Bread and Butter Ventures, where she works to add continuous value to portfolio companies and founders. She's a former entrepreneur in residence at Techstars Farm to Fork Accelerator in partnership with Cargill and Ecolab. She also has worked with numerous early stage startups as a mentor and advisor and has received the Techstar Give First Award 3 separate times. She has hands-on expertise in bringing products and companies to market while building, cultivating, and sustaining customer base online and off. Stephanie also founded Startup North, a publication focused on telling the stories and sharing the insights of Minnesota startups, innovators, and their ecosystems. And Gobi Partners, a marketing consultancy for startups and growing brands. Stephanie Rich, it's great to have you here at the New Uses Forum.
Thanks so much. How's everybody doing? Yeah. Feel free to come forward. We've got an awesome panel coming up all about bioindustrial bankability. And we're going to start off with some intros just so you know, where are these opinions coming from? Christian, you want to kick us off?
With an introduction, yeah. Hi, my name is Christian Kemp-Griffin, and I've actually come all the way from France to see you here. So I run a company called Cellucomp, and Cellucomp is headquartered in Scotland. And I'm going to give you a little bit of what our mission is. Our mission is to create material change for good. So that means using our materials to make a significant change from now on and for the good of people, planet, and profit. Without the profit, you don't have the impact. So it's very important as well. So just a little bit about what we do. We create a product called microfibrillated cellulose. And it's derived from the waste streams or co-product streams from root vegetables. So if you think about a carrot, for instance, and you squeeze the juice out of the carrot and that pulp that's left over after, that's what we use as our feedstock. And in fact, the name of our product is called curran, and curran is the Gaelic word for carrot because it's the vegetable of choice that was used in order to get the product going, as it was a startup in a garage, like a lot of startups. And that was actually the starting point. So today we use sugar beet pulp because it's a much more scalable root vegetable. And this is what brought us to Minnesota, actually, because you grow a lot of sugar beet here. We have now opened a business here in Minnesota. And the stage of our business now is we have built our demo plant and customer adoption from the European base, and now we want to build a scale-up commercial facility here in this area. And so more about that later, perhaps, but that's enough for now. Okay.
I'm Max Chatsko. I'm the founder of SolTB, and that's a public benefit company that covers the business of biotech. So I was sitting there one day and I thought, you know, it's hard to write well about finance and it's hard to write well about biotech. So why don't I do where those two things overlap like an idiot? And so that's kind of where SolTB came out of. So my background's in bioprocess engineering and material science engineering. I've been a financial analyst covering industrial biotech for a little over a decade now. So it's a good platform. It allows me to have complete independence. I don't have any corporate sponsors or ads or anything. So I can say a lot of things that need to be said, try to talk some pragmatism into the space, which I think is needed. And I'm still scaling it. So in the meantime, I just joined Emerald Cloud Lab, and I'm the lead technical trainer for laboratory operations at the CMU Cloud Lab in Pittsburgh. And that's a collaboration between Carnegie Mellon University and Emerald Cloud Lab. So gives me a cool front row seat to workforce development in the bioeconomy, which I think is going to be very important in the coming years. And I saw some people mention that earlier, so that's good to see too.
Hi everyone, it's great to be here. My name is Suhas Narayanswamy. I am a principal with a firm called Lewis and Clark Agri-Food out of St. Louis. We are a venture capital investment firm that manage capital across multiple strategies. On the food, agriculture, and materials technology side, we manage about $350 million of capital and have made over 25 investments in the space. Everything from upstream agriculture and technologies like gene editing to crop protection chemistry, as well as novel materials that are displacing leather to textile to wood-based products. We typically invest in the Series A and Series B stages with initial checks of between $6 to $8 million and work very closely with the entrepreneurs that we invest in to help build and scale those businesses.
I'm Sandeep Vani. Currently, I'm a consultant, but I've spent 25 plus years in the fermentation-based products industry, some of it non-fermentation based also. First, I started with NASA. Then 5 years, I was with Kelco, CP Kelco, biopolymers, if you know xanthan, Welland, Gellan, biogums. So was involved in the commercialization or commercial scale production, spent 15 plus years at ADM. And basically there I was the technical development lead for the fermentation production facility in Decatur, which has over 20 million liters plus of fermentation capacity there. We used to make 7 products there, and also helped scale up and commercialize our PHA product and other products that we were making there. Built the Clinton, Iowa facility. He was on the team where we built that. And then last few years, I've been working as a consultant, but one of the major commitments lately has been working closely with venture capital in terms of due diligence and also advising startups in commercializing processes and really de-risking and taking products to market. That includes scale up, but also includes other aspects beyond scale up.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to start with a 2-part kind of rapid fire question. So I want a true or false and then a 1 sentence. The biomaterial space will take 10% market share by 2030, true or false? And then 1 sentence on the biggest changes needed to see biomaterials take that 10% market share.
True or false on the 10%? The honest answer is I don't know, but I think there's a good chance that it will. Yeah, so I'll tip on to the true rather than the false. In terms of what needs to happen, there has to be market pull. There absolutely has to be market pull for that to work. And that may take regulation as well in order to incentivize that.
What's it at right now? Is it like 6%? Is this a trick question? Okay, I'm going to say false. 2030 is pretty close, right? So err on the side of caution there. What's needed to make that happen? I think we do need a little more like ruthless pragmatism on how we build companies. We still tend to, in industrial biotech anyway, chase a lot of shiny objects. And then we forget that, you know, most companies actually succeed or fail at commercial scale. For some reason, you know, the companies on in the coastal hubs forget that. So we still have a lot of learning to do for that.
I'd go with false as well. I think there's a chance we'll get pretty close, but 10% seems like a high hurdle. And in terms of what we need to make that happen, I'd say high quality, you know, best in class entrepreneurs, you know, the likes of maybe Elon Musk, who come into the world of biomaterials and change the landscape a little bit. And in terms of what that entrepreneur would need to accomplish, I think it is bringing the ecosystem together, right from the consumer to governments to, you know, just the large OEMs and manufacturers of current products, as well as just creating a whole new narrative around what is possible and why this change is necessary.
Yeah, throwing cold water, yes, false just for timing, not by 2030, but probably 2035 or so. Three things: cost competitiveness, particularly if you're reaching 10%, we have to be cost competitive with petrochemicals, which across the board we are not. We are making a lot of progress, but we need to get there. Advantaged, basically profile in terms of applications, beneficial properties that we bring new products to market. And third thing is scale up. We talked about BioMADE, talked about like lack of equipment and asset base, and that's expensive. So we need to find a way to make a cost-effective asset base available.
Awesome. So I'm going to follow up with you on that really quickly. Of what we're going to talk about and what you've heard from all of these folks is everyone's involved for the most part in some level of funding, right? And so we've got folks who have invested, we've got folks who have taken investment, we have folks who cover investment. So we're going to dive right in. Is venture the right model here? Why or why not? Sandeep, do you want to kick us off in terms of your comment about assets needed?
At this point, probably not for the very large scale facilities. Like we talked about something like NatureWorks or Core or stuff. That kind of investment is probably not going to come from venture, because I think Sean made the point earlier that we are asking venture to fund something which has project type returns. I think that resonates for somebody who's tried to build large production facilities. So we need either strategic investors or other type of investment models to complement venture. Venture has a role, but it's not going to pay for a $400 million plant.
Yeah, I agree with what Sandeep said. Venture has a role to play in catalyzing the ecosystem, but different types of capital needs to come together. And, you know, that could be everything from non-dilutive grants to, you know, debt capital, as well as, you know, just payments from customers in pursuit of future product, right? I've not seen a willingness from like Pinnacle customers to buy products or make payments well ahead of, you know, when they take delivery of those products. Even simple gestures like that, I think, will go a long way in catalyzing the ecosystem.
So on top of that, Christian, can you talk a little bit about what the CelluComp capital stack looks like and why?
Yeah, so it's pretty similar. It's going to be a real combination of different types of investment. So just so you know, right now we have a combination of venture capital, individuals, and also some people are involved in strategics as well. So I think that will continue as well. I think one of the other thing that we would need to see is a combination of equity, debt, as well as grant funding coming together and coalescing at the same time, especially when you get into the bigger projects. So that could be anything from debt that is de-risked through some of the government programs. That can be also some asset financing debt as well. But the equity would come from a combination of venture and strategic as well.
Okay, so let's talk about a couple actual investments though that happen. So Suhas, at Lewis and Clark, you've invested into natural fiber welding and Lingrove in the past couple of years. Can you share a little bit about what excited you about these deals and why venture for these two companies?
Sure. Happy to talk about some of our investments. In terms of, just where we came from as a fund, we started off investing in agricultural technology, which is essentially, digital tools as well as crop productivity and crop protection. And as we deployed capital in that area, we realized that there's a larger opportunity in terms of using agricultural inputs to displace the larger industrial product world. And as we looked at the landscape of companies, natural fiber welding stood out to us simply because it could meet the spec of the product in terms of what the customer expectation is today at a price point that makes sense, both in terms of the alternative leather category as well as in the textile market. So in terms of ability to build a really large company and the technology being available and ready to go today, I think that is a significant achievement. And for example, I am currently wearing shoes made by the company's materials through Allbirds. So they have products in the market today. We expect that pretty soon you'd be able to buy a vehicle from BMW with interiors made from natural fiber welding's alternative weather products. So I think what drove our investment making decision process is this is not a product and a technology that is 5 years out, but it's here and now, and we can accelerate the company's progress by providing capital and bringing resources to bear. In terms of our second investment, it's a company called Lingrove, which services the built environment market. And the company's products can displace wood veneer or high pressure laminate. Both of these have very high ecological footprint. And what the company can do is essentially take fast growing plants such as flax, combine them with the likes of PLA from companies like NatureWorks, layer them to create composite materials, and you get the same look and feel of what a high pressure laminate or a wood veneer would achieve with a much lower ecological footprint. And when you look at who the buyers of these products are, the LEED certified large, hotels and companies and huge building projects all have massive carbon reduction goals as well as sustainability goals. And the architects who are speccing products into these projects are actively looking for new materials that can displace the existing landscape of materials that have a higher ecological footprint.
All right, Max, you said that you're not afraid to call things out. So we're going over to you. What in the biomaterials space is overhyped right now, especially from the investment perspective?
Stephanie's trying to add to my list of cease and desist letters. Thank you. No, I think if you take a step back, like where does hype come from, right? And so every company, every person, entrepreneur, I've learned this the hard way myself, you have to do some amount of marketing promotion, right? So like, that's not a crime. We're not going to haul you up to hype jail for doing that. But I think in living technologies, it takes so long to develop these things, and you often don't have a whole lot to show for it while you're building. So it kind of lends itself to more storytelling. But I think in recent years, maybe because money was so easy to come by when interest rates were 0%, we started to like found companies and build companies around stories that like maybe we shouldn't have done, or like you could have known from the beginning, the probability of success was probably going to be pretty low for some of those. So, something that, just to be pragmatic, I think if we drew a Venn diagram, right, of like, what can biology make, what kind of ingredients, and then what kind of ingredients can biology make in an economically viable manner, I think that overlap is still too small, or like smaller than we like to admit a lot of times, at least with fermentation, even in 2024. So I think, the companies that have the most success and that have had the, pivoted the right way or whatever it might be, even if they weren't successful at first, they've done this two-part thing. choose the right ingredients from the beginning, and then choose the right markets and applications for those ingredients, right? So for example, I was talking to a couple of companies recently. One is making, they have a technology platform for engineering fatty acids and lipids. So like, cool, that's a great, biomolecule. But like, what are they doing? It's like everybody else, they're going after like animal-free dairy. So like, I don't know where these people are shopping, but like my grocery store only has so much shelf space, right? So like 500 vegan cheese products can't possibly all be successful. So God bless them for trying, but like, there's a lot of things you can do with fatty acids, other niche ingredients that might allow you to walk down the cost curve, refine your process, and get to market a little bit easier.
So speaking of getting to market, Sandeep, you do a ton of due diligence on biomaterials companies for venture funds. And you look into deployment plans, you look into scale plans. What are some of the red flags you look at that indicate that they're not going to be able to hit scale?
Well, I'm being asked to put the challenges out there, but just as a disclaimer, I'm a lot more optimistic than what my answers are. But yeah, there are red flags. And one of the things we kind of touched upon today is, again, colleagues from PLA and who have been in NatureWorks know it takes 20, 25 years to bring that product to market. I don't say that the new products, I won't say bring to market, but to scale it up to a large scale, you can bring it up faster. But really it's about, is the company aligned in terms of expectations? Is like, will they reach their revenue run rates in the time frame they are projecting, right? You have to build the production facility. You have to do the customer acceptance trials, and it's not just the technical aspect of it. In my mind, I differentiate between your customer and the end user. Customer is actually who you are sending the material to and who's paying your invoices. But the end user, like we talked about, could be somebody different. There are 3-4 steps before a polymer resin reaches the end user. So is that whole value chain de-risked, not just your production facility? So you have to look at like, what is the pull from the end user? Are they going to be adapting the products? If you look at it from the perspective of that, again, in this whole sustainability story, there are 3 aspects to it. One is there's a lot of investor interest, like Breakthrough Energy Ventures, for example, and others who are focused on investing in sustainability. There's a lot of policy drive behind it. But then there's the end user. The end users have adapted some products that they think more personally, like, for example, food or fabrics or clothing. But they don't think of a bottle as a very personal product. So will they adapt? How quickly will they adapt new products that way? So will the customer adoption happen? How you are building your production facilities? Coming from personal burn marks, working on PHA, the business failed was we built the plant too fast. We had a very big facility sitting partially idle because the customer revenue had not ramped up in line with it. So those are the kind of things I look for, is whether you can meet the cost points, whether you can meet the timing, whether your revenue will ramp in time.
So Christian, based on that, customer adoption and market pull, how are you seeing that for CelluComp, and how do you think about how that market pull affects your business?
Yeah, it's pretty critical. I have to say that we were looking at both these things. So in order to be successful, I believe that you have to show that you can make the product and that you can sell the product ultimately. And by making the product, I mean scaling it up. So taking it from the lab up to the full scale. Also managing the feedstock, which is a very complicated component in that value chain, providing value, a low cost way of making it. And also in the biomaterials market is how to deal with your waste streams and the amount of water that you're using as well. So that's the one side, is creating a product that is going to be cheap enough to be able to enter the market by managing the how to make it side. On how to adopt it side, we were convinced CelluComp is called CelluComp because it's cellulocomposites, okay? And now we're making fiber-based barrier packaging, things like this, which could be fully recyclable. But we started off with composites because we believed that that was the best market to get into. Made fishing rods, developed that type of business, and then went into the coating business. So to the point where we developed our board, where we had experts in the coating business, and we were going to the American Coating Show, and we were developing all that. And it ended up being a technology push business, trying to get Sherwin-Williams to change their base formulation with the addition of our additive, even though it was providing a value proposition, was very hard and very tough. Now what we found is, and it makes all the difference, is now the phone is ringing and people are calling us saying, we got to get a hold of this. And it is night and day in terms of how we are running our business. And the big difference now is when you get into the packaging area, which is a highly desired area, and I think a lot of people spoke about this today already. So we have something that is PFAS free, that is providing barrier for something that is naturally a very porous product. So this is obviously providing solutions for people. And we're also not the material, we're an additive in an existing material, which means that we can sell our product profitably and not impact the end product so much. So that is a huge difference in terms of how we see the market now, is that people are actually asking us for solutions.
So people asking for solutions, that tells me some optimism. What are we excited about in this space, and where do you see major opportunities? Max, I'm going to start with you.
I think like some things that I have my eye on, that like as a bioprocess engineer, I really want continuous fermentation processes to work. So like domestically, we have Pal Bio, right? They just got around. There's another company in Europe, I don't remember the name. We're here to talk about the US bioeconomy anyway, so forget them. But like continuous fermentation, that could really unlock a lot of the potential for industrial biotech, how we build facilities, how we fund them, the type of chemical space that's maybe, you know, opened up. It can give everybody some breathing room on margins. So something like that's more of like a aspirationally, that would be awesome if it worked. Still some challenges there. And then I think kind of like Christian was saying, I mean, just being pragmatic about how you target, you know, where's your ingredient going to go into? What markets can you play? You don't have to make the whole thing. You can just be on the ingredient list or something and add a lot of value that way. That gives you a lot of opportunity to walk down the cost curve as well. So things like that are really smart. You know, another example would be like Checker Spot, right? It's a microalgae company. A lot of the old Solazyme Terravia guys and ladies over there, but they just chose different ways to get those materials into market. And, you know, they're doing relatively well, so.
I think, you know, a key factor in the success of these businesses tends to be timing. And it feels like a lot of the infrastructure is coming together really well in terms of how collaborative companies are being, as well as, you know, the support system that is getting created for these companies, as well as the talent that is being developed, you know, as these companies get built and more companies get to a Series D, Series E, and, you know, potentially public companies. So we need some successes that will catalyze additional momentum into the ecosystem. And I think if we look several years out in the future, as we started the panel in terms of 2035, et cetera, there is no doubt that there will be significant progress. And along the way, there will be winners and losers. And I think that's just a path and process of, you know, an evolution. And I think we are firmly headed in a direction where we are going to see a significant improvement in the choices that are available to consumers in terms of the products that they can go out and buy. The hurdle is also just, you know, when you think about how some of these industries and businesses have been created, it's taken 150 years, right? And these balance sheets have been built over a very long time frame. And they have the ability to sustain a very long time, and the startup has to compete against that behemoth with a, you know, a very weak balance sheet. So that bridge is also going to get, you know, closer as the ecosystem develops. And I think we kind of have to, you know, as one of the investors in famously says, we can't look too far out in the future. So I think for us as investors, we're gonna have to be very discerning about for what business a time has come. And, as Sandeep was mentioning early on, in terms of the components to success, how everything is coming together into that business plan for that particular entity to succeed.
So I think one of the things that should also be highlighted is the federal support, government support. BioMADE is an excellent example that gives a lot of emphasis and impetus to the industry as a whole. So that is definitely exciting and de-risks. And also, I think, yeah, we may or may not have a green premium. We've talked about it, but definitely there's more awareness in the end user, consumer, about the benefits that we bring to the table. And that is building for sure, in my opinion, at least. So that should help us a lot.
I'm coming back to you, Sandeep. When you think about biomaterials 1.0 versus where we are right now, how have things changed, and how have things changed in terms of understanding and awareness of what people are actually investing in?
So I may be oversimplifying, but the early stage investments were probably the investors were looking at the total addressable market and then looking at, yes, there is a biological solution to it. Let's go get it, right? So if you look at the examples of even metabolics, I was literally sitting across the table when they were first going with their team when they were first listed. They had a huge opportunity. They had a solution, biological solution, and that was it. Similarly, somewhat with Amiris or others, they got a lot of money with a very large market in front of them and a very strong brand name team who was pursuing it. Over a period of time, I think the investor community has become a lot more sophisticated about the different issues we have talked about now. I mean, I get more and more questions. I remember my first due diligence I did, I spent 75% of the time convincing them that the strain could do the yield and the productivity that were being promised. Now I spend 10% of the time on the strain and probably 50% of the time in can they scale it? What assets will they be using? Is their techno-economic model stands up to the test of time? Will the customer accept the properties and the quality of the product? How repeatable is the process? I never heard the word repeatable 10 years back. And now everybody's asking like how repeatable and consistent is the process? Is the process team capable of bringing it to market? Those kind of questions have become a lot more prevalent, the investor community, and also the type of investments, right? If you look at it, you had the first version was you had the Amiris and the PHA and the LS9 and all metabolics, and those companies had a lot of investments. The second generation, I would say, is probably Ginkgo and Zymergen, and even Zymergen then eventually pivoted to a material product where had mixed success with that. And then the third generation now is what we are talking about, is now people are directly targeting specific products in the consumer markets, like we heard in terms of Lindgrow or other similar ones. And there are others like Zymochem is doing a fermentation-based product, which has raised a fair amount of money. So there are others like that who become a lot more targeted about the product profile.
Similar question to you, Christian. Since you first kind of became aware of Cellular Comp from the startup side of the table, how has the reaction to funding changed?
Yeah, I think when we first started, we got venture funding on an idea. Quite frankly, it was, hey, listen, just as we could imagine this vision of current material being in anything, being as a composite, being part of drilling fluids, being into cosmetics, being into coatings, et cetera, et cetera. So a very, very wide, vast materials could go into. So it was this idea of a platform technology that could go into multiple things. And then the accessible market is absolutely huge without even all the nuts and bolts about how we're going to scale, how we're going to get there. Not all those steps needed to be answered at that time. And we were able to get the venture funding. Now what I find is it's very different. Now it's like, well, do you have 10 customers who are willing to pay up front to get it. So that is a big, big difference that I see in terms of, what the funding is like. And I think it's really important that there's something that is kind of in between that, where the venture community also takes a leadership role in impacting the future of things, even if they're not perfect, even if you don't have every answer, but they're still believing in good teams, in good projects with things that really can succeed. Because entrepreneurs are de facto going to be in a catch-22 situation when you talk about going from pilot to commercial. You run into that problem. You run into the problem of, I can't get the customers without the plant, and I can't get the plant without the customers. Now, there are solutions to that. There are LOIs, letters of intent, which is a very good indication that if you get that plant up, and then I can go and audit that plant, then I can feel secure. So you need to also invest on the LOI component rather than takeoff component, because the whole takeoff component was on the basis of a lot of energy type investments, where it was obvious you would have a customer that you would pump into the grid. But when you're talking about materials, that adoption time everything needs to be combined and work in unison in order to get it done. And I see a lot more caution, and I think that's good because it provides some due diligence onto the companies, which is terribly important, but there still needs to be courageousness as well to invest in the future.
So thinking about kind of coming up with that repeatable process, consistency, coming to scale, going from pilot to commercialization. Max, when you think about how, early companies can actually think about how do we answer some of these questions? How do we think about our go-to-market in a way that would be actually attractive to venture funding and actually potentially successful?
Yeah, so I think like right sizing your cost overhead, for like where you're at is very important, and not many companies do that. So I haven't published it yet. I'm about to publish it, but analysis on Illumina, which is actually a really kick-ass case study for like how to build a biotech company. I know it's lab instruments, but so Illumina was founded in 1998. So it was like the end of the dot-com bubble, right? And then it went public in 2004, but it had its first year of operating income in 2006. So it was only 8 years after it was founded. And then it never had an operating loss ever again until it acquired Grail. So, but it's had 18 years of positive operating cash flow. And in the year that it had its first positive operating income, its largest expense that year was actually the cost of goods sold. So it wasn't R&D, it wasn't selling general administrative, it wasn't much of overpaid, consultants or whatever, right? It was like the actual product. So that's really interesting. And we don't really build too many companies like that anymore. So, in industrial biotech, it might be similar. Like it's funny, I see this trend among companies that are kind of, already successful or right, like on the verge of it. Companies that have scaled and reached commercial scale, or again, are very close to it. They tend to not actually focus a whole lot on the strain engineering and optimization. They usually outsource that, and they focus a lot on like customer relationships, getting to scale, air compression or whatever, right? Like those little things that the biologists don't think of tend to be where companies get tripped up. So it's very interesting to see. There's like a clear divide between companies that have kind of crossed that Rubicon in terms of commercial scale and like where they focus their efforts and then how they build their companies. Like a lot of them will employ just as many chemical engineers as they do bioprocess engineers, because they know that downstream processing is really, really important. So I think that's a pretty good indicator. Like, those are some good blueprints of what to follow.
So you two at the end here, how do you actually tell if a company is going to do the things that Max is talking about? What are some early indicators as they're, at these early stages, these Series A, that they're going to have some of these best practices?
Illumina only raised $36 million of venture capital. So let's see, what do you got?
Yeah, I think Max made a very good point around capital efficiency. And I think that is a term and a metric that investors are measuring very carefully right now. If you go back and look at the past 5 years in terms of financing histories of a lot of companies, It was, how do I raise the next financing round? And my next financing round has to be bigger than the previous financing round. So I think the market overall has gone away from that because, that just layers in a bunch of preferred and makes it difficult for everybody to get a return. And it doesn't achieve, an M&A outcome, and it makes an IPO a much harder case as well. And those resources aren't used effectively in company building. So I think what approach we are taking now is to really map out what the future capital raises of this company is going to be in a much more detailed manner, not just the next financing round, but the 3 to 5 financing rounds that need to occur for this company to be profitable. And you need to do a real bottoms-up analysis on how much capital you need to raise, and not just that my Series C needs to be larger than my Series B, and I just need, 50 more people. So it is a lot more rigorous in terms of future business planning. And in terms of how we monitor this, I think, OKRs are a good metric that we implement across our businesses. And, holding people accountable and, budgeting and just the core pieces of building a good business are coming back in terms of governance from a board level to management in pursuit of achieving good outcomes.
I think there's a long answer and the short answer. The short answer is the team, basically. It's like, by definition, any entrepreneur has to be very optimistic. Otherwise, they would not be an entrepreneur. So they are going to present the best case, and they should present the best case. But is there a great realization of all the different things that need to happen? I won't even term it as challenges, but all the different steps that need to be taken and all the different milestones, and not only financial, but in terms of whether it is constructing a facility, whether it is getting regulatory approval, whether it's getting customer acceptance, whatever that might be. If there's a good understanding of what is involved, if there's a good understanding of past cases that have succeeded and not succeeded, if they can convince the investor that yes, there is good awareness, then I think that goes a long way in addressing, not everything, but it goes a long way in addressing some of the major challenges.
I'm gonna ask you what you think about that from your side of the table.
I think that's a fair comment. Just talking about I think it's critical to be managing the cost component of your business that is aligned with the stage of your business. So if you are raising big money to hire extremely quickly, it just means that that brick wall, if you don't succeed in your milestones, is going to hit hard and a lot faster. So you have to measure where you are to success and keep the operating costs of the business reasonable so that you can get there. And if you aren't able to get there fast enough, and it always costs more, it always takes more time, that you've got a plan B to know that you can last to that next stage. And I would also agree that you keep taking investments at the right size, at the right time, until you're poised to get the right level of investment that's big enough to really accelerate the company. So don't jump it too early and don't take it too late. And everything has to align. You have to have a cost model on your production that is going to have a good return on investment, and you got to have the market ready to pounce once that factory is up and running.
All right, Max, have you seen from your standpoint a change in how people think about the amount of funding going into? Suhas was talking about, you don't necessarily need to constantly grow every funding round after that. Have you seen that actually come to life a bit recently? Do you think we will?
I think it's still too early to have seen that for the most part, but I think that's coming for sure. Like, we're going to build companies differently when interest rates are 5% or 4% or whatever than when they're 0% and money grows on trees. So for sure. But there's still, this now is an interesting period because the companies that are getting funding, like Zymochem, right? Like, those tend to be good indicators of companies doing things right, or they didn't mess up previous rounds where they tried to raise too much because they were optimizing like their valuation or something stupid. So we see more examples like that now, and I think we'll see more for sure this year.
Sandeep, there's a lot of attention on scale ups right now, specifically in fermentation, and it's becoming really attractive to kind of all types of funding, including government. Can you talk about why this specific sector is really exciting right now?
There's too many people.
Yeah, I mean, that's close to my heart. So scale up, there's two things in my mind. One is just the availability of assets, like we talked about with BioMADE, particularly the middle part, but also the larger assets. But the second thing is also improving the cost effectiveness, that's capital cost as well as the operational cost. If you look at fermentation technology, and that's what my expertise, so I'll stick to that for now, it has not changed in the last 30, 40 years, how we do oxygen transfer or whatever. The fermenter starts off with only about a 40%, 50% filled, and you do a fed batch, you have to sterilize it, you have low productivity in the beginning. So all in all, if you look at a traditional metric about how productive the asset is, it's not very highly productive. Again, I'll quote Sean, he had mentioned it in another conference I attended. The space velocity of some of the cell-free systems, even, or the chemical catalysis systems, is much higher than a fermenter. So we need the assets, but we also need technology breakthroughs to increase productivity. We already heard like continuous fermentation is one of them. There are several companies that are working in that area. You are, I think, thinking of DAB Bio, the European company. And then you have like Cauldron in Australia, you have Pow Bio, there are others. There's also a couple of other companies that are working in terms of optimizing it, like, so I forget the name right now. And then there are companies that have assets available, like Firmworks in Georgia and others who have assets available looking for partners. So I think the asset need is going to be there, but over the longer term, we will have to improve the efficiency of those assets significantly to be competitive with some of the commodities.
Yeah, no, I think in terms of the infrastructure coming together, particularly from a CDMO standpoint, a lot of the startup companies now do not need to build their own facilities and can rely predictably on third-party entities. And in terms of just optimizing the overall infrastructure use, there are a lot of startup companies that have come, and are enabling the ecosystem to catalyze a little bit better. So I think all of that will result in efficiency and potentially, avoiding raising a large Series A and, enabling companies to be much more capital efficient.
So what would be your advice in terms of like if you could go back in time, you're just starting out, how would you advise a first-time founder on infrastructure and asset management in terms of like what sort of funding should they be looking at?
For CapEx, yeah. I think again, it's got to be a combination of the equity, some kind of asset finance or debt, and possibly some grant financing for it. In our particular case, actually, we recognized that we had a continuous batch process to make our material. And whilst that still produced a fairly good ROI in terms of it, we then put our minds towards a continuous process, and that dropped our CapEx by 6 times, and a dramatic drop in the OpEx as well. And that made a huge difference in terms of how we could go out and think about financing and funding. So we recognized that component was an absolutely key component in order to get the different kinds of funding.
Okay.
Yeah, we're ready for
We're
you.
good. We have right now 3 online questions that we'll get to, and Al has the microphone. So if there's someone in the room that would like to ask a question, let's start with for Sandeep. If the PHA plant was too big, is the solution to delay building the plant smaller or something else?
I think both in a way is you start off with smaller and ramp with the market build, like Christian mentioned, right? So the right amount of investment at the right time. is probably the better option here. Is like you start with enough to seed the market and then you grow with the market.
And I'd like each of you to weigh in on this one. Someone touched on it earlier, but what talent or qualities do you look for in the management team?
There's a lot of things you look for, obviously, but okay. First and foremost is like, yes, you need to have that optimism and you need to have that drive. Very mission driven. You're looking at the end point. That is the main thing. And the second thing is like being able to inspire the people around you, particularly in the leadership team, because you have to get everybody bought into it. Starting a company, and particularly in this space, bringing it to scale is very difficult. So those are the two things I would highlight immediately.
Yeah, if you think about it as what's the role of a CEO, you need to set the vision for the company, what to do, what not to do, and then you need to raise resources to execute against that vision. You need to hire the people to execute that vision, and then you have to hold them accountable. So if you have a leader who can do these things, and you can build into elements that they've done in the past that can help you underwrite some of those characteristics, then you will probably find your answer there.
I just look for a management that knows how to tie their own shoes in the morning, because you'd be surprised. No, I don't know. I like founders that tend to be more pragmatic, right? Like, yeah, they're optimistic, but they're also like, oh, we got to knock out these things in this order, and failure is an option. So, pragmatism and tying your shoes or Velcro shoes.
Yeah, I just like to say I'm wearing shoes with no laces. But let me comment just that I'm sitting in the CEO position in terms of what we look for management that's part of our team is an ability to wear multiple hats, especially early on, because it's really hard you don't have all the skills. You can't hire all the skill sets at the beginning. You have to hire people who are capable and willing to literally sweep the floor and be in high-level investor meetings and also customer meetings. So that's extremely important. Versatility, adaptability, and wearing multiple hats.
And back across, Stephanie, did you want to weigh in on
The
that?
only thing I would add is, and it just builds on what Suhas was saying, one of the ways that you can tell that someone has those characteristics he's talking about and the ability to raise money, ability to hire people is strong communicators.
From a timing perspective, when do you think the capital markets get more aggressive again? You can't lay the mic down now. Somebody's.
So I think the reason to be optimistic is that the broader economy seems to be doing quite well, and public markets have held up quite well, and chances are that those effects will start trickling into the private markets. We know that there is at least $300 billion of venture capital that has been raised during the 2021 and 2022 vintages that are sitting on the sidelines. Some of that is, for follow-on for their existing portfolio companies, but a lot of that capital is expected to go into new companies. So, sentiment shifts pretty quickly. My hope is that we're going to see something by the end of the year, but it might take longer.
So I'm not on the financing side, but I would add just one thing. Besides the macro of the economics and interest rates, which I am not qualified to comment on, having even one or two runaway successes will really catalyze a lot more investment coming into our industry. And I think we have some, I think, but I think a couple of name brand successes coming to market would be great catalyst.
Yeah, I think generally capital markets are starting to thaw. Kind of maybe saw a little bit of that at the end of last year. Certainly from like a public markets perspective too, I think it's becoming a little easier. But I will say, I think good companies or like well-run companies can always get funding in any environment. So if you build it right, they will come.
Al, you got anything out there? Or anyone want to ask a question? Otherwise, we'll give Stephanie the last word here in our panel. Go ahead.
All right, last question, just coming up with this one now. If you had $10 million, $20 million to invest in one specific space in the bioindustrial world, what are you most excited about?
Microfibrillated cellulose.
I think something that could have a big payoff that doesn't get enough attention is, we're pretty bad at like measuring at industrial scale still. So like more sensor technologies for commercial scale fermenters, get more data out of it. What can we do with that?
Yeah, I'd maybe not pick a particular sector, but say that what might be interesting is some type of a carve out, like somebody's done a lot of work, somebody's already invested $100 million into a technology that hasn't really shown up, and now is a market where you can get some of those assets on the cheap, and I'd be on the lookout for some of that.
I don't know, from my background, I can tell you one specific area, but I think one of my pet dreams has been if you can make a multi-product facility, right? So for example, PHA is an intracellular fermentation product, but at the same time, if your extracellular matrix was as valuable, right now we tend to make one product and throw the rest away or try to valorize it somehow. But I think with synthetic biology having advanced so much, there's no reason why we could not make 2 or 3 products, high value products from a single strain. I think that's where I would put my money.
All right, awesome. Stephanie, thanks for being here. Thanks to the panel for their good participation today. Give them a hand. You bet. Let's do a second to the last poll. As the panel leaves the stage, where do you feel the greatest challenges lie in financing for support of the bioindustrial sector? Opportunity to join in on that Slido.com poll and see, we've got somebody already putting in what they heard here in the last half hour, 45 minutes. Greatest challenges in financing something in the bioindustrial sector. Uncertainty, risk. There they come. Financing unproven technologies. Yeah. Some good ones there. Excellent. Well, it's 3:50, and as we start to move toward the close of our new uses forum this afternoon, we'll be welcoming Dr. Joe Schroeder to present a study on bioindustrial successes. Joe has 32 years of experience as an organic chemist, 12 years in small molecule synthesis for the pharmaceutical industry, and 20 years at NatureWorks. Also, Joe is co-inventor of 11 U.S. patents and their EP counterparts. He served as the NatureWorks representative on the Industrial Advisory Board to the Center for Sustainable Polymers. He currently holds the position of Chief Scientist at NatureWorks LLC. Please welcome Dr. Schroeder.
All right. So thanks for inviting me, and this is going to be a little bit different presentation than probably most of the rest of the stuff we've seen today. I'm going to give a little bit of history of NatureWorks and a couple of timelines of where we've been and what else has been going on. In the rest of the world as we were making our way forward as well. I want to start with, this has been our mission statement, to be a global leader in producing a broad family of performance plastics from renewable resources dedicated to meeting the world's needs today without compromising our ability to meet the needs of tomorrow. And I don't have our vision statement, but our vision statement is about continuous improvement and innovation and taking science and technology forward. So that's what we've been about, certainly in the time that I've been there and before I got there. This is an overhead picture of the biorefinery site where our manufacturing is located. So this is down in Blair, Nebraska, and this is a Cargill wet mill. And this particular facility was opened in 1995, And in the lower left-hand corner there is the corn wet mill, and that's the hub of the rest of the operations there. And so coming off the corn wet mill, there's, 4 products, some oil, some couple of protein fractions, and then a big sugar fraction. And you can, do a lot of different things with those. And then we use the NatureWorks uses the sugar fraction going forward from there. And so you've seen or heard talk of certainly the concept that's on this slide. So if you start with corn, and the idea here is we're going to add some capital and some technology along the x-axis and add some value going up along the y-axis. So first thing we're going to do is turn the corn into starch, and we've got some byproducts there, the feed and the oil. Turn the starch into dextrose. You can do high fructose corn syrup from that. Alternatives, you can do the fermentation products. So you've got things like erythritol, polyols, lysines, amino acids, and then lactic acid is the feedstock for NatureWorks. And then we're going to make a polymer monomer out of that lactic acid. And then most of the folks in this room, or some of you probably know this better than I do, but coming out of a bushel of corn, what do you have? And about a kilogram, this is in kilograms, not in pounds. So you get about 0.7 of a kilogram of corn oil, 1.2 kilos of gluten meal, 6.1 kilos of gluten feed. Those are kind of your last two of your proteins and your animal feeds. And then there's 14 to 15 kilograms in a bushel of corn of starch or sweetener components. And what can you do with that? Well, you could turn that into about 11 liters of ethanol, or you can turn it into about 10 kilos of PLA. And this is kind of a reciprocal chart of what was on the last. This is kilograms of sugar to make a kilogram of a biopolymer. And so Ingio's down at the bottom in the best spot. Using 1.6 kilos of sugar, you can make 1.5 kilo or 1 kilo of Ingio PLA. And bio-PBS or polybutylene succinate is right there with us. As you go up on the chart, you see that it takes more and more sugar equivalents to make a kilo of material. And so the atom efficiency there, you heard someone talk earlier, sugar's got 6 carbons and 6 oxygens. Lactic acid has 3 carbons and 3 oxygens, but you can get 2 full molecules out of that, whereas ethanol is a little bit less efficient because you spit out a molecule of CO2. But as you go up and up on this chart here, you're using less of the oxygen that's present in the sugar. So by the time you get to bio-PE and biopolypropylene up at the top, you stripped out a lot of the mass that was in the sugar, and there's some extra processing that needs to go on as well, some chemical processing that needs to go on as well. And so you've lost some of the mass that was in the sugar, and the yield of those polymers from that sugar is a little bit less than. And then the next couple of slides here are some things that have to do with maybe not so much regulatory, but things along the way that we needed to pick up to become a little bit more successful and a stronger organization. And so going from feedstocks to products, there's circular economy things, there's safety, there's sustainability claims. All these things now can get certified. So if we start in the bottom left at ISCC, that's carbon certification. So that has to do with, the farming practices, water and fertilizer usage and labor and things like that. If we go to product health and safety, that deals with, you see the green chemistry there in the middle. So that kind of deals with atom efficiency and, the chemical processes. The green screen certification has to do with do the products that come out of our facility, the pellets that we sell, are those free of, you know, things like heavy metals or nasty other chemicals, that sort of thing. Something else that can be certified is the actual bio-based carbon that's in there. So there are measurement techniques, kind of like carbon dating, that says, okay, I've got a particular cup. How much of the carbon that's in there is from new carbon out of the atmosphere that was through a grown and a renewable process versus how much of it was pumped out of the ground and is fossil based. Some materials have some of each, and certainly a polymer blend might have some of both as well. And then, you know, the circular economy, BPI certification, are your materials, do they pass some ASTM tests, and have they been validated, you know, to compost and to go away and to make a compost product that's safe to use. And then this is a little bit of our LCA, or our greenhouse gas footprint. And so these are things that are certified as well. If you look at the bottom things, the bottom four polymers, there are more commodity things that are made in US and Europe, and they have different scores based on where they're made. And that's because they have different energy costs and they have different raw material supplies and things like that. NatureWorks currently has a single facility, and that's down in Blair, Nebraska. So we just have one number there. And so, you know, stacked up against something like PET, that is something that we would consider ourselves, you know, a competitor for. We have some with similar properties. You know, we're 68, 70% reduced in our greenhouse gas footprint compared to that. Now, a couple of timelines, and this gets into a little bit of history. So this is just the NatureWorks history and what was going on. So the project started at Cargill in 1989, or in the late 80s. This is a few years before the corn wet mill came online, but as a way to help valorize or develop products from that corn wet mill. So there's a little bit more of a Minnesota component to that as well. A fellow named Pat Gruber was one of the people at Cargill that started it. Pat Gruber, myself, Jim Valentine, and Chris Ryan all started together in the Ph.D. program at the University of Minnesota in the chemistry department in 1983. So Pat came out of there and he went over to Cargill straight away. He hired Chris Ryan in the early days to look at bioorganism development and things like that. And then Jim and I came on much later in around 2000, 2002, when the plants were coming online. But again, just kind of a shout out to the Minnesota University system for from the four of us. So from 1989, we'll jump to 1994. That's when the pilot plant opened. So there was a facility down in Savage, Minnesota, and that would do on the order of 8 million pounds a year. So something like 1,000 pounds an hour. And that we'll jump to 2004. That was the opening of the facility down in Blair. And now we're going to be up to, you know, when the facility was first open, kind of running at half speed, or we had half the facility or half the single train of operation up. Now we're up to, you know, 10, 15,000 pounds an hour. And one of the things that was touched on, I think by Sandeep, was we had a new to the world polymer. And so in 2009, we opened a state-of-the-art application development facility. So we had a new to the world polymer. We were becoming experts in the processing of that, and we needed a facility that we could bring customers into and show them how to use our material and how to get the most out of it. We made some further updates along the way, adding some capacity and filling out the rest of the trains and getting ourselves up to the 150,000 kilograms per year. That was in 2012. And the last bullet point up here, in 2025, we intend on having a second plant operating in Asia and Thailand. That plant will run on sugarcane sugar as opposed to corn sugar. So this is how long did it take us? So it took us 15 years to get from 1989 to 2004. That was getting out of the lab, getting the plant built, and then it took us another 15 years or so to get all the way to being, sold out, to hitting the nameplate capacity of the facility. And you can see the other kind of commodity plastics that were on here and how long it took them. And, if you look at some of the ones on the left-hand side of the graph here, you've got, the polyolefins that were, 12 to 15 years. Those were early guys in the 30s and the 40s. So they were doing, some chemistry and some engineering development along with, product development. The polyethylenes and polypropylenes in the middle there, I think, were taking advantage of, developments in the chemical industry. Took them much longer to get sold out and get up to 300 million pounds a year. The guys on the right-hand side are the more specialty polymers. It took them quite a bit longer to get to 300 million pounds a year. And we're sort of in the middle between, a little bit commodity and a little bit specialty. And this is a slide that kind of talks about or shows, what was going on in academic and industrial research, things that were published in the literature. So this is a slide that has just a simple search of, the words lactide, which is the monomer for our polymer, and PLA or polylactide. And if you look across here in the beginning, in the early 90s, you can see publications for the monomers are starting to come up. And then, by the time you get out to today, the number of publications is kind of leveling off at, 400 to 500 a year. And then the green marks are the publications due to polylactide, and that's still rising. And there's quite a bit more. There's, 5,000 publications on polylactides in a year in the chemical industry. These are from the chemical abstracts. And then, who's working on this stuff? I think Mark Hillmeyer had to take off, but if you just do an author search, he comes up as the number 2 slot. We have a Chinese person there, somebody from Europe, and the bottom 2 guys are from Asia as well. So there's a broad breadth of geographies that are working in the area. And this is, again, another version of our timeline, and this is, I guess, a hype chart. If you start out at the very beginning, 2000, you've got, our technology trigger, the plant was opened. We had very high expectations, inflated expectations there. And we thought we were going to be in a lot of apparel. We thought we were going to be in fibers and fabrics and things like that. And that didn't pan out. We rode that back down to the trough of disillusionment here, and you can see the sun chip bag. And I don't know if people recognize that, but that was a very noisy bag. And the market told us that a compostable bag was not an even trade for a really noisy bag. And that was a kind of a crash and burn. And then you can see the upward slope from there. And I would say that's, we started putting our round peg in round holes during that time frame. So 3D filament is a very natural fit. We're a great material for that. And that's a big business for us now. We got the compostable food serviceware. It would have been great if all the cups here were compostable and from NatureWorks. The coffee cups could have been lined with PLA as well. But we'll talk about that later. Now you'll see there's another chip bag up there on the right-hand side. And you think, well, why did you crash and burned on that before? Why would you even have that as an opportunity up there? Well, now there are some new additives and some new players, things like PHAs stuff that we can blend and put in there, and we can make a quieter bag, we can make a compostable bag. So that's coming back around. And then this is, what else was going on in the world in this sort of same time frame. So if you start over on the left-hand side of this slide, in the 80s, you had things like, the beginnings of climate change awareness and things like that. You got the recycle codes coming out, and that sort of thing. In 1997, you had the Kyoto Protocol sorts of things. 2007, again, an awareness of the connection between CO2 and global warming and climate change. And then the stuff on the very right-hand side of the slide is, community involvement and all this sort of stuff. So you've got, Greta Thunberg up there, people making monsters out of Starbucks cups that were single-use materials, people in England getting, finding out that, their tea bags were made out of starch or fiber that was held together with plastics and that sort of thing. And then in particular, the picture of the tortoise or the sea turtle with the straw on his nose. So those are things that were coming along as well as in the time that we were trying to march ourselves forward. And, kind of speaking to, is there going to be, demand and continued interest in this? So you've got 8 great big companies here that have all made announcements about how they're going to change their products or their packaging into either recyclables, reusables, compostables, that sorts of thing. Right now we fit best with the bio-based sort of front end. And I would say composting is right in our wheelhouse, industrial composting. There's a lot of interest in recycle. So NREL has a bottle program that's bio-optimized technologies to remove thermoplastics from landfills and the environment. So that's a long-winded explanation there, but they're working on taking polyesters, mixed polyesters, and having a process that will separate it out. So you could take a mixed bag of polymers and have a lactic acid stream coming off of that we could recycle, and having a terephthalic acid stream coming off of that you could recycle and that sort of thing. And, NatureWorks often gets asked, people are shooting inquiries into us for, hey, we've got a process to, take scrap that we had and turn it back into lactic acid, or take scrap that we have and turn it back into lactide, which is the monomer that we use. Composting takes it all the way back to CO2, starts the cycle again with the corn growing, and that's another long loop recycle. As I mentioned, we're working on a second plant. This one will be in Thailand. So the picture in the upper left there, those are real storage tanks, so field erected tanks coming online. The other pictures are artist renditions, but they're still going in the ground, and this plant will serve our Asian customers. And I've talked about the feedstocks and the manufacturing, but scaling isn't just limited to those two things. You need a converter base, you need performance applications, and the circularity piece of it is becoming larger and larger. So on the converting side, having a customer that can run our material or polylactic acid or polylactide, if they can run it all year round and sell out that piece of converting equipment, there aren't switching costs back and forth. So to the extent that you can get volumes up or get somebody to work with your material, that was a benefit to us. Along the way, we've spent an awful lot of time and effort in the laboratory tuning our material for performance applications and things like that. And the last few years, have had a real focus on the biodegradability and the back end of life sorts of things. The next couple of slides I'm gonna wrap up then with you know, some of the things that we make and where you might see them and what kind of other technology goes into these besides kind of the bioindustrial side of things. So up on the slide here, you've got a couple of cups, you know, paper and drink cups. So food serviceware is big for us. I mentioned 3D printing. We're very good for that. The refrigerator liner is a project that we spent some time on. Didn't get a lot of traction, but some of the natural polymer properties of polylactide make it a great material to sandwich the insulation foam that goes into a refrigerator and keep that foam more efficient over a much longer lifetime. And I'll just spend a little bit of time with a couple of things in specific. So a simple paper cup, well, it's not that simple. It's the coating and the PLA portion of it is really what holds the cup together, the glue that holds the cup together. Typical paper cup would be lined with something like polyethylene. Now, you do that, it's not going to be compostable because the polyethylene won't go away. If you have a paper cup that's coated with PLA, you can either compost it and the PLA will go away and the paper will go away, or you can repulp that and the PLA will go away in the repulping process. But from a technological standpoint, you know, NatureWorks had to bring to bear a lot of science and modeling and things like that to get the material to process well, to get it to penetrate into the paper, to get it to glue the cup together and all that sorts of thing. So we do a fair amount of, you know, application development work as well as make the material itself. And then an example of 3D printing, as I said, we've got a lot of the great properties for that. We, you know, melt and soften it at a relatively low point. We can, it's very easy to make filament. It's very easy to print with. And a couple of the examples here, the red one on the left, Earl Bakken Medical Device Center. So that's an example where doctors can get a 3D print of what they're going into before they start the surgery. So they know where vessels might be, and it streamlines things and really helps them out. The one in the middle is a mask for someone that's going to get some radiation therapy, and the better the mask fits, the more efficient the treatment can be. The veined fans up at the top, those are examples of, you know, you can 3D print a mold or a part, and then if you're going to do lost cast, you know, metallurgy with it later, you can, PLA will burn very cleanly out of that when you go to burn out the model or the mold, and it leaves the inside of the mold very clean. And the last one here is coffee cups and coffee capsules. So coffee capsules had kind of taken a knock as being, you know, generating an awful lot of them. They're single use. And again, to the extent that you can make the coffee capsule out of all compostable things along with the coffee that's in there, that's a great solution. And so, you know, the technology group that I'm part of, you know, went into the lab and figured out, okay, we need to make a rigid basket that you can pump hot water through. We need to make a filter that you know the water can pass through that will hang onto the coffee. The lid's got to fit right. The glue has to fit, has to hold everything together, and then it's all got to be compostable at the end of the day. And so that was a technology success story for us as well that enabled NatureWorks success. And then, you know, one last one here. We can't do it alone, so we participate in a number of research partnerships. So as mentioned, we've been part of the sustainable polymers at the University of Minnesota. I've been the conduit down to there. At the University or at North Dakota State, there's a Center for Bioplastics and Biocomposites. And then the Nonwovens Institute is down in North Carolina. And the text there is kind of from their mission statement. So the top two, sustainable polymers and bioplastics and composites, are more upfront and polymer development kind of institutes. And then the nonwovens focuses mainly on fibers and nonwovens and conversion of polymers into materials. And then I'll leave you with this. This is the serene, peaceful picture of the plant down in Nebraska. And what you don't see is the hard work and the dedication of the NatureWorks family that makes it all happen.
Couple of online questions, and I'll start with one of my own. NatureWorks certainly has been successful. Was it a series of timing, persistence, the team that you put together? Can you put your finger on what worked well?
I think I'll say all of the above. Yeah, I think I've been there 22 years. There's people in the room here that started with Cargill and were working on the fermentation before I got there and hammered that out. But certainly the patience of Cargill as well. I mean, we're a joint venture. We've had a couple of partners where I guess we've had three different partners, but Cargill's always been one of them. So I think patience and I think we have a top-notch team of people in the organization as well.
When you talk to the team, is there something they wish they'd have known in 2004 that? I think that's how they wrote it. One thing you wish you would have known back in 2004 when you first got started. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in 2004 we were planning plant 2 and 3, and I think if we went back, we would have focused more on selling out the first plant and not worrying about the second one way back when.
What's the durability difference between your polymer and the other non-bio-based cups or polymers, or I'm not sure what they want? Non-bio-based ones is what they asked.
Well, I would say, our material, makes a cup that's 100% fit for use for this kind of application. That's, I'm not sure what.
What they were asking.
Yeah.
That's fine. And then the other one that came in just seconds ago, what's the economics between the compostable cup compared to a regular cup? Are you able to meet that economic challenge?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think it depends on a little bit on the venue. I use the example, you've got closed loop venues, things like the stadium here or the Twins Stadium. To the extent that they can get everything in there to be compostable, including, the cups and the cutlery and all that sort of stuff, they can get rid of their waste hauling fees and take stuff straight to compost. So, I mean, there are puts and takes, but on a pound for pound or cup for cup basis, I think we're pretty competitive.
All right. Thanks for being here. Let's give Joe a hand. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, maybe let's start with giving everybody a round of applause again for all of our excellent presenters and panelists and the information that they shared. I just wrote down a couple of takeaways throughout the day that I'll share. We have, I thought one of the things that resonated with me was imperfect feedstocks to, more perfect uses that we heard in one of the first panels. And I think we heard this recurring theme of scale up and development is a challenge, right? And how do we continue to work on that together in terms of the capital that's needed, right? From an investment standpoint to, more efficient processes and across the board. I also heard go slow to go fast. I think was another theme that we heard throughout the day. Partnerships are critical. We just heard it even in our last keynote. And I think BioMADE with the collaborations that they have there, and we just heard it from a lot of the panels, right? That we can't do it alone. and that we need to reach out, and where those partnerships go and how that looks like was also I thought, and just an important takeaway. Culture, right? I didn't expect to hear culture, but that was really interesting that came up in a couple of presentations in terms of just how important company culture is to breed success. So as you think about management teams and leadership and that importance of instilling, right, that ability to fail and learn and move forward, I think was really I think an important takeaway as well. And then I also felt like we had a lot of really good forward-looking elements here, right? We've got investments that are occurring. We've got a lot of innovations that are in the pipeline. We've got companies doing some really interesting things, right? And just the future, the next 5 years to 10 years, I think is going to be always really exciting as we look forward, and ways for us to get involved in a lot of different areas for those that are interested in the space. And then I like the one that came at the end too, that success catalyzes capital. Right, in terms of just unlocking how we, can work together. It takes a long time. We just saw the journey of NatureWorks. Right, it takes a while to get there, but once we get there, right, how do we continue to catalyze and move forward from those capital markets? So with that, I want to say a few thank yous here as well. First of all, again, thank you to our speakers and our panelists. They did a great job of sharing their expertise. All right, hopefully it unlocks some new ideas from each of you in the audience in terms of what we can do together and how we look forward in terms of some of those new opportunities. A very special thank you to our sponsors that helped make today possible, and to our partners, Avisen Legal and Compeer Financial, in terms of just helping with the program, the agenda, right, and putting this together with us here at AURI. And again, a special thank you to Jill Zulo, who put in a lot of time and effort for us on the agenda and curating and helping us with speakers and moving forward. And finally, thank you to the AURI Board of Directors, to the AURI staff, right, for all the work that they did in terms of putting today's event together. So with that, that's all that I have. Thank you all for being part of this day with us. We hope that you take away something that it catalyzes some activity in your minds in terms of what we can do together. And we look at creating new opportunities for our agricultural feedstocks here across the state and across the region. With that, Dan, I'll turn it back to you.
Perfect. One last poll. One word. We're going to do a word cloud again here on Slido. So one word that you're taking away from the day here at the New Uses Forum. Possibilities. Networking. Heard a lot of that early in the day. People are being encouraged. Oh, excited. That's good. Energized. Opportunities. Well, Nan's going to be sending out some evaluations of today's program. We certainly encourage you to fill those out and get them back. That's how we make the next New Uses Forum even better. And a link to access the event on AURI's YouTube channel will be sent out once it's available for viewing, as well as links to the presentations. So you will get all of that information as it comes forward. And our sound crew was great. It's easy to be up here when they're working. Ray and Nan did a great job keeping us on task back at the table today. So I appreciate that. Appreciate you being here. As Shannon said, thanks to all our sponsors. We've got a cash bar in the back across the hall. There's some hors d'oeuvres there as well. Thanks for being here. We'll see you next year at the New Uses Forum.